keep dancing. Go, go, bitch, keep dancing. Go, go, bitch, keep dancing. Bounce that ass, oh, bitch, keep dancing. Go, go, bitch, keep dancing. Go, go, bitch, keep dancing. Go, go, bitch, keep dancing. Bounce that ass, oh, bitch, keep dancing. Go, go, bitch, keep dancing. Go, go, bitch, keep dancing. Go, go, bitch, keep dancing. Bounce that ass, oh, bitch, keep dancing. Go, go, bitch, keep dancing. Go, go, bitch, keep dancing. Go, go, bitch, keep dancing. Bounce that ass, bounce, bounce, bounce. Go, go, bitch, keep dancing. Go, go, bitch, keep dancing. Go, go, bitch, keep dancing. Bounce that ass, oh, bitch, keep dancing.
Good morning. I hope everybody's having a good evening, night, morning. I guess it depends on where you're at. For me, it's fucking kind of late. I'm supposed to, at the very least, be streaming at like 1 a.m., which was kind of the original time frame. Then I was just really trying hard to get my stupid YouTube don't play automatic. Attack of the on. Don't play automatically, please. Plugin, or not plugin, but what do you call it? Extension or Chrome, and it just a bunch of them said that they worked that way, and then they didn't. And then only one of them would make it pause like a second and a half into the video, which is better than nothing, but not what I was looking for. And that would just annoy me more. I can pause it faster than that. That's what I get for trying to talk all of a sudden. Okay. So I'll probably start off light. Start off a little light. Got a couple of nerdy videos too I could pump into if I really feel like it. And let's work with one that I'm still not sure how it works. So yesterday there was a video we watched from the vlog brother, Hank. Although maybe Hank Green made a different video than this one. Ooh. a different channel. I don't remember if his channel is actually called The Vlogbrothers or not, or if it's just called Hank Green. But anyway, because maybe his second channel is the one where it's more casual and bad. This is a topic I've heard before from others, and it's interesting to me a little bit.
Good morning.
Good morning. Grab the title, grab it from the correct side.
Okay.
What the hell? Why is it like a color? That's weird. Let's scene notes, that's why. I was like, huh? Different plugin. Got the URL. Bam. Good morning. I think it's called aphantasia, is when people can't imagine like objects in their brain. And that was one of the things that I was like, oh shit, like not to just do the psychosomatic, like, you know, hypochondriac, like I think I have that or whatever. But it's one of those things where it's like, sometimes I find it hard to imagine something. Like you're supposed to be able to imagine an apple and then rotate it in your mind. And I can like see an apple for like an individual frame and then it fades away immediately. So like I get like snapshots, but I don't have like a full rendered thing. You know what I mean? So this one is about how people talk about how they have inner monologues.
Good morning, John. So I've heard
Good morning.
that some people have what they call an internal monologue, a constant string of words that runs through their minds, almost as if all of their thoughts are had in words. And yes, I'm being kind of tongue-in-cheek here because I realized that I don't have an internal monologue because I kept seeing people saying, apparently some people don't have internal monologues. But I think I'm the normal one, but actually I know I'm not, and we'll get to why later. But first, I feel like I have to explain because people will then ask me how I think if I don't have an internal monologue, and it took me a while to sort of get to the bottom of how to describe this.
I mean, I definitely think in words. I definitely think in English. I've even thought it's interesting when people have multiple languages. I'm like, oh, like what is your brain language? Like when you're bilingual, especially if you're bilingual, like you're taught multiple languages at once as a kid, and you kind of don't only have a first language, you just have like pairs of languages that you learn. I'm like, I wonder what it's like. Because also like there's certain things where some places have words for things that we don't have words for, or they have multiple words for the same thing. So I wonder if like just the vocabulary you have available in your inner monologue or in your brain think, if that can shape how you're able to then, if you maybe feel things more frequently or not. Like the whole like schadenfreude is a thing that we don't have in English, where it's like, the joy of seeing the pain of others or whatever, or someone that deserves to be in pain, and then you're like, haha, take that or whatever. Maybe they have less words for laughing about things in general. Yeah, I mean, like, because when you don't teach a person language, there's supposed to be like this thing where like they become like a feral person or something, or you don't talk to them. And you know, I have no idea if any of this shit has ever been like factually figured out or whatever, but Wittgenstein is all about that. Like how Mowgli from the Jungle Book is supposed to would according to some people be a feral human and not really domesticatable, right? In comparison to, you know, an average kid, because they just have an internal monologue that's just like an ape or a beast instead of being a man or whatever. I don't know how legit that is. I don't know how racist that is or whatever, but that's just a thing that I've been told, which made me think a lot about And then even also there's times where I have a certain thought, or I have a certain, I need to, like, I have a problem and I'm thinking about the problem a lot. A word problem in a math class. I'm just sitting there looking at it, reading it, or something's weird, and I go, "This doesn't make sense." And I take the paper, I look at it like way too long. I'm sitting there just struggling with it. And I walk up to the teacher and say, "Hey, okay, so this is the thing," and I read it out loud. And then as I read it out loud, I go, "Oh wait, now I understand. Finally, never mind. Crap." And that happens a lot. And I feel like there's some kind of like a barrier you have to go through to make your mental thoughts and turning them into like human words. You have to go through like an encoding process, and that can give you perspective to try to like, and then there's even times where like I feel emotions, and then trying to describe the emotions, like if Kara and I are like having an argument or something, I'd be like, "Oh, hold on, I'm feeling these things," and then trying to really push them through just a dictionary filter to turn them into words makes you really like look at like this weird emotional orb and go, where does that fit in? Like, how do I actually make this into words? And sometimes when you feel a thing and then you try to actually find the right words for it, you realize more about the thing than you even did before you ever like actually tried to turn it into words. Like, it gives you a perspective on stuff. And then if you have a whole different dictionary of words to use, wowee, you could have a whole different interpretation of your emotions and all kinds of stuff. So I'm pretty sure I think in words, but I think in like combinations of words, and then I mean, it must be words, because like otherwise I wouldn't understand it. You know what I mean? But like turning it into words, but that doesn't make sense either. There must be like this layer that is just like the id or the subconscious that impacts me, and then at times I then translate that. But even then, translating it in the mental mind, it's kind of like speed reading, where you just sort of like look over it really fast, but you don't actually do a full breakdown of every letter, I guess. Yeah.
But I think in thoughts, like when a thought becomes necessary, it sort of floats into my consciousness, and then it might bump around with some other thoughts, and they might even interact with each other and then make new thoughts. Like when I think of you, I don't think of the words John Green. I think of John Green, the bubble. That is the things about you. Honestly, you're a bunch of bubbles.
Does he make these videos, because he said at the beginning of the video, "Hi, John." Does he make the video specifically to just his brother?
You're not one thing. You're like a bunch of things that all kind of stick together in the shape of a...
The "some people don't have an inner monologue" thing is a miscommunication on what the term actually mean, because the idea you have to explain something to yourself because there's some other self that explains it, but you have to wait until it vocalizes is nonsense. Yeah, I mean, like it's constantly a narrator saying everything out loud would be much slower than like "I am hungry" is what it would have to say in your head in order to, other than just feeling hungry, or like "this foot hurts," you would just feel the pain. I guess maybe those are like physical things compared to thoughts, but like, oh, like when I hear the washing machine get done, I hear the little jingle it makes in the garage, and I go, "Oh, the shit is done," is what I say to myself, but it's like it's fast, and the words are like not, they're words, but they're not really words, you know? I know this, but I have to wait until the words appear in my head to explain it to me. Yeah, I mean, because it's almost kind of like, how do you explain without using the color what color is? It's very difficult, other than a shared example of what it's supposed to be. But then like how your brain talks to yourself, or how you think in your own brain, there's not a lot of words for that right now. So people summarize it down to an inner monologue, because it is kind of one person talking. It's you, obviously. So it can kind of, that's sort of a good enough explanation to some degree in some situations, but other ones it's not. I mean, even just the exercise of trying to think what it's like is new and foreign, almost like I'm a baby putting my foot in my mouth. Like, what is this? Oh, okay. I'm learning more. I'm getting a bit more dexterity in my fingers and stuff. Like, just trying to think more about your brain and how your thoughts work. I guess that's what philosophers and shit did, where they just sit around, got high, and just had all their had all of their needs met, and they just had time to just do nothing.
of John Green. Maybe let's do a better example. Imagine the idea of an internal monologue. I don't have those words, I just have the thing that it represents. And it's just like a sticky bubble. Then that sticky bubble might attract toward it the idea of a fantasia, the way that some people can't picture images in their mind.
Yeah, aphantasia. Niski had a really cool critique of I Think Therefore I Am. Was that the one who made the Think Therefore I Am, or is that some other guy? Kind of relates to this. He points out that it's a superstition that you're the one who's thinking, because the truth is that the thoughts come on their own accord, not when you command them. That's some other guy. Okay, I wasn't sure, because I mean, it is also possible for these people to later revise some stuff, I guess, right? That wouldn't be impossible. Someone told me that they read Marx's Communist Manifesto along with some other guy. I don't think they said Engels. I think they said some other person, but maybe it was Engels. Well, maybe they said their first name instead. But and then I thought it was supposed to be Trotsky or whatever, but then I wasn't sure, because I don't. I find out later Trots is a different person, I guess. I don't know if they were ever interacted or not. Anyway, but they were saying how, like, oh yeah, Marx wrote this thing, but then later on wrote something different about how he was just paid to write it, and then he had other critiques of it. And I don't know if that's supposed to be what Capital is or whatever, all the different books that came out later, whatever, but just the idea that they could have updates on whatever their little quotes are. So it points out that it's a superstition that you're the one who's thinking. Interesting, because the truth is that the thoughts come on their own, not when you command them. Yeah. And in some ways, I wonder if, like, their later works are actually worse, because that's when they're getting all annoyed, or they had too many breakups, and now they're just like, they're just soured on the world or something, or like they end up with a small brain tumor that no one ever finds, because they don't find that shit back then, right? And then they go nuts. Like they were spitting before. It's like I'm an artist, Kanye. Everyone would love this to quote him in his early years, and then later on, not so much, I see. So when a light bulb moment happens, it just comes to you. You didn't say time to think of a thing. Yeah, for sure. Interesting. I mean, honestly, when I was attempting meditation at one point or another, they're like, you have to clear your mind and not think of something. And then it's like, bro, when you say that, all I can do is think of things. Things are just constantly popping up like whack-a-mole, and I got to be like, stop, I can't think of you. And the more I try to not think of something, the more I'm thinking of something. Yeah. But they are showing, they do come to you. Yeah, it definitely comes to you. I guess my brain is just a little asshole contrarian. Like, oh yeah, you don't want to think of something? Well, now you're thinking about not thinking about something. And it's like, no. Or trying to go to sleep, and then like every cringe moment from history just relives itself in your mind, and you're like, please. I have work in exactly 4 hours and 15 minutes. I'm sure everybody has done that thing. It's just like being on the treadmill. Trouble sleeping is where you lay in bed and look at the clock and do clock math nonstop about how much time you have exactly to sleep before you have to get the fuck out of bed and whatever number of hours. And you're like, that doesn't seem like enough sleep. That's not going to be good,
And maybe they will briefly come together and be an idea where maybe someone who has aphantasia might be more or less likely to have an inner monologue, and it would be interesting to know which one of those it is, or if it's neither. Those thoughts will come together in the way that I just described, but without the words that I just used to describe them. I do experience the words, though, when I start thinking about how I'm going to write them down or say them to someone else. At that point, I kind of do have an internal monologue, I guess, like a bunch of words that are conveying the thought to me before I convey them to someone else. And that seems real. It seems like thinking the thought, just feels a little less efficient than thinking the thought. It's work for me to say all the words to convey the thoughts. But maybe if you...
I mean, that sort of feels like a good representation of what it is, where there is the essence of the thought, what is in some ways just a raw emotion, but emotion is what feels like the best way to describe, because an emotion is not like words in your head. It is just feelings and impacts in different layers and different severities. So when you have these thoughts, they can just kind of hit you similarly how an emotion hits you, but more of a cognitive side than an emotional side. And then when you then translate that to then try to then really turn it into a plan or turn it into a written thing or words, there is a translation. Yeah, because thinking back to my math example where I was reading a problem, I'm definitely reading the words, but I guess I'm also scanning over the words a lot. So perhaps that's not the best example of this inner monologue thing because I'm definitely reading words, but I'm reading words so fast because I'm reading them silently to myself that I'm just making the same mistake, skipping the wrong thing each time. And then that's what's my hang up. And then when I read it out loud to somebody, that's different. But I guess it's similar because you're reading it, but you're not reading it until you go over to talk to somebody that or whatever. Big critic of rationalism. I guess rationalism is. I guess I don't know enough about it. And one of the assumptions that is made under rationalism is that people are rational actors with agency. In advanced forms of rationalism, they kind of smuggle in assumptions about how things work as a foundation. So rationalism that people are rational actors with agency. So a rational actor with agency would be like, "Uh-oh, I'm hungry. I better go get some food." That would be an actor with agency. Like it makes sense. I don't want to die, so therefore I'll get some food. Or maybe something a little bit more less like primal would be um rational actor. So like I'm lazy and I have to do this work, I will then have agency to then find a shortcut to get it done without having to actually work it out. People who have addictions simply don't know enough. Interesting. Have you educated them? Yeah, just do the Dare program. They just didn't know. I mean, there could be some layer of like they just straight up didn't know because like they didn't have germ theory, right? Like there are certain things that like just straight up have a problem. Like they don't know that the meth is killing them. They just know they have to do the meth a lot. And if you go, bro, did you know meth kills you? And they go, wait, really? Ah, shit. Now I have a bit more of a reason not to do it. There's an addiction side of it, but now I have some more context and not like, you know, like jerking off feels good. I'm gonna keep doing it, and then like if it's slowly killing me, but I'm like, this feels good. I have no reason to stop jerking off. Like if they go, no, you understand? That's your blood. That's your lifeblood you're pumping out. You shouldn't pump that out so much. They go, oh shit, really? Dang. Okay, well it does still feel good, but I'll limit it. You know, like I can see how that could come into play to some degree, but definitely not in like a modern sense, right? You know, because we've definitely been able to educate. So I can see how some layer that's true, but it's missing out the other layer of chemical dependency or whatever it is. But I don't think they understood some of the other parts of it as well. So Nietzsche was a big critic of that. In advanced forms, said that you're trying to smuggle in assumptions of how things work as a foundation. Smuggling in assumptions of how things work. Would that be smuggling in assumptions beyond what has been known to the person? So it's like an outside thing? Or that smuggling in be you don't think about it, but you just kind of subconsciously work with it? I'm not really sure. So that would be weird if the rationals are able to then smuggle in hello. Because obviously, if you don't know it, how could you know it? That would be weird. That would mean that there's like a secret locked door of information in your brain. The subject, I, is the condition of the predicate thinks. It thinks, but that this it is precisely the famous old ego, is only a superstition, and assuredly not an immediate certainty. I is the condition of the predicate thinks. Okay. It thinks, but that it is precisely the famous old ego. So the ego is thinking, only a superstition and assuredly not an immediate certainty. So they're thinking like the I is still not certain in the I think, therefore I am. So it's like who actually is thinking, or if your thoughts come on their own accord, is it your rationality with agency or something else? I guess it's a bit of both, because like I could think of something. Like I can think to myself, I want to think about a big butt, and I can just and then think of a big butt, or or think about doing something I want to do, and then it's like I can give myself a mental command or like decide to do something on my own. Agency is like whether or not like it's predetermined or not, right? That feels like it's almost getting into like a religious decision, whether you can even control yourself. Because if you can't control your own thoughts, then I guess you aren't an individual thing, and you're just an NPC, sort of. Because there's definitely thoughts that happen on their own, and that through either outside stuff, understanding of the world around me. That when I hear a thing, I understand what that is. I might be spooked by sudden noise, but then a thought is, wait, that's thunder, you dumbass. I go, yes, thunder, thank you. That's not me actively thinking it. I'm just responding to the stimulus around me. And I guess you're always surrounded by something. If it doesn't have a practical application, it's more worthless in the air, wasted speaking it. I think, Nietzsche. I read N wood as N word, and I was like, huh? And I was like, oh no, it makes way more sense. Everything was physiological, and your thoughts are just surface level manifestations of deeper drives and impulses. Thought that everything was physiological, and your thoughts are just surface level manifestations of deeper. Yeah, that means like you're just a monkey who has a bit more, not even, because even a monkey would be able to, I mean, I guess it's like he just thinks that we're just really nice animals. We're just like very bald apes, just very, monkey. Weird that Nietzsche would think himself to be such a worthless fuck, or not like worthless, but just like not as important or as unique as he is describing. Is it the guy that did the, what is it? Nihilism? I guess that would be, is that a guy named Nihil who made nihilism? I feel like I've heard the term Nietzsche before. We're talking about, this thing is about, some people have inner monologues. So it's like, it's just a lot of, it's somewhat interesting to think about how you formulate thoughts, how they come to you, how you interact with them, how much you command them. And he's saying that he doesn't really have inner monologues. He has these bubbles, sticky bubbles, but then he has to turn them into words in order to write them down and do stuff with them. So there's a bit of a monologue there, and that's sort of how I feel. And I was saying that sometimes thoughts are almost similar to emotions, where they're just like waves of impactful, waves, but like instead of it being an emotional wave, it's more of a cognitive wave. But they kind of come through in this crashing sort of like kind of all at once, and it's a bit overwhelming depending upon how intense it is, and then trying to dial it all down. He's anti-nihilism. Rationality and agency is very differently to how most people do today. Yeah. Interesting. Philosophy is definitely one of those things, but it's the same idea. If it doesn't have a practical application, it can be a bit worthless. There's some practical thing here. Yeah, because I was also like, because I only know English, I know that I think in English whenever, like when I have to like think super hard, I'm thinking still kind of in English, or I have to turn my thoughts into English. And that is very that can be limiting. And I was wondering how often people with multiple languages, especially if they learn multiple languages as their first language together, like, oh, look, we're bilingual in this house. And the baby learned both English and Spanish at the same time. And now they have two different complete dictionaries to sort of build their thoughts through. And then even like if you dream in one language, you dream in a different, or if you dream and or think in a blend of languages, that would be really crazy. Especially if they have different sentence structures. And it might be annoying. I don't know.
You have an internal monologue, the process of converting it into words is easier because you don't have to. That's all, that work's already done. But here's the thing that actually makes me feel like this is a little bit weird. I can remember having an internal monologue. In high school and college, I remember having thoughts that were just strings of words running through my head all the time, and there was never a time when there wasn't words in there. And I find it very bizarre that it isn't just that like different people think differently. I think differently than I used to.
I have no memory of what I think my childhood thought process was. I definitely don't have that type of recall. Does bro really remember what it felt like to think in high school? That's kind of crazy.
Minds are so strange. I'm obsessed. And the wild thing is how little thinking about the thinking parts actually tells you. You would think that the thing thinking about itself could uncover some clear truths about the thinking, and that a consciousness would be good at figuring out what a consciousness is. And yet, to my brain, to myself, I know.
That's a funny way to think about it. But yeah, I mean, yeah, gotta have that like a bit intensely emotional, like bring down the vibes a bit at the end of the episode of Scrubs every time, where yeah, there's some humor here and there, but actually it's really important that, you know, life means what it means, and sometimes you have to face the music and whatever, like these like slow motion shots of all the different characters closing out their storylines per episode. Like I used to always watch Doug Funny from the Nickelodeon show Doug, and I tried to have a journal. It's not a diary, it's a journal because I was a boy, but I could never fucking do it. It wasn't very effective because you get impatient waiting for my inner monologue to finish when I already understand what it's going to be saying. Yeah. I mean, an inner monologue would mean that your thoughts are... What game is Valhalla? Is that the one that's like a Smash Brothers similar? I think I've seen like a free-to-play one. I think I've seen some stuff for it before. Maybe in like a Prime Gaming like freebie or something. Assassin's Creed. Oh, Assassin's Creed Valhalla. Sorry, you're right. Not just the game Valhalla. It's just an Ubisoft game, right? It shouldn't be that bad. There's just like 100 collectibles to gather, a bunch of different you know, posts and hay bales to jump into. You're gonna have a bunch of small jobs that are like kill this random small thing, and then the occasional story mission that'll have a couple of cutscenes. That's an Ubisoft game, just all tied up.
Know who I am. I'm the Hank bubble. I'm all the ideas I have about myself and all of the stories I've told about me. And that narrative pulls a bunch of stuff together, but I don't actually know if that stuff is actually related or is me. Like when it comes to consciousness, I love the metaphor of attention being a flashlight, that I shine on objects in reality or in situations in my mind or ideas I would like to contemplate. And like maybe I'm the flashlight. Maybe I am my attention, but also maybe I'm the thing that is experiencing what the flashlight is showing me. And is that a different thing? But also
that would be kind of like the difference between what Nietzsche was talking about to some degree, I feel like.
Maybe I'm the hand that holds the flashlight, deciding what it gets pointed at. But also, maybe I am the thing that grabs hold of that flashlight and forces it to focus on things that I'd rather not look at right now as I'm trying to get back to sleep in the mornings. But I also feel like I am my physical body and the experiences that I have from it. I think that these are all definitely different things, and kind of all of them seem separate from the story that I tell myself about who I am, or that story, that brain bubble of who I am, sort of ties all of these things together into one idea of me.
Now that's That's trippy and interesting because I was going to say, I feel like you would be all of those things, but if each of those things are sort of individual, like the body is just the meat, the brain is the consciousness, but then there's also layers of the consciousness that have a thought part and then a translation to words part, and that is almost like different lobes of the brain if you want to simplify it down to where these individual things happen, and then transitioning those thoughts into the different sectors of the brain, which then kind of makes like a multifaceted form of consciousness, which then also means people with like the split brain thing that we talked about however long ago, they would have a permanent adjustment to the balance of their things because that other lobe is now independent in some ways and then cut off from the other. And then it kind of creates two fractured subversions of yourself still contained within one flesh suit. It's interesting to think about how like your ghost, your consciousness, your soul is not just one simple thing, but a combination of many things. And you can lose parts of your thing. Getting a stroke can really impact parts of your personality and parts of your recall and parts of lots of things because a sector of you is now, you know, been damaged or removed. It kind of creates this living version of not just like your experiences, but also just your way that you interact with your experiences. It's, I guess, deep or whatever, but I guess it's also humbling to realize that there's still more complexities that could be explored and benefits to gain from it or something. Why would you put something with poison arrows in a melee challenge with no healing? Ooh, challenges. I always like those. Well, I mean, I don't know obviously what that game's challenges are, but like whenever there's like an in Doom, there'd be like, oh look, a weapon challenge. You gotta like use this weapon to clear the room, and that's like the challenge, but then gives you an unlock point. Or in like Batman Arkham Asylum, you would go into like the little like training room, and there'd be different individual challenges that then give you some kind of reward, whether it's just a cosmetic or something weird. But they're like nice little bite-size things that you can get in and get out. But sometimes they're fucking hard, but that's kind of the point, is making them hard. I don't know who that is. Yeah. A lot of rationalism in progressivism / Marxism that was later revised in critical theory. But most of the criticisms failed to permeate wider left-wing thought, which is unfortunate because many of them are very good. Oh. I mean, yeah, well, because rationalism is saying that there's more agency and individuality in who you are, I suppose, right? And then the other versions are like you're just the NPC and you're just along for the ride, basically, is your consciousness is just the point of view and you're just kind of like spectating for the most part. That's definitely an incredible oversimplification, but because I feel like when I think about rational actors and a lot of things, that humans are like thought privileging by default. Like the old account of addiction by Socrates. I see. If you're addicted, you're just ignorant. So that would mean if you're a capitalist, that's because you just don't know enough about socialism yet or whatever. Which kind of tracks. There you go.
Me. And it's weird because like my idea of me actually doesn't feel like the part of me that makes me focus on worries is me because I can't control it. But maybe that actually makes it more me. It's definitely a part of me. Meanwhile, the part of me that seems sometimes able to control the flashlight, that does seem like me. And I tie that me to the story I tell myself about who I am. That includes my body and my memories and my experiences. But I actually don't think any of these things are the same things. I think I tie them together because that makes sense. I create a bunch of patterns in my brain that are the thoughts of who I am. And I certainly don't have an internal monologue about that because that seems like it would be way too hard. Like, people they can't think just in internal monologues. How would you think about yourself? You're too big for that. I've just been thinking lately that like all of these different things that I just mentioned, there's a long list, might actually be different things. And they're all different me's that are collaborating with each other, despite not even being that familiar with each other's existence and only being sort of held together loosely by a bunch of work my brain is doing to try and recognize patterns where they aren't necessarily even there. I think that, like much of life, I might just be a collection of whatever works. And like sometimes, whatever works doesn't work that well. Anyways, I'm fine. I mean, I'm not 100% fine. I've been better. I'm fine physically. We're getting through it. John, I'll see you on Tuesday. I feel like now whenever I tell people I'm not doing well, I have to be like, but I don't have cancer. Hey, we're over here now. How did we get over here? I don't know, but we're going to go to complexly.store right now where you can...
Wowee. Okay, that was a bit more existential than I thought it would be at first. Also, thinking before, because I've with the aphantasia discussion has come up here and there, and I wonder if it's a thing that could be taught or could be learned, like a lot of things are. Like you learn how to read, right? You can learn how to imagine things in your head more. Like the skill and the ability is all there. It just has to be practiced. Kids might just happen to start through whatever one reason or another imagining things, and they get better and better at it. Class consciousness, while definitely not totally problematic, makes a lot of optimistic, rational assumptions about human nature, which actually turn out to make incorrect predictions about how history would unfold. Accounting for that is a lot for what later critical theory was about. It just makes it harder. It just makes it more challenging. It makes it more of an achievement. Think of it like a level 1 Elden Ring no-hit run. You're just more of a badass if you can finish it. Just get good. Don't get hit and hit back. Easy. No issue. Class consciousness makes a lot of optimistic, rational assumptions about human nature. Like we work together, we share things, maybe, which actually turn out to make incorrect predictions about how history would unfold. Well, there's a lot of uncertainty when it comes to history, obviously. Accounting for that is what a lot of later critical theory was about. Well, I mean, adding in the accounts of how history unfolded, and that could be important, but also it could be a misdirection because the greed of kings could have, changed how they would think class consciousness would work, but still is there. It's just they didn't expect how a couple of things would happen. Really? I figured melee combat would be one of the... I guess there's other throwing stuff or whatever in the game. Or just straight up assassins were sneaking or stuff. Okay, yeah. I mean, I suppose that might definitionally be an assumption. Like, it's assumed that these social animals will work together, but that's just because that's just what that means, right? Okay, yeah. But I guess, yeah, like a certain fundamental layer is sort of beyond perhaps the traditional idea of what an assumption might be, because an assumption might be saved for smaller things along the way, not like just what the entire basis is formulated upon. So this might be a good time to then go with the video that I was told to watch about authoritarianism, which is not necessarily related to Marx or whatever it is, but I should know more about it. So
This episode is brought to you by Ground News.
of course it is. Why is it not? There it is. Okay. Everything's brought to you by Brown News. Ground News sure does have a lot of money, and I know a few people are very suspicious of it, but get your bag, I guess, especially if it's like, it doesn't even require so many signups or whatever. It's just talk about it and that's it. But like, if it ends up being a really bad thing, I guess it sucks if that's the case. I don't know how I feel about sponsorships. It's one of those things where like, I feel like I don't do them. I would never do them myself because I think that they're bad. But then I would not neg on somebody else getting their bag. But it's like, well, eventually I have to make money, right? Eventually I have to make money. Assuming that I'm not going to have to just go back to a day job and then just, quit this whole adventure or whatever. But there also is other ways to make money that aren't selling out your values and stuff. But yeah. Ground News sells itself as it works and it reads all the different sides of the political spectrum. And it's always funny because whenever you see someone reacting to a Ben Shapiro video and they go through the Ground News sponsorship, they'd be like, look, here's an issue that right wing says good things and left wing things say bad things. And then the opposite, other people who like this video be like, look, these left wing papers said this is a good thing. And then the right wing paper said this was a bad thing. It's kind of funny how they'll both just utilize the service for what I assume everyone is still using it for, which is being on whichever side or team or whatever, they're still working with their, because this is what regular people do, is they work within their biases for the most part. But it's selling itself as if it's this like, not even centrist, but just like being able to observe the impact of how the media landscape is twisting stories or whatever, which should be available or it should be interesting for everybody, but everyone kind of just turns it into us versus them, sort of. Oh, it's loud.
Authoritarianism, the practice of eating only people who have published books. Wait, that's not right. Authoritarianism, truly one of the words of all time. A decadent 7 syllables long and wonderfully vague. If you've ever had a conversation about politics, and if you're watching this channel, I'm sure you have, you've likely heard someone use the term, or maybe you've even used it yourself. It's popular in pretty much every corner of the mainstream political spectrum.
Ooh. Some of it was assumptions about pro-social behavior, like Marx predicted in a contribution to the critique of political economy. Man, I have not read, because I have never even heard that string of words before. There would be a shift in capitalism that would usher in a stage of revolution because of the contradictions he observed. That's where like people say like, oh, socialism is inevitable. Capitalism has to fail because of endless growth, hits a wall eventually, and then basically has to explode. That are embedded within capitalism, but what actually happened is that it led to fascism and totalitarianism. That led to new developments in the critical theory that investigated how deeply rooted social domination is and how it requires a deeper analysis of conditions of life than Marx's dialectical materialism. It also has a right-wing bias inherently because of where we are. Do you mean the Ground News thing does, or do you mean... I assume that's what I was referring to. I mean, I think I've heard a lot of people that I learned from and gotten further down this journey are the ones that generally like dialectical materialism and consider themselves to be a materialist or whatever. Yeah. I've heard that Ground News is like funded by some right-wing shit or whatever. So that's why people are suspicious and pensive about how often everything has Ground News in it. And then I guess it's technically funding a lot more right wing, just because there's just always going to be more right wingers out there in general. But those things led to fascism. No, I didn't think you were. Yeah, there are plenty of new developments in Marxism. It's more of a field at this point than a dogma. Yeah, it's also, yeah, exactly. It's just a couple of dudes just sitting around going and thinking it down and then writing it down at one point in time, and then things expand outward. So to think of it as a constitution that can never be changed, or a Bible that needs to be interpreted as it was originally formed, it's that's a lot of pressure to put on a couple of guys. Outperforms capitalism. I mean, you can literally see China go burr. Capitalism does have the ability to compete. It will go extinct. Does not have the ability to compete. It will go extinct like the feudalism did, or federalism. I'm not sure if that's actually. It's just I've never, other than federalists or whatever. I don't think I've heard of federalism. It's just that some Marx initial assumptions turn out to be problematic. Oh, did he have, like, I don't know, anti-gay stuff or something? And some of that is because, or anti-women stuff. Yeah, feudalism. That's what I thought. And because it came out of optimist, rationalist, and idealist assumptions. Yeah, I mean, I guess that's kind of like me, where I've been told I'm a humanist because I just believe in humans and want to see humans succeed, and definitely see the most path to success through socialism, and also the most ethical form of economies and governments seem to be socialism, because it's all about taking care of each other. It's a historical necessity that this will happen, and then it didn't happen. I mean, it just hasn't happened yet, but I guess that's one of those Nosferatu things, or Nosferatu's the vampire. Whatever. You know the one I'm talking about, the one that makes predictions. Nostradamus. Got it. Okay, I got it before I saw a chat come up. I kind of think it's funny to call it Nosferatu and just act like I'm not saying the wrong thing, because I do that a lot in my head, which is, I guess, a part of my charm. I should just embrace it. Like whenever people talk about how they are people that eat meat but are allowed to eat fish, I go, "Oh, you're a Presbyterian, got it," or whatever, right? Like just to be wrong, almost like Rugrats, where they would just say the wrong words because they're babies. I'm just a dumbass, so I'll just say the wrong word. But I do know what you're talking about, right? Fascism, the final stage of capitalism, right? Yeah, and fascism left Europe devastated. It wasn't for American capitalists, Europe would be the third world, and socialist countries would rule the world. I mean, yeah. Oh my God. Well, there's also like just the layer. I mean, from my understanding, the layers of subjugation and resource extraction and pain and suffering and human death and misery that we have, cast and plagued the world with, is what's propped up the capitalist structure that we have. America has had its golden age and then long downwards track, all because we've, created the banana republics, and we've, strip mined to certain areas, and we've, fucked over the richest continent in the world, Africa, and allowed the Europeans and ourselves to lay claim to the little cradle of all the entire Earth. It is now just very slowly getting the Belt and Road Initiative to come online on its own accord. Marx set out to describe these conditions in which social revolution would take place, and those conditions did take place, but then capitalists shifted in an unexpected way. I see. So it was definitely more of like you see, yeah, X will happen, then Y, and then when X happened, Y didn't, but then Z happened instead. I mean, sure, yeah, he did his best to predict the election, but then the election went a different way, because no one knew that I don't know. Everyone would have assumed the guy about the pussy tape would mean they wouldn't win, but then it still happened. Or then the Comey thing happened, and the October surprise or whatever, right? Something happened. He made a pretty decent guess based on the circumstances. I don't expect. I mean, I guess I don't trust. I enjoy the things that he's set forward for the most part without actually reading any of them. But to think that he needed to be a perfect guess of geopolitical, whatever, is a bit of a stretch. I feel like, yeah, you're on to it. Because because Europe had fascism and it destroyed and left Europe in shambles, and then the Marshall Plan was used from America to then prop up Europe, and then that also created the U.S. currency as like the petrodollar, sort of, maybe not immediately, but down the line in that same sort of like plan. And that's sort of like all that initial, and then like that's also during like the end of the green, or not the Green New Deal, just the New Deal, and like that's where like the last infrastructure and important things that were built, at least in the United States. And then we just been slowly fucking up shit, continuing to oppress other areas while our empire was still pointing out, but now we're just going down. Sure, yeah, it's like you can be a person who likes the Constitution, but also appreciates the amendments are there and wants to keep changing things, and not like, I'm a fundamentalist originalist and it has to be exactly the way it is, you know? Fair. Yeah, it's another prediction that was wrong. Yeah. Didn't consider how much people thought that they were, or countries thought that they were, just temporarily embarrassed third world countries, or temporarily embarrassed first world countries, despite being third world or whatever, right? But also, we also like put a bunch of shitters in place in those places. So in some ways, the first world countries also kind of like, because a lot of those countries that we would consider to be in a bad place right now, or not first world, like they were on the path to have their revolutions and have their shifting governments that are more democratic and socialist. But then somebody had to come in and like put an end to that, and that's kind of fucked us over. Well, maybe that's not every example that you're referring to, but yeah. Critiques of capitalism. The prescriptive program is less compelling to me. Yeah, I mean, that makes sense too. Just this, that's kind of like, to me, that's the meat and potatoes, and the rest is kind of like putting it all together or whatever at the end. Because it's like, how are you going to do it, bro? It's like, well, this is how I think it's going to happen. It's just my complete guess at like how the book is structured or how the thing comes together. But the core of it seems good. All right.
Liberals, conservatives, the dreaded centrists, and even some lefty groups like anarchists and libertarian socialists. But what does it mean? And what gives it so much weight in the political discourse? Well, that's what this video is about. We've got a pretty poor understanding of what a
libertarian socialist. I've heard that Chomsky is a bit of an anarchist, whatever it is, but that's a libertarian socialist. What a wild combination of things.
Authority is here in the West. But I bet we can fix that. Let's start with the generally accepted definition. Authoritarianism, favoring or enforcing strict obedience to authority, especially that of the government, at the expense of personal freedom. Okay, this is a pretty bad definition if we're being honest. It mentions the government in there, but doesn't really commit to being political, just kinda, when you want people to follow the rules. That's not super helpful when we're trying to nail down a heavily used term, and one that deals with some
my basic understanding of anarchism is just small government, but no corporations. It's just libertarian without corporations. It's kind of like a real rough. It's all mutual aid based. It's all neighbors based. Is like my 101 for babies, for dummies, kind of like simple breakdown in a sentence. And that's kind of how I push forward with it. So like the libertarian socialism is, because socialism is like a big government that works for its people. So then libertarian is like no government and corporations, and that doesn't really work well with socialism. I'm just like, what the? I mean, that's again, and I might have a impolite and incorrect view of it. Russia, China, Cuba, Chile, Vietnam, Burkina Faso, I think we saw a little video about that not that long ago, or watching like Carter or somebody else watching it. South Africa, no leftist movement has ever had any success has come from the first world. Lenin was right. I would think Russia would be considered the first world, but I guess after World War II, they had lost however many millions of people across the first two world wars. So, and then they were pretty poor. So then maybe first world wouldn't be right. But I just think back on like the two superpowers, America versus Russia. So I would assume they might have been in first world. China definitely was not in first world. Now it definitely is first world, but it wasn't before. Cuba, yeah, not Tsarist Russia. Yeah, that makes sense because that was the time specifically. I mean, honestly, the fact that it crawled out of Tsarist Russia and became the power it was, and it had lost as many people as it did, incredible that it was as good as it was. Obviously, there's faults of it that I've been told there were faults of it, because obviously it also failed, so it fell apart eventually. So, yeah, I think I watched the movie Anastasia a long time ago, like when I was in high school. So I got a small taste of it. Basically, the Tsarists were a bunch of like jerks, monarchs, feudal, yeah, and people eventually rose up. And he still thought it wasn't bad enough for a rebellion. What? Yeah, he was like, I need to kickstart this because people aren't going to do it on their own, I guess. Yeah, I mean, I've only heard good things about Lenin for the most part. So
serious topics. Okay, so what if we expand it to include how people generally...
I definitely think the end of the movie, I don't remember much of it other than like just some interesting shots and the looks of the clothing and whatever. But I'm pretty sure the end of the movie you go, oh, what? They killed the kids? That doesn't seem right. That's basically how it feels at the end of the movie. He was an accelerationist. Huh. Well, it did work. I don't know what cost. I don't know enough about the whole, story from A to Z, but
use the term. Generally speaking, when someone uses the word authoritarian, they are often, but not always.
I gotta say, I appreciate the two of you in chat so much because like I learned so much. I'm hoping that I'm able to like keep it in the head a little bit, soak it up with the brain and not let it like drip away. But like I feel like I'm doing a pretty good job because it's like the most basic form of reading because I'm reading the words, but it's like I'm slowly filling in a lot of the blanks that I have and then giving me things that are helping me move towards having an actual understanding. So like if someone at a party says, hey, what's this? I go, I don't know, man. Like instead of me going like that, I can go, well, I feel a little confident about my ability to share without overstepping while also having something worth mentioning,
Always using it as a term to demonize a system that is different from their own, regardless of the facts. They're using it as a synonym for totalitarian, a word you don't really hear much anymore. It's sort of fallen by the wayside in favor of authoritarian.
Yeah, I mean, I would never have been able to properly change if I've heard it totalitarian and authoritarian, and I'm basically in my head they're basically synonyms, but I know there's supposed to be a difference. Accelerationist never met any application. He's an accelerationist, never met any application. He just kept saying it's too early for rebellion up until people just rebelled without him. He's like, oh shit, about to miss the school bus. Gotta go. Oh! He's running away with like a piece of bread in his mouth, like he's some anime character, going to a high school anime. His little bald ass head. Yeah. At one point, I was thinking that it would be a niche I could provide for people, at least for now, would be like some people would watch somebody who knows way more about whatever topics and have them react to things, and they are there to pause the video and then add a bunch of extra context or expand upon certain ideas or answer questions in chat about the video because they're knowledgeable on the topic. Whereas me, I'm almost like a person that you watch to react. Like Kara will watch somebody, watch The Shining for the first time and see them go, "Yee, wow, that's spooky. Oh, wow, that felt so cool." And she kind of like vicariously relives her experiences through them. So for me, sometimes the value I add is like people can relive their radicalization through me in some ways because like There's a lot of new things I need to experience. I can't add commentary on these things. I only ask questions about these things. Yeah, but it's true. Learning is never done. Yeah, I mean that is the journey. So I might always be able to provide that, but
kind of like using the word commie as a slur has been superseded by tanky in the last few years. Same idea, different era. Both of these words, authoritarian and totalitarian, have been leveled at fascism and communism, often in a direct attempt to conflate the two. This is largely due to the US's extreme anti-communism post-World War II, to the point that they'd lump in their former friends, the people without whom the Allies could not have won the war, with what most people believe to be the greatest evil in history. Yeah, okay, yeah, that's all well and good. People use a political term vaguely to demonize their opponents. Big surprise.
My dad would be like, yeah, well, Stalin killed however many in these famines, and he would say a bunch of things. My dad would love to bring up Stalin and how bad he was. He probably, like many people, believed that the U.S. was the ones that really won the war. But he might still remember that. Because, like, my grandfather was a child during World War II. So, technically a part of the greatest generation, but not actually, like, it would be like the youngest of them. Should have killed more. No Russians left. The big question for me is human nature, because even people who minimize the role of what we can expect from human beings have to account for it. Human nature, because people who minimize the role of what we expect from human beings have to account for it. So you think that like evil is a part of human nature, and if we minimize the inner evil, then we have to then, how do you account for the evil? Well, it must be material conditions or whatever. It's often just concealed in a very deep assumptions. Like even the most Arctic critic of human nature has to accept there's some consistency to it. It's not like people just do random unexpected shit. Would people who think that people do random unexpected shit it's human nature to do X, Y, Z, or because human nature to me is a pretty small part. Like human nature is we like sweet foods. We, cry when we're babies. Like there's a lot of like basic human nature elements. We take a while to fully mature, which is like unlike a giraffe, which is my favorite example, because a giraffe is born and it starts running alongside its mom to escape predators, whereas we have to be literally like coddled and nurtured for decades before we're actually useful as far as like a species. And apparently that's because of our calorie hungry brains, which take a long time to develop in a lot of ways. That's human nature to me, but like is human nature to hate others? I guess that would be a thing I've heard before, but that's more about hating what they don't understand. But that could be human nature. Human nature is, you see faces and things where things don't have faces. People just want to live comfortably, whether they'll think they'll like it or not. They'll like communism once they have had it. I see. Yeah, I mean, people love treats. People love a simple life. People love routine. That's a thing that's commonly associated with human nature because people fall into routines. Habits are similar to that. And people need a job, need something to do, something to work, some kind of hobby, some kind of reason to live. Those are parts of human nature, but I don't think there's any parts of human nature that I can imagine, at least currently, that would be like fundamentally like disqualifying of almost any form of socialism or communism, whatever it is. We always want to improve and always make things better, but that's again not a problem. I mean, there's even parts of human nature that don't disqualify capitalism other than just hurting each other, because that's not really in human nature, but it's a part of the system. So
nice. But we still need some specifics. What exactly makes a state authoritarian? Well, if you have a scroll through the comments of just about any political video that talks about socialism, you'll find people ready with their pre-written list of objections, usually bundled under the prime objection, that's authoritarian. Things on that list include the existence of large prisons.
I mean, that's what the other chatter, Hey Pretty One, was telling me yesterday. It was like, ooh, this guy, very authoritarian. Don't know about him. And I'm like, oh.
Prisons or labor camps, a covert police force, state media, a strongman leader, censorship, that sort of thing. And to be fair, all those things do sound scary, and none of them are ideal. I think we can all agree that we'd love to live in a society where prisons didn't need to exist.
I know a bunch of people that are like that. Even we are social animals, so social evolution is a possibility, is accounting for human nature. Okay. You wouldn't really say much about good or evil. It's just like humans obviously have physiological and psychological qualities. And they're not just blank spaces to be filled by material conditions that mysteriously suggest value somehow. Nothing more authoritarian than voting. It's like even an empty vessel has a shape. It's made up of certain stuff. So is that does that idea that the empty vessel will still has a shape? So there's still a shape to it, means there's a human nature to it, like that. So it's leaning towards making sure that we value and or use the human nature element, or is it trying to downplay the human? Because I feel like that's still trying to. I feel like that's including the human nature element in something, unless I'm getting it backwards, and it's trying to say don't worry about the nature part because yeah. You can't just get rid of the idea that humans are something entirely. I suppose that makes sense because human nature is basically just defining the default state of the background noise of a human in many ways. So you can't just ignore that fact. Yeah. Yeah. I guess if it's like, you know, our economic plan really hinges on everybody being awake in the night and sleeping during the day, you'd be like, well, that kind of works against human nature, and that's going to be a hard sell or whatever. Even that might be like a really mundane version of the things, but it's just like there's just some stuff. Your body is a solid object. That is human nature to be solid, I suppose. Yeah. I can't, well, I guess probably because they wouldn't have worked. I can't think of a system that would avoid the solid objects part. Maybe somebody will come up with something where it's like, somehow I guess when people think like, when certain people think that like, hey, the Second Amendment means I can fight a tyrannical government with my AR-15, and it's like, good luck, you know, like, I don't think that's gonna work. Yeah.
But let's not get ahead of ourselves. Before we go any further, I want to emphasize that I'm not trying to attack anyone here. The objection to authoritarianism is present in a lot of different camps. People may define it a little differently. For example, a libertarian might call seatbelt laws authoritarian, while a liberal might consider the influence of the church on the government authoritarian. Meanwhile, my anarchist friends are yelling from the back of the room that the very existence of a state is authoritarian and we need to abolish bedtime. Again, teasing, no offense intended. Okay, we all on the same page? Authoritarianism is a red flag for a lot of people, and there are some specific objections we can consider. So, let's consider them. Here's what we're gonna do for the rest of the video. First, we'll look at the list of objections as understood by liberals. And I mean that in the broadest sense. Liberals as in subjects of liberal states, not in the conservative versus liberal sense.
Saying bedtimes are unjustifiable, saying that showers should not be mandatory, saying that, you know, just parents in general are considered to be authoritarian dictators. That's the jokes that are levied at anarchists a lot. So just take a shower, or, you know, whatever. And it's not, it's funny, I guess, to some degree, but also like, I've also noticed a lot of people addressing that abolish bedtimes. Yeah. I've noticed a lot of people also conceding that it's generally the anarchists that, you know, who are doing the most direct action and mutual aid right now. It's like, who's the one manning the soup kitchens and, you know, helping the homeless right now? Who are the ones out there putting their bodies in the line fighting against ICE detention camps? It's basically 90% anarchists, for sure. So they are allies for sure, even if they might still grumble if there is a state that gets implemented in an eventual victory. They're still moral and just allies.
Then we'll look at those same objections as understood by the left. Again, pretty broadly speaking. Basically everyone from social democrats and beyond. Then finally, we'll consider a better way to understand authority and authoritarianism. Sound good?
Interesting to not even address the right-wing side of things, unless you just consider liberal to be the right-wing side of things, but they practice what they preach, and they could be a little dorky, yeah, for sure, but they definitely practice what they preach, and it makes sense because in a lot of ways, their end goal is just getting out there and doing things for your neighbors. So if I could somehow enforce a micro socialism, I guess I would also feel pretty motivated to just get that one layer done, because it's just like, that's the whole thing, you know, that's what I want to see. But it's also, it's very time consuming and in some ways dangerous. So it's like, hats off to all of them.
All right, liberal friends. I've got a pretty good idea of the kinds of places you feel are authoritarian. Top of the list, Soviet Union, the big one. Perhaps
And they're in their own head with theory, and oh yeah, just fill their head with theory and we'll figure it out.
the target of the most intense smear campaign in history.
They'll come around. They'll come
We've
around.
got Cuba, China, North Korea, and likely a handful of other projects. But I think it's safe to say that these are the big ones. When you look at any of these projects, it's not difficult to see the one thing they all have in common. They're all socialist. And when you see this, it's not entirely unreasonable to come to the conclusion that authoritarianism is a core feature of socialism. We'll address this a bit more thoroughly in a few minutes, but suffice it to say that in the West, we may have a slightly biased opinion on the matter, through no fault of our own. We've just been subjected to nearly 100 years of Red Scare propaganda at this point.
So one of the reasons for why governments have had to be extra authoritarian, crack down on the press, and to do a lot of things is more of like a necessary evil, because America will come in and set up a fake CIA-funded paper to try and radicalize a bunch of people to become Manchurian Candidate, Bay of Pigs style shit, and train people on their soil or off their soil, and bring in mercenaries who pretend to be a revolutionary group and stuff. So it creates this authoritarianism out of necessity, because they're constantly trying to be assassinated or whatever. That's one of the defenses of some of these governments, or these where these governments have to end up being a little authoritarian. Wait. I love Red Note. I found my way to the communist lesbians versus anarchist lesbians part of it. Oh no. Communist lesbians shave their pussies. Anarchist lesbians don't shave their pussies, and they are both mad about it. You know.
Everything we're taught growing up in the imperial core, especially in the US, points us towards the conclusion that communism is evil.
Yeah, radio broadcast flyers and whole religions. Yeah, those are great examples of things. I mean, literally Radio Free Asia, Radio Free Europe, right? It's just like, oh, that's something, all right, you know. Okay, sorry. I mean, just trying to. I guess I have that built in, not like, I guess LGBT phobia or homophobia or whatever built in, where I hear a sexual orientation sort of like keyword, and then my mind would go to sex specifically instead of just which is one of those things that's like a problem, where like two gay dudes, then the guy in the street gets mad because like, I imagine them fucking right now, how dare you do this in public? And it's like, that's on you, man, you know. And then it's like, I guess that's on me, you know. It's one of those like, okay, do my best to dial that back. Yeah, because that is where my mind jumped to, which is like, that doesn't have to jump to there, does it? Right? It doesn't have to. It could have been a lot of things.
evil and capitalism is righteous. But here's the part where I'm going to have to ask you to be willing to consider some unpleasant truths. And I don't say these things to engage in whataboutism or because I'm anti-American or something. Quite the contrary. I believe that in order for any country to live up to the standards it sets for others, it needs to soberly reflect on the facts. And the facts indicate that everything we're taught about these awful authoritarian socialist countries, we are also guilty of, and often to a far greater degree. Let me elaborate. One thing that rarely gets the attention it deserves is how we talk about authoritarianism. And I mean that literally, like the very words we use. Take the DPRK. We never hear about the government of North Korea. We hear about the Kim regime. This is common when Westerners talk about non-capitalist governments, or even capitalist ones that aren't vassal states of the US.
Yeah, like the Iranian regime versus the Israeli government, right? And it's like, well, what is a regime? It's just a word you use. It's like the Mexico filter, but in word form, right? It's like, oh, that's one of those places. You know, oh, look, it's a movie about fighting, you know, in Afghanistan. Boom, sepia filter put over the lens because it's in one of those countries. Yeah.
They have a regime, we and our allies have a government. The way we talk about different systems goes a long way towards coloring our perception of them. People criticize labor camps or secret police or any number of other scary authoritarian words. But here's the thing, we have those too. And if you look at the data, often to a far greater extent than any socialist project in history.
The nukes, yeah, Jesus cow. These countries, a lot of these countries have nukes. Not all of them. Like Cuba doesn't have nukes, but
just don't call them.
Famously
by those
doesn't
names.
have nukes. Yeah.
We don't have secret police. We have plainclothes officers or the intelligence community. We don't have gulags. We have detention centers, which, by the way, house far more inmates than the Soviet Union ever did. And of course, we don't have slave labor. We have penal labor. We put inmates to work manufacturing.
Oh, red note. Whoa. I can fix her 1 month later, bruh. Okay. That's cute.
Hand sanitizer during a pandemic or fighting fires because enshrined in the 13th Amendment to the United States Constitution, slavery is illegal except as punishment for a crime. And a lot of the time, that crime is just being poor. A parking ticket you couldn't pay. Getting caught with the same drug a rich person uses, but you don't have the money to buy yourself out of trouble. We don't have a Ministry of War, we have a Department of Defense, despite never once fighting a defensive war. Every military action.
Yeah, that was a thing that I had to think about at one point. When people started like referring to the IDF as the IOF, Israeli Defense Force versus Israeli Occupation Force. And I was like, oh yeah. And then we talked about how we have defense spending, but it's offense spending. You know what I mean? Like it's never defense spending. So it's like, oh shit. Yeah. But like it doesn't even sound nearly as bad to think of it as defense spending. I mean, this literally kind of goes back to the first little mini video we watched about the internal monologue, because the words you use in your own brain really shapes a lot of the emotions of what they represent in a way. And like just having that default language war being the very first thing before you even can muster the words in your head, you're already putting a spin on it. And it's kind of fucked up.
Taken by the United States, from bombing hospitals to drone striking foreign citizens, is given the cover of defense. We don't have state media or propaganda, we just have news. Those news outlets are, of course, all owned by the same corporate interests who funnel millions of dollars a year.
That one Sinclair Broadcasting video is so fucking good. I should get that and save it as one of my fucking things. I mean, I guess I can always just search for it, but I'll just save a Google search. I guess it's just right here.
There's a lot of attention.
No, I don't want that. I want just the video. Don't give me a CNN video of it. Is this it? Oh, it's a Facebook video. Yeah, right, dude. Whatever. I'll find it eventually.
Into government pockets to make sure their profits are secure, and their anchors dutifully repeat the ruling class's ideological positions.
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
And this is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
Their guys are dictators, ours are presidents. Their state has a regime, ours has a government. We are free and happy, they're oppressed and miserable. Our nuclear arsenal is for deterrence. Theirs is a threat to global peace, despite the US being the only country on Earth to have ever used nuclear weapons. And we did it twice, on civilians, on purpose. We have a democracy, they have a dictatorship. Despite, by all accounts, places like Cuba and China having far more representation and opportunity for democratic involvement than places like the US. So the way we talk about government structures, characteristics, and actions matters. Without even knowing it, we can end up falling prey to some very subtle, very sophisticated propaganda that
I mean, just thinking about it in this context, whenever somebody says, "Oh, you wouldn't want an authoritarian state," it would be, do you not consider what we currently live in as an authoritarian state? Because by many definitions, it wouldn't be a stretch to define what we have as authoritarianism. There's definitely authorities. You're literally afraid to do X, Y, Z because that breaks the law. I mean, it's kind of there's authorities that dictate what people can and can't do, straight up. You know what I mean? Like, that's the intensity of it is perhaps more oppressive than you think. Especially now with free speech fucking going away. Thankfully, I've got no motion and no viewers, so I'm at no risk of like being detained at the border or whatever it is, you know. Not that I even go international anyway, but
primes us to hate people we've never met, whose economic and government structures we know nothing about, and with whom we share far more in common than we do with our own leaders. Okay, fine, but those are just words. Who cares what we call our stuff? All right, let's talk specifics. In a striking 2012 article by Adam Gopnik called The Caging of America, the author notes that, quote, overall, there are now more people under correctional supervision in America, more than 6 million, than were in the Gulag under Stalin at its height. And this is coming from an American writer with a thoroughly liberal worldview. It's a poignant comparison because, as we all know, Stalin, gulags, and the Soviet Union are the trifecta of what the average person sees as authoritarianism. The fact that we're doing worse than that, even if you buy the inflated numbers of widely debunked books like the Black Book of Communism, should tell you.
My thought would jump to, if I was trying to steel man their argument, I suppose, if I'm using the words properly, what was the population? So height of Soviet Union miles, what's the population? Oh, it's finding the height of them, which is funny to do. Thank you, AI, for that. That was not what I was looking for. Peak of Soviet Union population. Now it just gives up. Russians reached a peak of 58.4% of the world population. I wonder if that is a good way to think about its percentage of the world. Yeah, I forget not the voting, but there's like a anti-communism thing really. And also when you become a citizen, you have to say, I'm not a communist, like that, even if it's not like technically illegal to declare yourself one or whatever. Cause there's like, you know, you can apply for the Communist Party, you know, in the, voter registry, whatever it is, but that's like a joke party. There's straight up questions that say, are you? Yes, no. And if you answer yes, you're, you know, invalidated. So they've had a bigger percentage of the population because the US population would not be 57%. Oh, I thought someone, because, well, I guess it was like, so I looked up, like, is it to be a cop for Halloween? yeah, there's something like, yeah, so the Communist Act 1954, American law signed by Eisenhower, that criminalized membership. I mean, that's straight up what it does, right? But then maybe this law was then like repealed or something, right? That's like where they say it's not technically illegal. In the run up to this, attempt to create a branch of a party. But yeah, in 1961, the Supreme Court ruled that this act did not bar the party from participating in the system. So I guess it's like the laws are there, but the Supreme Court's kind of neutered it to some degree. Is probably what's happening with it. In 1973, the federal district judge ruled that the statutes in question violated the Constitution and that Arizona could not keep the party off the ballot. But that's also just a district judge. I don't know how fucking all that bullshit works. Yeah, and then just being denied citizenship or economy is like, it's still part of the test. So to me, that means because they would be citizens otherwise. So that's definitely showing it being illegal, right? Even if it's not something they're going to enforce using that act, but that act written, and then I don't know if that act is what made that question come up in the thing or not, but yeah, either way it stands.
Tell you something. And fun fact, the CIA wrote a report in the 50s that the whole Stalin strongman thing was largely a myth. It was just a very useful myth to the capitalist powers, so why not perpetuate it? But I know what you're thinking. Everybody knows the US has a thing for prisons. That's like one thing we could ease back on a little bit. That doesn't make the country authoritarian. Let's continue then. How about surveillance? It's pretty widely believed that citizens of socialist states are the subject of extreme surveillance. But
okay, let's release the tapes. If let's release the Malcolm X tapes. Let's release the MLK tapes where they were illegally fucking phone tapped, right? You know? There's way more examples of people being surveilled. Literally, the BLM protesters were targeted and tracked and observed for any sort of activity or coordination.
what if I told you that none of them hold a candle to the US? Don't believe me? Take a look at Section 702 of the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act. Thanks to this piece of legislation, every single person in the United States is the subject of incredibly intense scrutiny. We have a mass surveillance program that allows for the collection of phone conversations, text messages, emails, web searches, and social media messages. Everything you do is being monitored. But wait, it's called the Foreign Surveillance Act, so why are we in the crosshairs? Well, it started out as a way to keep tabs on communications between US citizens and foreign nationals deemed a threat of some kind. But over the last decade or so, the scope of the project has expanded dramatically. What was once strictly a counterterrorism tool, which is already incredibly vague and dangerous, has now morphed into a domestic surveillance apparatus where the NSA provides this data to the CIA and the FBI, which they can use to open investigations into any person in the country without a warrant. But what if we want to give US intelligence agencies the benefit of the doubt? They're just doing their job, right? If you're not a criminal, you have nothing to hide.
Classic.
According to a 2022 report, the FBI and CIA conduct millions of these backdoor searches for no legitimate reason. They've pulled data on family members, journalists, political commentators, even government officials. For what reason? Who knows? They want dirt on a politician they don't like, so they read their Twitter DMs. They saw you in a coffee shop and thought you were cute and asked the barista for your name. That's all they need. Some random intelligence creep can plug in your name, phone number, or email address and have access to years of your personal communications, web activity, address, personal details, all of it. No authoritarian regime in history has ever wielded that kind of surveillance power. Okay, dystopian prison population, largest surveillance apparatus in history, that all sounds pretty bad. But at least we have the freedom to criticize the government, right? The secret police aren't gonna come drag us away. Well, I've got some bad news for you there, too. US police are the most vicious and unaccountable in the world by far. There are plenty.
And this is before ICE, right? Well, ICE existed and then kind of was paused for a while, or not quite as, I mean, obviously they were still doing to some degree, but Tom Homan coming back, and then the new budgets and the directives, and I mean, it's very clear that the new version is much more jackbooted than ever before. All the different videos of either green card holders or even citizens getting fucking swooped up into these fucking things. No due process. So it doesn't mean you don't even know if these people are citizens or not because there's just no due process. Then this is all before all of that, but there's still, this is still a poignant counterpoint, but there's even a worse example.
Plenty of videos online of police arresting journalists, brutalizing peaceful protesters, even laughing about killing innocent people. I have a whole video on the subject, actually. But here's the gist of it. According to ongoing reporting, US police kill over 1,000 American citizens per year. 1,000 people, and I can hear the objection already. Yeah, well, some of those people were probably criminals. Police are not meant to be judge, jury, and executioner. They're meant to arrest people if they have to, and then hand them over to the judge, jury, and we really should talk about the executioner part. Open social media on any day of the week, and you'll see a story of an officer-involved shooting, where the media tries really hard to twist the reporting to make the cop sound less like a murderer.
I mean, honestly, yeah, that's another good example of just the word choice used to, on the mass scale especially, across X million people witnessing these things on the whole. Each individual story may not get 1 million views, but all the different stories together are adding up, and they all use the same passive voice, different techniques.
With body cameras often required these days, it's getting harder for them to hide their crimes, though they still try.
Required.
Anyway, the bottom line is this. If we look at any other country on Earth, let's say China, the hot-button supposed authoritarian hellhole of the day, and we compare police violence stats, the US is far worse. In the US, in 2022, police killed 1,201 people. In China, that number is 0. Oh, wait, nope, I read that wrong. 0 people killed by police since 2019, a year when 2 people were killed.
Holy
Two
shit.
people in 5 years, in a country with a population 4 times greater than the
Yeah, I was
United
gonna say, like, that's like, there's just a multiplier going on there, right? Like, hold on, that's, yeah. Now my dad would say, they just hide the news, they hide the facts, they hide it, they lie. And it's like, okay, I don't know how to discuss things with you.
States. Since 2019, US police have killed nearly 5,000 American citizens. So, we have a more dystopian prison situation, we're the most spied on people on Earth, and our police murder 3 people on average every single day. If that's not authoritarian, I don't know what is. And this isn't to run defense for the excesses of past and present socialist projects. In fact, socialists are among the loudest and most well-read critics of these experiments. The Deprogram guys and I have a podcast episode specifically dedicated to the topic, and we plan to do more in the future. The point of all this is that if we're going to rightly level criticism at some states, we need to make sure to apply that standard universally. And that means starting at home rather than simply passing judgment on countries halfway around the world or that have long since passed.
So I wonder if perhaps people's criticism of authoritarianism, though they might agree that America is an authoritarian state, they don't want the authoritarian to continue. So just say, yeah, but you are, but what am I, or whatever, isn't good enough or something. Oh, God. University of New Hampshire. Is that where the 7 confirmed? But yeah, I mean, they knock on the door and they shoot the dog, which is just kind of, yeah, I mean, because they can get away with it pretty much is the only reasoning I can think of. Because it's not like the cops don't even have fucking, that's where the quote is from. Gotcha. That's where it's not like they don't have protective gear for bullets, let alone dogs. And there's also like ways you could, and also these dogs are not, threatening people or whatever. And even if a dog is getting wild or whatever, there's less lethal ways to handle a dog than just fucking gadding it, which is just so cruel and fucked up.
Okay, that's the liberal part taken care of. Now it's time to have a little chat with my friends on the Western left. The right does a very good job at presenting a unified front. The capitalist class and the forces of reaction are incredibly powerful in the imperial core. The left is already on the back foot, and we have been for many, many years. This is why it's frankly absurd how much infighting goes on among the left. Social Democrats sniping at tankies for being authoritarian doesn't do the movement any good. Funnily enough, the label authoritarian is only ever applied to successful socialist projects. The ones that failed were somehow more pure. But the moment a new system takes steps to ensure the security of their people and their new project, they're labeled authoritarian.
Oh.
I think part of this is that there's a lack of understanding among Western self-professed leftists regarding what it actually takes to change the status quo across an entire country. Every revolution, including bourgeois revolutions like the American one, are authoritarian.
I don't know what it's trying. It's highlighting G only German chef, SHEPH. I don't know why. Because I guess I'll allow. Right. Yeah. Maybe it was like killing only German or something is what they were going with, or only German. Maybe it was only German she or something. I don't know.
By default, those in power will never give up their power without a struggle. They're not going to let you.
It just held it. It didn't say what it was, and it didn't even say it was added to my thing. It just said thanks for your feedback. I'm like, okay. It's just auto mod trying to learn, I guess. Because they saw only German and like, oh, well, what does that mean? But it's like some things could be only German. Like the flag is only for Germany, right? The German flag is just for Germans.
You vote out the very system that benefits them. To understand the nature of revolution a little better, let's go back to the man himself. No, the other one. His sugar daddy. There we go. Friedrich Engels. This large beard wrote a brilliant little piece called...
You can tell he's the sugar daddy because his beard was nice. That's the difference. Yeah, Marx was like a hobo, and then...
called On Authority. It's like a page long. None of you have any excuse not to read it. It's linked below. But here's the part that I think is most applicable to this video. Have these gentlemen ever seen a revolution? A revolution is certainly the most authoritarian thing there is. It is the act whereby one part of the population imposes its will upon the other part by means of rifles, bayonets, and cannon. Authoritarian means, if such there be at all. And if the...
Damn it, I was like scrolling through the thing and I missed some of the wording.
On Authority. It's like a page long. None of you have any excuse not to read it. It's linked below. But here's the part that I think is most applicable to this video. Have these gentlemen ever seen a revolution? A revolution is certainly the most authoritarian thing there is. It is the act whereby one part of the population imposes its will upon the other part by means of rifles, bayonets, and cannon. Authoritarian means, if such there be at all. And if the victorious party does not want to have fought in vain, it must maintain this rule by means of the terror which its arms inspire in the reactionists. Would the Paris Commune have lasted a single day if it had not made use of this authority of the armed people against the bourgeois? Should we not, on the contrary, reproach it for not having used it freely enough? Therefore, either one of two things. Either the anti-authoritarians don't know what they're talking about, in which case they are creating nothing but confusion, or they do know, and in that case they are betraying the movement of the proletariat. In either case, they serve the reaction. While it might not feel good to be called out from beyond the grave, it's so important that we understand what Engels was talking about here, because it's still true today. If a mass of people decide they're done with the current oppressive system, rise up, build something new, and then fail to protect the gains they've made, their project will be destroyed. We've seen it many times throughout history. The reactionary elements in society won't go away, and people with wealth and power before the revolution will still have that wealth, and will have likely fled somewhere like the US where they can agitate for military or CIA intervention. This was the case in Chile in 1973, when the democratically elected socialist president Salvador Allende failed to take preventative measures to ensure the vicious reactionary class and their US-based co-conspirators couldn't undermine them. Long story short, The Chilean right wing launched a US-backed and US-funded coup to overthrow the government, eliminate Allende, and install a fascist military dictatorship that plunged the country into recession and suffering for decades. In order to avoid this happening, a budding socialist project, or heck, any project, requires police, it requires the shutting down of reactionary outlets, the banning of certain kinds of speech. There's a reason Germany banned everything related to the Nazis, for example. It's because they wanted to keep that sentiment from spreading as much as possible. It requires an intelligence apparatus to listen for terrorist plots, which were all too common post-revolution. In East Germany, the reactionaries would routinely attempt to blow up civilian train lines. It requires prisons to keep these people off the streets. And historically speaking, the socialists have been much better at using prisons for rehabilitation rather than just packing human beings away to rot like we do in the US. These things may not be morally correct.
Rehabilitation, aka re-education, right?
But like it or not, they are necessary. And that's something that every system has agreed on. I would love nothing more than to see an alternative work, but it never has. Maybe one day I'll be proven wrong. That would be amazing. But to the people who believe it is possible, you need to ask yourself how it's going to happen. We've seen what the people in Tsarist Russia had to do. We've seen what the Cubans had to do. We've seen what the Vietnamese had to do. What the Chinese had to do. What the Americans had to do to separate from the British. Your anti-authoritarianism, while I genuinely believe it comes from a good place, is handing an easy victory to the capitalist regime. They want you to play by their rules. It's their game. You play by their rules, you lose. End of story. One final thing that's important to note is that this anti-authoritarian stance is very much a Western thing. And I think the reason for that is that we here in the Imperial Core are in a very privileged position. We can hold these naive beliefs because we don't have any skin in the game. We're not the ones under the boot. We're not the ones whose resources are being extracted, or whose homes are being bombed, or whose cities are being occupied by armed invaders in the name of freedom and democracy. We have the luxury of condemning others because we've never been on the receiving end. Think for just a moment what it would be like if your neighborhood was occupied by a foreign military force, doing unspeakable things to your friends and loved ones, taking your belongings, burning homes, torturing people in the name of national security. What means would you resort to in that situation? I can't answer that for you, but it's something to think about. I know this has been kind of a heavy video, and for a lot of you, I'm sure this is the first time you've been asked to look at your home country more critically. If you're interested in learning more about any of the stuff we've talked about, there are links in the description. We all have a responsibility to choose our words carefully, apply labels correctly, and hold our own nations to the same standard we expect others to meet. Maybe it's time we retire the word authoritarian and try to engage with the facts more precisely, more honestly, and in good faith.
Huh. I guess it wasn't, I never really thought about the revolution being a part of the authoritarianism part, but I guess that's an interesting way to draw another parallel, which I guess is what the whole on authority thing here is. That's a lot of words. That's a lot of words. Grok, what am I looking at? Grok, can you summarize this? Thanks, Grok. Yeah. My takeaway would be I would need to think about, well, I guess one of the big things is just reflecting on the two layers are we have an authoritarian state now. And chances are whoever you are is pretty okay with it. Authoritarian, you mean? Yeah. Yeah. Because like, unless you're going to live in the, the Chaz zone or whatever, where there's no rules at all, someone is an authority, right? So it's like calling the thing a regime instead of calling it a government, because a regime just has a nasty tone to it that we've been taught that is bad. It's the Castro regime, not the Cuban government, So thinking about things as take a look at your own place and decide what is authoritarian about it and not. And then also think about how many non-authoritarian revolutions have happened, or not as authoritarian revolutions have happened, because they still had police or whatever, and then were destroyed. We all get distracted by food. It's just human nature. And it also helps me not be, it puts it into perspective to think about, because if you imagine yourself running a country or running a thing, there's gonna be some layers of you having to fucking crack the whip, and like it's like that sucks. Just sort of the end of the second thought video on authoritarianism. It was like a big part of it was just looking at what we have. A lot of the words used make it seem worse for them, but good for us. But we have a lot of the same problems as authoritarians do. And then we've had to, or the places where things have been successful or they are considered authoritarian now, it's in many ways extra tight because it's a defense against constantly being assaulted from all sides by coups and stuff. They use Salvador Allende as an example in the 1977, 75. Which makes sense. But then they also equated the Engels paper, well, the On Authority, which you can see behind me, which is just a giant page. It's a single page, but if you put that into a printer in fucking 12-point font, that's going to be a couple pages, I think. Maybe I haven't printed the thing out in a long time, but anyway, that thing also talked about how a revolution is also an authoritarian thing. Anybody who wants to then, bring back the old regime, that's going to be, you need the authoritarians to stop it. So that was another angle I had never really thought about before. I'm yawning a lot. Let's take a look at something a little more lighthearted. Oop.
How many times can
Ooh, loud. Describing things in freedom and unfreedom. We have a lot of freedom, at least we believe we do. And then we've kind of ignored a lot of the unfreedom that we have. And how police state things can be at times. A brief history on energy drinks.
a person get tugged? Well, we have found the limit at extratug.com, where you can see exclusive content that I say dirty things in. Go check it out. A long time ago, a woman at a state fair who was doing fortune telling told me that I was going to die of heart disease, which is a pretty easy guess to make. I think most Americans die like that, but it would be very funny if I died during the recording of this video while I'm talking about energy drinks. If that happens, I don't know, tell people about me. So caffeine is one drug that we can all agree on, right? We're all cool here, right? 90% of Americans have some form of caffeine every single day, whether that be a cup of coffee or a caffeine pill or a cup of coffee, but instead this time it's going up your butt. For most of the 20th century, actually, coffee was our go-to jittery juice. When I think of someone sipping on a hot cup of joe, I usually think about, like, long-haul truckers, exhausted educators talking shit about their students in the teacher's lounge, and NASA scientists in short-sleeve shirts and long ties and glasses, smoking cigarettes and being racist and misogynist. I only know about NASA scientists from, like, period piece movies. But at the dawn of a new millennium, a new fatigue fighter entered that arena, and that fighter was brightly labeled, extremely advertised energy drinks. These drinks aren't something you sip at your cubicle while looking over some goddamn spreadsheets. These are the kind of drinks you crush on your forehead before you pick up your skateboard and you go out and you do some cool skateboard tricks with your hood rat friends. I don't know anything about skating, but that seems pretty par for the course. The Western world is always getting more extreme. Everyone wants the most of everything, which is why you can't find normal Tylenol anymore. Seriously, it's all extra strength, which is kind of ruining the whole point of extra strength. But that mentality is also present in our ever-churning need to want bigger and bolder delivery systems for caffeine. But just how insane will energy drinks get? Well, hopefully not as insane as their beginnings. Flashback. Chris, do a flashback at it, please. In 1886, Atlanta chemist Dr. John Pemberton was working on a tonic for heartburn and nausea. And this was the 1800s, so the answer to such an issue was, of course, a ton of sugar in a carbonated beverage. And while Mr. Pemberton was fiddling around with the formula, he accidentally stumbled his way into inventing Coca-Cola. Of course, this predates the term energy drink by about an entire century.
Ooh. Someone who doesn't believe freedom is a possibility on a philosophical level. For me, what matters is like flourishing, and humans flourish when they're given the capacity to act in systems that are diverse to account for the individual paths of flourishing. I mean, yeah, I can think of a limits on freedom that makes sense. You're not free to murder somebody else because that impedes on their freedoms, but that's impeding on my freedoms. God damn it! You know, like there's certain things that there's no such thing as 100% free, just because. Like free speech, 100% free speech isn't even allowed. And even the most, up to the most, but not quite the most, but, you know, the penultimate, the most free speech defender agrees that there is reasonable limits on things. Every single popular invention was invented in relation to some drug. Determinist fatalist. Ooh, that sounds like a whole discussion about philosophy or something. So, like, you can choose, but you can't choose your choices. I mean, you definitely choose your choices. I could strip naked and jump up and down and put my head in my butt, but I guess I can't choose to ascend to godhood because that's just not available. That's me doing my thing where I like to stretch to extreme examples to test the limits of an idea. And if that's supposed to be like chemistry is chemistry, you don't care, it has no effect on anything real. Well, chemistry has effect on things real. Mentos and Coca-Cola. Boom. Or Diet Coke. Excuse me. Diet Coke. Boom. Chemistry. Volcano. Paper mache. Vinegar and baking soda. Boom. Volcano. The choice is debate. Oh. That might be a little too deep for me, especially... yeah. I'm just a guy, you know? I just want the government to build trains, you know what I mean?
But there was no denying the energizing effects of this new-fangled beverage. Listen, I'm not going to dwell on the fact that Coca-Cola originally had cocaine in it. Every toddler knows that fact, but it's worth mentioning. Originally, Coca-Cola contained cola nuts, which are jam-packed with caffeine, as well as coca leaves, which are cocaine.
Oh, I didn't realize there was a cola nut.
At the time, like, people talk like it's a big deal. At the time, Coke was easy. You could get Coke. Cocaine was easy to get. It was a vitamin back then. Like, Sigmund Freud, everyone who walked into his office, he was just like, do cocaine. It'll make you feel better. Do cocaine. You could get yourself a steady supply by going down to, like, the...
I mean, short term... that might be what that sort of like brownish taste is supposed, like when I think of a cola, it is specifically that brown thing. Like RC Cola is brown, Coca-Cola brown, Pepsi Cola brown. There's a cola brand of drinks, and then there's other drinks like, you know, the Sierra Mists and other things that are like lemon lime sodas, but they're not colas. Orange sodas, all these different types of like things that again just don't have the cola part. So I assume it must have brown in it somewhere or look brownish. Although there's Crystal Pepsi, which has no brown in it, so it might just be all a fabrication that we just made it look interesting to make it look brown. So I don't know.
Local drugstore and just picking it up over the counter. No one was regulating this shit. But as the ill effects of the drug became better understood, regulation and eventually criminalization occurred because Uncle Sam is a narc. As early as 1903, Coca-Cola contained trace amounts of cocaine, and by 1929, Coca-Cola was fully cocaine-free. But I would love to try a Coca-Cola beverage between the years of 1903 and 1929 because I just like a little trace of that energizing buzz of cocaine. You know, just a little bit, just everything in moderation. But when God opens a door, he closes a window. I didn't say that right. Just after 1 year after Pemberton's hit of Coca-Cola, Lazar Adelano, I think that's how you pronounce it, a Romanian chemist, first synthesized amphetamines. You know, speed, that shit. And I didn't know the history of amphetamines, but if I had to guess someone were to invent it, it would be someone with this name, because that name is insane. It's getting late. I shouldn't be drinking this. But Lazar wasn't that interested in his discovery of getting people tweaking like a motherfucker, and the concept of amphetamines was shelved for nearly 40 years. But in 19...
I don't know. I think maybe when I was juggling all my stupid extensions trying to get YouTube fixed to make it pause when I first open a video, so that way it's easier for me to like load it up for the stream. I think it fixed my captions, because before my captions are kind of like hard to read. They were like too gray or whatever, but now they're like bright white. That's so much better. I didn't even do that intentionally. It just kind of happened.
1932, amphetamines were suddenly cool all of a sudden, because this is when benzodrine inhalers were introduced as a nasal decongestant. And this was coincidentally around the same time, cocaine was banned. So, you know, it seems like, I don't know, everyone's trying to get high all the time. Surely we'll get a grasp on that horrible concept at one point in human history, correct? So when you think...
I mean, I've never done cocaine. I guess it's not super surprising, but I wouldn't know what it's like.
Think of inhalers, you're thinking of a chubby little kid with asthma, but that's not what this is. These were practically just cotton swabs just dripping with amphetamine liquid. And I think it should come as no surprise that people liked them. People loved them. People loved their amphetamine cotton. Benzodrine inhalers were available over the counter without a prescription, so they were super easy to abuse. Not only that, but benzodrine salts found their way into medications for, you know, depression and weight loss. And it's hard to be fat and sad when you're practically taking the jet drug from Fallout. It was even widely administered to American soldiers during World War II, because if you need a soldier to run fast and aim...
Wait, what? Huh? Why is it looks like German helmets, and then also, I mean, maybe Germans had those helmets. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Well, you give them crank. By the time the war was over, it was estimated that 16 million Americans...
I've heard that during World War II, this is the reason why Japan still has its ongoing ban of amphetamines. Like, if I go to Japan with my medication, I would be like in big trouble or something, because they would find it, and then it would be like a really big offense to have those anywhere, despite it being, you know, they don't recognize the prescription that you have if it's for that. And I heard that I guess they used it a lot during World War II, and then they decided to then stop using it post World War II. Yeah, I mean, knowing that the Americans had the go-go juice as well is a thing I didn't have in my, but it makes sense if considering how Coke had cocaine in it just 20 years before or whatever, right? So
Americans have been exposed to benzodrine pills. But this normalized Americans' obsession with, amphetamines, but also just getting a quick hit of energy throughout the day. And before we judge the old Americans for their amphetamine obsessions, how many of you are on Adderall right now? Ritalin, Vyvanse. Let judge lest ye be judged, you speed addicts. Chris, if you could put up a statement on the screen right now, Tug supports all form of mental health medication and treatment. But don't put me saying that in there. Just put it on the screen. The amphetamine epidemic wasn't just a problem in America either. Japanese soldiers had been giving methamphetamines during the war, and the country faced its own post-war drug epidemic. In the 50s, the country passed a series of laws to curb drug use, and in the wake of these laws, the first modern energy drink was born. And I'm a little
So Vyvanse, that's one of the ones that's 24-hour, right? It's like an extended release. Because I was trying to get my doctor to let me try that one, because right now I'm taking twice daily Adderall at like the highest dosage or whatever. But I suck at taking things twice a day. Like, I'm like, okay, I took my medicine at whatever time, and I gotta, you know, I notice it wearing off or whatever, but then I have to like make sure to like try and balance the right time to take it. I'd much rather just have one medicine I take every day at the same time, that I'm always dosed at the approximately appropriate amount. But having this, especially when your sleep schedule is a little messed up, like, it's so much harder to have a double dose thing. Yeah, that makes sense. Well, opium is different than the amphetamines, but yeah, I mean, similar but different. Yeah. Well, yeah, and also, like, didn't the British fuck up? I feel like the British fucked up with opiates specifically in China. Is what I feel like. I remember that being a thing. But I could just be assuming some bad thing about the British, because why wouldn't you assume a bad thing about old Britain?
I'm worried because I had to talk about a lot of drugs to get to the main focus of this video. I don't think YouTube likes that. Every time I do that, I get demonetized. So subscribe to Extra Talk, please. But now that we're talking about energy drinks, do you know what the first energy drink was called? Do you have any concept? You're probably thinking something sexy like Fast Horse or Blazing Sun or some shit. Well, no, actually, it was called Lipivitamin D. Lipivitamin D. That's actually not that fun. And it actually wasn't really a drink. It was more of like a tonic syrup thing than a soda.
What did it have? Like, was that Hebrew? What was that? Or is that Russian? I don't think it's Cyrillic, right? I think that's... My guess is Hebrew, but I don't know. Eagle, though.
Yeah, Lipivitamin D. That's actually not that fun. And it actually wasn't really a drink. It was more of like a tonic syrup thing than a soda. So it was like lean, but it had the opposite effect of lean. Lipivitamin D was marketed to truck drivers and factory workers who pulled long shifts and needed a little extra something so that they wouldn't go the Hemingway. The main ingredient in this sweet, sweet syrup beverage is an amino acid called taurine, which, let me be honest, I love taurine. Oh my God.
I can't stand taurine. Maybe. That it's the aftertaste of Red Bull. Awful. God,
you probably can't zoom in far enough to see it, Chris, but it says taurine right here. If I'm looking at an energy drink in a store and it doesn't say taurine, I'm not buying it. This is like a miracle drug. Originally isolated from bull semen in 1827. What?
I mean, that's obviously a planned joke, but...
produced. Oh, okay. All right. Oh, God, that was a close one. And some studies suggest it helps with athletic performance and overall...
What's the big deal, bro? You eat a chicken period every morning, right? You get your steak and chicken period. Steak and eggs. What's a little bull semen to fuck it up? You know, what's the big deal? Come on. If you like it, you like it. What's the big deal?
Overall energy. So bull nut or not, if this works. And although other energy beverages have outpaced the original, you can still buy some Liptivan. The biggest bottle of Liptivitamin D contains up to 300 milligrams of taurine, along with a warning label stating that people should not consume more than 100 milligrams a day. But hey, if that's the case, why would you give me all of it at once? I'm a dumb American. I'm gonna drink that all right now. Moving forward, in 1976, a pharmacist called, I'm not even gonna try that one, created a new energy drink with caffeine, taurine, and B vitamins. He called it this. Krutendang, which loosely translates to Red Bull. That's right, this shit isn't European at all. It comes from Asia. F you, Max Verstappen, and your European mentality. We're pissing in the ground. The toilets are built into the ground in Asia. But this version...
I didn't think Red Bull was European. I didn't think anything about Red. I guess I would have, if asked, I would have guessed American just because... I guess. Yeah.
It's not the exact same thing as modern Red Bull. It really, the original one didn't have any carbonation, so it was just like a flat drink.
Ew.
Oh my God. Over the next decade, the drink would spread across the continent, slowly becoming a fixture in Asia. And in 1984, an Australian marketing executive traveled to Bangkok and bought a bottle of Krutendang to fight his jet lag. And he was so impressed that he hit up the dudes whose name I couldn't pronounce and said, let's get in menu. We're getting into business right now. The white people would love this. They added some much needed carbonation along with a lot more sugar and caffeine, and then unleashed Red Bull into the European market in 1987. Doot 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 doot. Max Verstappen. Doot 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 doot. I hope I'm matching the pace of the song. I can't remember the BPM. Also, I hate Max Verstappen, by the way. Don't get it twisted. If you're a Max fan and a Big Tug fan, you are just a Max fan. I don't want you.
Is he an F1 driver or something?
You cannot drive, dude. Crumbles when he has pressure. I hate him. So while Red Bull was spreading its wings across Europe, America was spinning its wheels with variations of tried and true methed up soda formulas. In 1985, Jolt Cola was created with all the branding of a battery. But this was 1985. They really had for some reason they didn't know that sugar was killing them. They thought it was the fat in their food, and they kept making fat-free products that just made you shit yourself. But in terms of caffeine, Jolt definitely delivered. At 70 milligrams of caffeine per can, it contained twice as much caffeine as Coke or Pepsi. But even then, it fell short of how much caffeine was in just one cup of coffee.
I remember Volt. Or Vault? I forget. There's definitely Surge. That was a thing. That was basically just Slurm. Just an insanely high amount of caffeine and sugar combined.
which is surprising. I didn't expect that. That didn't stop people from wanting it, however, because within a year, it had already reached $1 million in sales. Due to its high caffeine contents and aggressive marketing to young consumers, Jolt was often at the center of controversy and faced criticism from health.
I wonder if this is what they used to make Buzz Cola, because this is for The Simpsons. Kind of makes sense. Oh, I guess it's a little different with its styling. I thought it may have had a bolt on it or something, but I mean, yeah, Jolt and Buzz, yeah.
Advocates. And to be honest, critics were right, because it seemed like, 12-year-olds were bringing 6 packs of Jolts to sleepovers like they were bringing a 6-pack of beer to a day drink at a frat house. Ironically, Jolt, for all its flaws, was made with real sugar, while most major soda brands were using highly processed corn syrup. However, they also added something else in the Jolt soda, which wasn't good that they were doing that. The original formula also contained small amounts of lithium citrate, which is a real drug. This is the stuff doctors give people with bipolar disorders. Like, it's not really something to be around with.
I have to assume that it wasn't. If someone said this to me, I'd be like, I don't believe it was the exact same thing that is for specific bipolar things. Or it must have been in such a small dosage compared to the medicine dosage, because I feel like it would be such a noticeable impact on people's behavior or well-being that they would have been found out. But I could be wrong. It's just like the natural skeptic in me is like, I think that might be an over-exaggeration.
This obviously made critics claim that, hey, you are drugging children, stop that. And I get that, but also, everyone, stop being a dick. Like, everyone needs some mood stabilizers every now and again, especially if you're drinking 70 milligrams of caffeine. Give the kid a little calming pill. Eventually, Jolt removed lithium from its formula, womp womp. But even though Jolt was able to deflect criticism long enough to keep their business steady, once Red Bull was introduced to America...
Why would they include a thing to calm you? Sure, yeah.
America in 1997, it was pretty much lights out for Jolt because Red Bull was flying away, no pun intended. And now we are obsessed with energy drinks. And let's just talk about America. Let's talk about America.
Damn the fascists. Why are their aesthetics always utilized so well? Sons of bitches. Sons of bitches. I don't think I've seen an Australian video on
America. We might act like Puritans a lot of the time, but almost every single American is looking for a quick, cheap buzz almost all of the time. Once Red Bull gave a name to the need, we were ready to lap it up. Even though taurine started out with a bunch of scientists playing around with bull semen in a lab, which once again I was not aware of, from a non-existent market in...
That's why you need to fund those services that they're trying to cut with Doge. You never know what bull semen's gonna fucking, do for you. It might turn into Red Bull, which everyone loves, It gives you the go-go juice. You got to mess with all the different things.
1997, energy drinks would top annual sales of $600 million by 2006. And they show no signs of slowing down. It is going straight up. Over the last 5 years, energy...
I'm just thinking, like, because sometimes when you think about... I wonder how somebody found out that these... coffee beans work much better when this one type of bird or monkey shits it out and then you cook it or something. And then it's just someone basically just straight up gargling bull semen and being like, I feel a little energized. This is kind of like helping me get up. I was doing it for a different reason, but now all of a sudden, maybe we should look into this. It's got something to, there's something to this, The things like the wine poisoning give you pause. Yeah. I mean, there's a couple of, I used to listen to the Behind the Bastards podcast for like a year or two. And there was a bunch of episodes about some of that early America, the Kellogg's guy, all kinds of weird shit. And it's just, I mean, this, in some parts of this is the era of just wild times. So it probably, it might have been as intense. I mean, but this is like the 80s. It still seems like it would have add poison and cheaper. Oh, true. Dude, there's that. Oh my God, yes. The number of times to this day they still add lead to things, and it's like, could you not? Could you just not add lead? Please, I know lead is sweet, but could you just not add it? I get it. It's probably cheap too because everyone's told not to use it, so it must be real fucking affordable. But why? Why did you use lead? You know, like even Panera Bread lemonade was like last year. They added, wait, was it lead to? Oh, that's right. There was something about that. Like, well, like Stanley cups, they seal the seal that's used to get the vacuum between the two layers of the metal. It's lead, and it's like there's probably something else you could use that's not lead. There's probably something else. It might cost a little bit more, only a little bit more, but it's not lead. You're already the premium brand. Come on, you know. And it's like you're not really gonna ever end up with it, but it's just now your factory workers are dealing with lead all the time. Like, why even have that? You know what I mean? Oh, the caffeine content was so high, it was killing people. Also, lemonade. What the hell? Holy shit. I've never thought of lemonade as a caffeinated thing. Holy crap.
Sales have grown by 73%. And in 2023 alone, energy drink companies have made $18.51 billion in the US. Now, are energy drinks good?
Energy drinking companies are like, wait, you're going to try to like make the work week a shorter work week and you're trying to give people more free time? We don't like that. We need you to be constantly depressed and have very short sleep. We need you to be, you know, under the boot of capitalism. We can't allow this. We can't allow this. Yeah.
Good for you. Probably not, I would assume. I don't know. Apparently, the American Academy for Pediatrics think energy drinks are too dangerous to be consumed by teenagers.
I think this looks like it's like a kid being sacrificed on an altar or something. I guess because the individual pie pieces makes it kind of look like it's a bit of like a pentagram sort of, but not exactly. And then, yeah, it's just like almost looks like his intestines are ripped out sort of, but then you realize it's just like a fabric.
But I'm a grown man.
Oh,
okay?
caffeine
Many
allergies.
energy
That
drinks
makes sense.
contain the basic same formulas. A blend of caffeine, sugar, guarana, whatever that is, and taurine. And these are usually healthy for adults to have in moderation, occasionally. I'm not doing that. I'm not enjoying an energy bev occasionally, I'll tell you that much. And that's the thing. Energy drinks aren't about moderation. They're about defying the odds. Energy drinks are the liquid version of Tony Hawk.
Do you ever feel an energy drink is really that energizing? Do you ever really feel? I don't think I've felt such. Maybe like a 5-hour energy back in the day. I would feel this big because it's like a lot of vitamin B or something. And it was kind of people who didn't have allergies. Because I mean, like I've taken a lot of caffeine before, and I never. The closest I did was I took so many caffeine pills when I was so tired at work because I was working like an all-nighter. Like I worked, was awake, and then I went back to work the next day. You know, and it was like I was so tired. I was just taking yeah. That's an ADHD thing. Shit. Oh, fuck. That sucks. Because it's like, I should never even buy energy drinks. There's no fucking point. You know what I mean? Yeah. Okay. That might be a thing, actually. Yeah. Because I never feel like there's like this, here we go. You know, it always just feels like it's fine. Whatever, you know? So like I drank a lot of caffeine and I took a lot of caffeine pills in that one thing. And I was like tired. And I had taken a caffeine pill very recently to drive home, so I didn't like die. Because and then when I got home, I just went to sleep. And then when I woke up a few hours later, and my brain was like whipping around my head, like it was like inside of my brain doing the teacups, and I was just like, I'm gonna puke, and I just started like throwing up a bunch of weird mucus or whatever it was. Because I gave myself like caffeine poisoning or something. I just had so much of it and then went to sleep. And that was probably a bad idea, but I was very tired. So I just went to sleep, you know? But I was like, that was very uncomfortable. But as soon as I threw up, I was like, I feel a lot better. And then went back to sleep. But because like the caffeine pills are like however many, you know, I don't know, 100 milligrams, 200 milligrams, whatever they are. And you would take them as certain. And there's definitely things that say don't take too many, but it's like, that's for pussies. And I just did it. And now I was like, okay, I guess there is a limit to how much you can take. Or if you do take this much, just don't go to sleep because I guess my brain was still spinning literally as I was sleeping, and it got me so like I was like motion sick. It was weird. It was very weird.
Man, in that 900. You know what I'm saying? It's like whenever Doc Brown said, "You can do whatever you think about." I don't remember the exact quote.
If you put your mind to it, you can accomplish anything.
That
is one of the more fascist haircuts. Just thinking back on it, it's kind of an insane haircut. It's kind of wild.
That mentality in a liquid form. And companies understand that. So that's why they crank up the numbers and give us exactly what we want. Which apparently, according to my research, is diabetes and heart attacks. Which whatever the people want, I guess. So I have a lot of statistics here, and this is the part where I turn off the reading comprehension part of my brain so I don't have a panic attack. So I'm just gonna kind of just vocally diarrhea real quick. To begin, on average, one energy drink meets or exceeds the recommended daily intake of sugar, which is 36 grams. Not ideal. One can of Red Bull has 27 grams of sugar. Monster has 50.
36 grams of sugar? I guess that's a lot of sugar. It sounds like not a lot. I guess like it almost sounds like 36 granules, which is not what they mean. So, but like what, 16 grams in a pound? 16 ounces in a pound. Grams, those are the metric ones. Well, it's definitely not even close to a kilogram, that's for sure.
And Rockstar has 62. And of course, these amounts can increase the risk of obesity and type 2 diabetes. We all know that. However, I drink the sugar-free versions of these sodas.
Hell yeah.
And I'm in the clear because there are no downsides to drinking sugar-free sodas. Chris, take that down. Chris, why would you put that up while I'm making the opposite point? And then there's the topic of the large amounts of caffeine that come in energy drinks, which aside from the undesirable side effects like nausea, jitters, and restlessness, can cause spikes in blood pressure, which in most extreme cases can cause your blood vessels to rip or clot. Not to mention seizures, kidney stones, and muscle breakdown. Good lord, no one told me this about caffeine. I didn't know it could be that dangerous. And also, energy drinks have been linked to disruption with the heart's wiring, and this is where I stopped doing the research, because I did not want to know what that meant, because I'm in deep at this point, and knowing that information is not going to help.
Huh. So at one point I had a thing where like there was like a node or something that caused the cycle of the different atriums and ventricles. This node would like trigger and it would like make it like short circuit. There's a thing called like Wolff Parkinson and White, but it's not that one. It's a different one than that, but it's something apparently that was similar to it. So my wiring was fucked up, but I think it happened to my grandfather as well. Because when I was, going as a kid, just describing it to all my different family members and getting, they gave me beta blockers to help stop it. And then eventually they had to send in a little robot into my body and then like just cauterize it just to cover it in scar tissue so then it wouldn't do it anymore. They say sometimes you just outgrow it over time. So that's what they're hoping for. And when you're a baby or young and still growing, your heart is a little weaker. So they don't want to accidentally like just go through it. Whoop. Oh, they added some weird things where you can like...
So it's not getting any easier.
Click and hold certain things and do stuff.
So at least 34 deaths have been directly linked to the energy drinks. 5 Hour Energy has been blamed for 22 of them, Monster for 11. Does that add up to 34? 22 plus 11? Is that 34? That would be 33, am I wrong? That's 33, that's not... Okay. Maybe I got that.
Well, Jolt got one
I
in there.
probably wrote it down wrong in the script. Even Red Bull, the sweet-winged angel, has faced wrongful death lawsuits, which they choose to settle out of court. It's likely that the amount of deaths associated with energy drinks are way higher than what's available in the data. And also important to note that pre-existing cardiovascular conditions can contribute to the deaths spurred on by too much caffeine. And did someone say too much caffeine? I couldn't make this video without talking about that Panera poison lemonade that they released. Do we remember that? Actually, you know what? Let's take a second to talk about all the crazy caffeine beverages that I have written down here, because some of these were just straight up negligence. So in the pantheon of dangerous drinks, Panera managed to make lemonade one of the most deadly. Congratulations, Panera. When life handed you lemons, you decided to make everyone die. Very Cave Johnson of you, sir. You took the pure Americana of the lemonade stand and through the twisted funhouse mirror of capitalism, turned it into the juice a cult leader would give his followers. First, you sell us overpriced hospital food, and you couldn't even stick the landing on the free drink that comes with the combo. A 30-ounce charged lemonade was reporting to contain 390 milligrams of caffeine. And I mean, 30 ounces sounds like a lot. It is a lot, but that's just how big a large is at Panera. They are just giving you the slop. You order a large drink and get enough liquid to bathe a small child. A 32-ounce of Monster doesn't even have that much caffeine. And here's the kicker, Panera offers unlimited refills. And like, I know it's up to us as consumers to, not decide to kill ourselves, but at the end of the day, if you offer me a free refill, I'm going to drink more than 1 cup because I'm an American and I'm not going to lose money on this deal. And
there was a couple of times when I visited like the DC area, and restaurants there did not offer free refills. And I was like, oh my God, what the fuck? Is that like a Southern only thing? But then other restaurants still did later on, I found out. So then I was like, oh, maybe that was just at those restaurants. But I love my free refills. I drink a lot of liquids. So
You can't talk about dangerous caffeinated beverages without discussing the king of death, Four Loko, of course. If you weren't around in the early 2000s, you don't fully understand what a Four Loko.
that's crazy. I got to see, because that was like a little under 400 per 30 ounce. So I wonder what my caffeine pills are. And what...
was at its peak. Yes, they're still around today, but they are a shadow of their former selves. They have tamed down completely. This blend of energy drink and alcohol nearly wiped millennials from the face.
There's technically, according to the medical science, no free refills in Australia. Dang, that sucks. You might just have appropriately priced things, maybe. But probably not. Do you have to tip in Australia, or is that built in? Because we have tipping culture here, which is awful and sucks. And there's no way to win. No tip? That's cool. That's cool. Yeah, it sucks because if you don't tip, you're just hurting a fucking, poor person. But if you do tip, you're continuing the tip cycle. And it's like, well, I'm not going to fuck over a poor person, but God damn it, Don't worry. Once we enact socialism, we'll fix it. Don't worry. It'll happen.
Face of the earth. It seems inevitable that people would start mixing alcohol and caffeinated beverages. I mean, the vodka Red Bull first hit the scene in the early 2000s, and it hasn't gone away. And Sparks.
That's what it was. You're not supposed to mix uppers and downers at the same time. So alcohol and an energy drink just instinctively, just by their definition, aren't supposed to do that. Like, that's just not good for your heart to drug it one way and to drug it the other way at the same time. And that would be fine if a drink is like 50 cents or less, a time, because like the amount of, in one little Diet Coke or whatever, the amount of money it costs to pour that syrup in the carbonated beverage is an insanely small amount. So in America, you pay $2 for a plastic cup, and it's like, you fill it up. You have to fill it up like 10 times before you ever even get anywhere close to the value of what the cup is supposed to be. So they make all their money on the drinks, even though they give you free refills. And that means you kind of like take advantage of it while you got it. So while you're in the restaurant, you're just fucking it up. And then before you leave, you get that last little refill. China, it probably is too. You're probably right. Based off of how their subway rides are like 29 cents for a round trip. Not even a one-way, like it is when you're going on the subways in New York or whatever, which is just bonkers. Because they also have the best fucking subways and the high-speed rails. So, like, yeah. I mean, maybe some of the super long high-speed rail lines are a little more or whatever, but still, you get the idea.
The first packaged alcohol energy drink was available in 2002. But these were the guiding lights that inspired three frat brothers from Ohio State University to create Four Loko in 2005. And every single word in that sentence makes complete sense. I was not shocked about any of those words. The 4 in Four Loko comes from the 4 original ingredients: taurine, guarana, caffeine, and wormwood. Wormwood, that's kind of a rogue joker. Wormwood, the psychoactive substance found in absinthe. The thing that makes you trip balls. The wormwood version of Four Loko, which only had 6% alcohol, was a failure because wormwood usually tastes like shit, and they made a bad calculation. So the Buckeye Bros decided to ditch the lumber, pump up the ABV, and redesign the can so it looked like it was ready to head off for war. Their wormwood-free concoction boasted 12% alcohol and was sold in 23.5-ounce cans. One Four Loko was the equivalent of drinking 4 beers, a can of Red Bull, and a shot of espresso all at once. Now you might be thinking, Tucker, that's a lot going on in one beverage, and you'd be right, but you also have to remember that college kids exist, and they make things called blackout rage gallons, so they were drinking Four Loko like it was free. Their new formula hit the shelves in 2008, and almost immediately college kids started hitting the floor. And not in like a dancing way, in a call the doctor kind of way, someone just died. Commonly referred to as liquid cocaine or blackout in a can, Four Loko was sending kids to the emergency room dozens at a time. ERs across the country were treating college kids for a near fatal level of blood alcohol. The drink fucked up college kids so badly that police and
But like that would only spur them on more. If you tell them that like only pussies, you know, fall down after drinking too many Four Locos, they're gonna go, hell yeah, I'll get one.
Actually thought people who were drunk on Four Loko had been drugged, but it seemed to be working because in
That's
2010
cops.
an estimated 60 million cans of Four Loko were sold. And by the end of the epidemic, all told, Four Loko was blamed for suicides, people walking into traffic, fatal car accidents, and a ton of violent behavior. Hell yeah. College campuses started to ban it, and then states followed suit. And a New York politician apparently even staged a stunt where they drank 2 cans of Four Loko in an hour under doctor supervision, which I just to show it was dangerous, I guess, which we all knew, my guy. I feel like this guy just wanted to get drunk on the clock.
Yeah, yeah. I'm a lightweight. Here I go. But that might make all the moms freak out on the local news story. So yeah, I guess.
Applaud him for that. And he puked everywhere, which is hilarious. That's funny that he did that. Before Loco became an easy thing to dunk on in popular culture, and in that way it kind of fell apart. And it's very easy to dunk on because there is literally no justification for this product. There is no reason for this thing to exist. Its whole selling point was like, hey, this f***ed up. Like that was
That's freedom. You know, do you want the freedom to have it or not to have it? What do you want? I'm okay with them taking it away. I'm okay with them taking it away. I've heard good stories about it. It's a funny thing, but I'm okay. I like some consumer protections. I would appreciate EU's restrictions on bad chemicals. That would be nice.
was the whole bit. The FDA got involved, sending Four Loko a warning and essentially banning alcohol energy drinks entirely. By November 2010, Four Loko voluntarily removed the caffeine from their drinks, and the company had nearly $30 million worth of Four Loko that they couldn't sell. And every kid in my generation was dying to find these. It was like finding lewds, like from Wolf of Wall Street. Like, we knew these Four Lokos were out there. We just need to get our hands on them. We just need to get.
Yep, my dad used to talk about Quaaludes. You need to be able to poison yourself. I feel like an entrepreneurial spirit, you can find a way to do it, not in a product sold on a shelf. You know, I feel like with a little go get 'em attitude, you could go get it. Yeah, my dad told me when he was drunk once, because he probably wouldn't have told me if he wasn't drunk, but that he used to love doing Quaaludes, and that you would have sex real good on Quaaludes, which I'm like, that doesn't sound like it makes sense based off Quaaludes being a major downer as far as like depressant. But maybe it means you would come slower or something. I don't know. It might make him think he did. I don't know. It's just one of those funny moments of like unintended honesty where I'm like, oh my, this is very interesting. But I was like an adult when he said it. It wasn't like I was a kid or something, but
up like that. Four Loko loyalists were scrambling across their cities and snatching up the last of the original formula. Some people even held a candlelight vigil for it in Union Square in New York, while one New York City restaurant held a Four Loko night to send them off, and then the state came in and raided their and destroyed all their Four Loko. It was a wild time. And now we're here today. I really don't have a conclusion for this. The energy drink history is way more up than I thought it would be when I started writing this video. Well, Jimmy did a lot of the research. Put up Jimmy again. I gotta keep giving him shout outs. He's so good. But if they're not adding alcohol to energy drinks, who knows what's next? I'm sure there's gonna be a kratom taurine mix soon. And no one get an idea from that, because don't do that. But whatever comes next, one thing.
is kratom that weird, like, not a drug, but it's kind of a drug coffee / weed thing? I've seen a lot of signs for kratom. And I remember at one point, years and years ago, someone was telling us we need to go to a kratom bar where you sit there and you drink stuff and you feel weird, but then you leave or whatever, and they kind of babysit you. Meth would do well. I don't know. It's always sold out at the pharmacies, that's for sure. With a hair loss treatment, it would be, you call it like, you know, full moon and have a picture of a werewolf on it or whatever. Like you just get all hairy as you like energize up. It would be a limiting, a niche market, I guess, specifically. Executing, doing like sync animations or whatever, ripping apart Templars. Okay, I'm gonna get something else to drink. I'm now suddenly craving energy, not like craving energy, but just energy drink. I had a nice little fun little. I saw one of the cat videos on my timeline pop up. So this will be a nice little thing to have in the background while I go do some stuff. Although it is a little spooky, but I'm pretty sure everything works out just fine. I used to love watching. It used to be Cream Heroes, but have you played Assassin's? I played the original Assassin's Creed, not like any of the later ones. Be right back.
약간 매끄러운 바닥에서 움직일 수 있나 봐. 되게 힘겹게 움직이고 있어, 힘겹게. 우리 도도랑 토토랑 보여주려고 데려왔는데. 토토야, 어때? 너희 용맹함을 뽐내봐. 집에 대왕 거미가 나타났다고. 토토도 이제 이게 장난감인 걸 알 만큼 큰 걸까? 옛날에 그 괴물손 같은 거 할 땐 엄청 좋았는데. 오늘은 어쩐지 세월의 무상함을 느끼는 날인 것 같아요. 세월의 무상함을 거미와 함께 느끼고 있습니다. 옛날에는 천둥 번개 치고 막 낙뢰 떨어지면서 우르릉 쾅쾅 소리 나고 그러면 고양이들이 굉장히 무서워했거든요. 살려주세요. 고양이에요. 무너지고 있어요. 이 세상이 무너지고 있어요. 이렇게 얘기를 했는데 요즘에는 천둥이 쳐도 번개가 쳐도 잠만 하면서 자고 뭐 무섭지도 않고 비가 오는구나, 비가 와서 어쩐지 혈압이 떨어지는 것 같다, 잠이나 자야지 뭐 이런 느낌으로 자더라고요. 어제도 천둥 번개가 엄청나게 쳤는데 아무도 관심이 없어. 나만 막 야, 저 건물 뒤에서 번개가 쳤나 보다, 반짝거린다 막 이런 생각하고 그랬었는데 고양이들은 전혀 아무런 생각 없이 에어컨 밑에서 배를 까고 자는 걸 보면서 아, 나이를 먹는다는 거는 무엇일까? 이런 생각을 다시 한번 하게 됐습니다. 저는 우리 고양이들이 어릴 때부터 이상한 걸 좀 많이 보여주는 편에 속해요. 약간 무서운 거미, 그리고 집안에 외계인이 찾아온다던가. 연나 이리 와. 괴물이 있다든가, 곰이 있다든가, 공룡들도 집에 종종 나타나고. 아무튼 희한한 걸 진짜 많이 봤거든요, 저희 집 애들은. 처음에는 우와 저게 뭐야 막 이러면서 우와 고양이 살려 막 그랬는데 요즘에는 별로 관심도 없고 더 이상 이제 엄마가 갖다 주는 장난감에 좀 약간 무심해진 것 같아요. 약간 이런 거죠. 게임을 할 때도 처음 필드에 나가면 자꾸 귀여운 돼지 이런 거 하나
Lulu,
잡는데
sometimes it's nice to stand up and stretch your legs. You know how you would talk to a Templar after you put a rod through their head? I was trying to make a temple joke, as in like the temple of their head, but I got too stuck on the R part and making like a pirate thing, and I was like, what do you got? What do you got for me? Also, this is Lulu the cat. Have you ever seen this cat meme of the cat walking into a room with these little legs? This is the channel that it comes from. It is a Munchkin kitty, which they've done stuff on about how it's bad and it's a rescue, whatever it is. You entered the dream world and talked about shit. That's what I'm talking about.
돼지야 막 이러면서 잡는데 나중에 시간이 흐르면은 왜 그래 귀찮게 막 이렇게 때리게
Yeah, this is the old. It must be an old
어머니들은
cache tab because it has
다양한
the old
경험을 통해서
gray subtitles.
경험치를 많이 쌓아서 무랑이도 벌써 이제 사람 나이로 치면은
Lulu's getting
중년이라고
old.
말을 하는데
No.
엄마 마음에는 늘 어린 아이 그만했대요 난 아기 고양이라고. 오, 귀엽게 이렇게.
No, sleepy kitty.
그래요. 볼때기가 저렇게 통통하고 눌리는 걸 보면 귀여운 것 같긴 해요. 너무 귀엽다. 짠! 얌얌이! 얌얌이! 아 귀찮대 그냥. 만사가 귀찮아. 누랑이는 만사가 귀찮은 것 같아요. 그래서 고양이들을 이렇게 장난감을 보여주는 거는 이제 끝났다. 뭐 이런 생각이 가끔 들 때가 있습니다. 약간 나이 들면 하드코어해져? 어릴 때는 장난감이면 충분했는데 이제 진짜 사냥을 하고 싶어 하더라고요. 우리 집에 귀뚜라미가 들어왔던 적이 있어. 딱 한 번. 하수구 배관을 타고 들어왔나 봐.
Yeah,
베란다에서 귀줄기
they're predators, man.
귀뚜라미가 한 마리가 저희 집에 왔는데 완전 우리 집
These are very indoor cats because she's in Korea, so I assume that she's in like a big high rise.
온 집안 고양이들이 대흥분 상태였어. 귀뚜라미 한 마리에.
I love his little arms.
이런 거미는 진짜 좀 조용히 해. 잠드는데. 야 버릇없이 엄마 얘기하는데 좀 그럴 수가 있어. 점점 사춘기야?
He's just the cutest tabby cat ever possible because I mean it's the unethical hip dysplasia forcing, you know, short leg breeding, whatever it is, but goddamn is it a cute kitty. Goddamn are they cute. Oh, yesterday you were talking about Diablo 2, Project Diablo 2, and it took me a long time to find where I was able to download the original game stuff, but I downloaded it. And I just, you know, fucked around and played with a necromancer for a little bit. They've added a lot of new stuff, it looks like, because there's it didn't add as much as I thought, but they added some new stuff. At least when I looked in the tab before all like the stuff, and it's like your stash tab where the thing goes. Oop, I have the resizer turned on. I should just minimize it. There's keys and a bunch of different shapes and a bunch of different little images. Like I haven't seen any of these, so there must be a lot. But I went to the skill tree to see if there's any new skills, and I think there's like one new curse thing, but I didn't really see anything too different than what I remember. But maybe more things to encounter down the road.
The good sister.
Oh. It's like Sniper Elite, where you get to go like into their brain. Oh, wait, is there more to it? Yes, this is very different than what I was thinking.
One more, that's all. I'm nearly finished.
That's enough.
Oh, it's you.
For all the dead we collect, dear sister, you and I are equals.
Quite a charnel house. I'd lost count of how many. I suppose I've been greedy in my research, but not for lack of care. The Ancient Ones, the Arbiters, they built us out of simple pieces. So easy to break, so difficult to mend. There must be an improvement. We should be stronger, faster, smarter. I could have fixed us. I could have made us better.
We are blood and bone and spirit, Frida Swith. Perfect as we are.
As we are. The Scottish Viking?
You've such beautiful eyes. Finish it, would you?
This Norwegian? Okay. It's a classic video game. Let me just take this and gone. Yeah. It's like a Looney Tune thing where you and gone. Huh. Oh man. I was scrolling through my feed and I've watched a decent number of Northern Lion videos, but once I got to a certain point in my YouTube feed, it was literally just nothing but like all 4 videos across every single row, Northern Lion videos. It was just like the algorithm gave up and said, fuck it, you get this now. And it's just like, okay, I get it, you know? Okay, fine. Iron Mouse situation is crazy. Ludwig. I have not really been much of a VTube enjoyer. And it seems like there's different paths, like order member instead of whatever. I'm pretty sure the original game maybe had a couple of endings. It's been a long time since I played it. I played that back when parkour was new and interesting. That's how long ago that game came out. Let's see. So we can do the Austrian wine poisoning. I thought it was Australian because I just saw the first part and just finished the word. I didn't realize it was Austrian. It's supposed to be a while ago, considering Europe has good protections, but maybe they, oops, they messed up. We can watch that, but I know somebody's already seen it before, but maybe that's where some interesting parts come. It's up to you guys. I can play something else from my list. Austria is West Euro, not West. East Euro, not West. Okay. It was, I think I had like the Big Joel video about Kanye West and the Daily Wire. It's a little old now, probably, but other videos about government censorship and AI, investment bankers. Big difference between EST and West Euro, East and West Euro. Yeah. Okay. I guess that would be more like a Russia, USSR style. But I always thought of Austria basically as just Germany too. That's how I've thought of it, because Arnold Schwarzenegger comes from Austria and he sounds German. But yeah. Yeah, I don't mind watching this. I just didn't want you to be, like, oh, this is the 30 whatever minute that he's going to pause a bunch on something I've seen before. So if I copied it right. Oops, I did the wrong thing. Down the Rabbit Hole looks familiar as a logo. I feel like I've seen it before. I don't know if it's just like a YouTube channel I've seen before, or if I've seen it on Twitter or something at some point back in when I was on Twitter more. Germany and Poland are the end of Western Europe. I'm really bad with geography, as in case I wasn't, like with many things, I'm really bad with geography as well. Yeah.
While known to many from the most affected areas, the 1985 Austrian wine poisoning is often a hazy memory to those in Europe and entirely unknown to those outside of it. When asked about it, people will mention the unwitting consumption of hazardous chemicals and a mass public panic, but the details will be muddled or contradictory. Most sources with precise information are left untranslated, and misinformation about the event is commonly repeated through English publications. So what was the Austrian wine poisoning?
Yeah.
During the 1980s, Austrian wine had a reputation in Germany as a cheaper alternative to domestic and Italian wines. Often found in grocery stores, these wines were made specifically to meet the high demand for sweetness from German consumers, and the sweetest wines could consistently be priced the highest. The chief difference of Austrian wine, however, was that much of the industry had been arranged for mass production. First, vineyards would leave the grapes on the vine as long as possible, allowing them to ripen. If left for long enough, the producers would gain the legal right to label their bottles as the sweet and lucrative Predikatswein.
So, learned that fruits get more sugary as they ripen, or at least this makes sense to me because I learned that bananas specifically, the more brown they are, the more sweet they are. So there's more fiber content in a banana, and then as it ripens, that goes down, and then sugar goes up because I guess you're able to actually digest the goop inside. So I guess that makes sense that as they get older, they get more sugary.
These ripened grapes would be harvested in late summer and shipped to manufacturers who would ferment the grapes in large vats. The resulting wine would then be transported to bottlers in bulk. The relatively high quality achieved by this process allowed Austrian
They get crushed, so supermarket tomatoes suck. Oh, interesting. Yeah, that makes sense. As it becomes actually able to be broken down by your saliva and other things, that makes it then sweet. So as the fiber breaks down, you've got the sugar, which we can actually absorb. But it also means that the banana is gross and goopy, and you're like, oh, too brown. But I guess that's also why it's good for making bread.
winemakers to undercut the
Extra
prices
flavor.
of older, smaller scale wineries who were more established. And
But wouldn't grapes ripen? Oh, does the ripening process stop? Well, like bananas ripen off the vine; they're just sitting there. So wouldn't grapes naturally just keep ripening regardless, especially during the fermentation process where you just let them sit? So I guess I don't understand the difference between plucking them off the vine and then putting them into a vat to ferment versus letting them sit in the vine a little longer and then plucking them off and putting into a vat. And in the end, I would assume it happens one way or the other, because it's not like you're eating the grape later in the vine process. You're just fermenting it, which is just letting it sit for a long time and turning into gross, poison.
mass production made for a more reliable source of wine. But after years, this production grew from prosperous to suspicious.
Maybe it gives it a little extra percentage on the starting point or something like that. I mean, like he was saying, that it was kind of a legal loophole to sort of like allow them to classify it as a sweet one, even though you're just trying to get the higher price label.
During the 1970s, the amount of Predikatswein being produced surpassed feasibility, and Austrian investigatory bodies began seeking warrants to test this mass-produced wine in order to discover precisely how these seemingly impossible numbers were being achieved. Without evidence incriminating particular wineries, however, the courts refused to grant these warrants. Even if they could investigate, the Austrian authorities were understaffed and overworked, allowing the wine industry in the country to operate largely.
Fund the police. Fund the wine police? The ATF, I guess, technically? Weird. Those damn liberal countries, I tell you what. Well, I guess this is a bad case, I suppose, so maybe they should have.
Unchecked and unsupervised. In one instance, a wine merchant arrived at a cooperative with his tanker to collect wine, but as they were pumping wine into the truck, the man noticed that they had attached a second hose. Investigating further, he found that they were pumping water into the truck as well. Enraged, the man refused to take the wine and approached the Austrian wine control, who told him that they would be unable to begin inquiries for another 6 weeks due to the massive amount of work they already had to perform. Finding this answer unacceptable, he then approached the Ministry of Agriculture, who revealed to him that there were only 18 inspectors tasked with overseeing approximately 60,000 companies. With such a state of affairs, there was little question that adulteration of wine.
I mean, okay, so increasing inspections, increasing regulations, keeping a tighter look at corporations, that seems like a good thing to me. Or at least is they flew too close to the sun, those damn capitalist fuckers, and then they ended up killing people, which then I assume made them bring things back. You did what the Norse could never do, which was overtake London, right? Wasn't that a thing that they were never, because of the rocky shores and other defenses, whatever, they never quite conquered?
wine, especially Predikatswein, had become widespread. In 1975, the Chamber of Labor and Employees in Salzburg, Austria, performed both chemical tests and expert taste tests on 76 different bottles of Austrian wine. Of them, only 20.
It does seem like if they had a lot of like scheduled inspections or whatever, if somebody was bringing up a severe case or a problem, they could expedite emergencies or whatever. But I don't know, maybe they had different workflow. There was a bunch of different suspects in the line.
3 were properly labeled and 56 were defective. But what investigators couldn't have known was precisely how large the problem had grown or how far winemakers would go to make a profit. On December 21st, 1984, an unknown man with a German accent entered the Federal Institute of Agricultural Chemistry in Vienna and placed a bottle full of liquid on the table, declaring that inside of this bottle was the chemical being used to produce such vast quantities of wine. He then exited the building, leaving the bottle on the table. He was never identified. After a month of analysis, chemists were able to determine that the bottle contained numerous chemicals, several of them toxic. Though this tip wasn't enough to investigate any winery in particular, it meant that they knew what tests to apply if given the...
That's a rogue cop going above and beyond the law, not getting a full warrant and just saying, who knows who dropped this off and who knows what this is. But here it is. Goodbye.
the opportunity, and this would come less than 2 months later. In mid-February of 1985, another tip was sent from someone inside the Austrian wine industry to government officials, a tip that seemed too ridiculous and brazen to be believed. A factory owner was purchasing large amounts of a chemical, one of the chemicals from the mysterious bottle, and attempting to write it off on his taxes as a business expense, claiming that it was all to be used for his small tractor. After inspecting the documents, this blatant discrepancy proved enough to obtain a warrant, and a chemical investigation team was sent. Upon their arrival...
Again, just getting so complacent in their debauchery that they not only are not even getting inspected reasonably, but then they try to write off their fucking crimes on their taxes.
They confiscated the wine being stored in the vats and sent samples back to a laboratory. Soon, their suspicion...
That's the human nature that means that the greed that comes in all people will event, and complacency and the need for leisure. That is where the capitalists got to the point where they got so comfortable and they got so greedy that they're going to fail. They will eventually fail. You know?
were confirmed. The wine contained significant amounts of diethylene glycol. Diethylene glycol is typically used as a solvent or combined with other chemicals to make...
I feel like I've seen Neil Red videos or Neil Blue. I forget which ones, but I feel like he's used this chemical before for one reason or another. I feel like. But he's used a lot of chemicals, so I'm sure they all feel like he's used them.
Numerous liquids such as brake fluid and wallpaper stripper. Its effect on humans, however, is brutal. After ingestion, diethylene glycol enters the bloodstream, where it is transported throughout the body and takes destructive effect in 2 particular ways. The first, and better understood, is its interaction with the liver and the kidneys. When diethylene glycol enters the liver, it is metabolized into 2 new chemicals, 2-hydroxyethoxyacetic acid and diglycolic acid. When the latter of these encounters the tubules of the kidneys, it enters the cells and damages the mitochondria, causing necrosis, or literally, cell death. If enough of the kidney is damaged, it can no longer adequately filter toxins out of the blood, a condition called renal failure. This eventually leads to metabolic acidosis, where the blood becomes too acidic for the body to use. The second and more poorly understood effect is that on the nervous system. Through mechanisms apparently still unknown, ingestion of diethylene glycol causes damage to the myelin sheath and axon of nerve cells, making them unable to properly carry electrical signals.
You're trying to get fucked up, right? Well, here you go. This is the ultimate you get fucked up drink. So, just a faster one. Just call it Four Loko. Or I guess, I don't know what the word crazy is in Austrian, but I guess they would still use a different language. So just use Four Loko. Easy peasy. whatever what the number 4 would be in in Austria. Ein, Dice, Fries. I literally, those are part of you. Those are, they're probably German, not Austrian, and also I don't know if they're right. So.
Checked, this can lead to permanent paralysis, either partial or complete. Studies of people affected by diethylene glycol showed that nearly every single neuron was damaged by the poisoning to some degree. Though the amounts found in this wine were small enough not to cause acute poisoning, long-term consumption can cause the same effects and lead to organ and brain damage. While
if it's such a small additive, why? I mean, it makes it taste sweet. God, what's a little sugar cost? You know, what the fuck?
Adding diethylene glycol to wine was unorthodox. The reasons for doing so were easy to glean. Wines with added sugar were worth less, and tests were often performed to make certain that no additives were being used without proper labeling. This meant that, to sweeten wine without reducing profits, another chemical would have to be used, one that was more difficult to detect. Diethylene glycol was poorly understood at the time, the tests for it were rudimentary, and most importantly, it was sweet. In small enough amounts, the effects of poisoning could be minimized while adding a noticeable amount of sweetness, body, and aroma, and if someone did suffer the effects of poisoning, it would be difficult to trace the source back to the wine. By this method, wine...
Sell your soul. I mean, like, did they think it wasn't harmful? Did they think it was just not harmful? They go, it's a small amount. I guess that's what it is. And they think it's just not that harmful, I guess. Because it's a slow killer. It's one of those things where out of sight, out of mind, they convince themselves it's the banality of evil or whatever. Yeah. That's a good evolved poison. You know, it's one of those poisons that's like, I got through our damn defenses.
Wine sellers could enhance
the risk.
lower quality.
Well, you know, and if they get charged with a fine at the end of this, then they'll be just like the American system, right? Like, okay, we caught you doing this. Now here's a $40 fine. Now you did it. You did agree to the settlement that says no wrongdoing, but okay, we better not catch you doing it again, or it'll be another $40. You know.
Wine to mimic Predikatswein. At the time, the chemical investigation team assumed that this was an isolated incident, limited to cheap, mass-produced wine, but as the weeks progressed, this optimistic assumption proved drastically incorrect. With this wine confiscated, investigators began searching for more wineries who may have performed similar adulteration, but as they did, a parallel incident began occurring across Austria. The bacterial colonies used in sewage treatment facilities were suddenly and inexplicably collapsing, and untreated sewage was flowing into the river.
Oh my God, people are pissing it out and it's like too much acid and it's eating through the lines. Oh my God. That's a lot of acid in the piss. Oh my God.
And devastating their ecosystems. It didn't take long to discover what was causing this, despite attempts at...
Does it have to be a fucking shower? Does the plant have to make it just wet farting it out nonstop? Does it have to do that? What the fuck? Just point the thing down, dude. What the hell?
Secrecy, knowledge.
Why does it have to fly out like that? That's just a hazard for any pedestrians working at the facility or some shit.
To the wine industry, and now other wineries who had been sweetening their wine were desperately dumping it into the sewer to hide it from the investigators. However, the diethylene glycol in the wine had the effect of killing the bacterial colonies in the water treatment plants.
Oh, maybe it needs to be higher so they have it pointing up. It's like almost like one of those like Range Rovers where the exhaust is sitting up as high as like the windshield or whatever.
And thereby unintentionally broadcasting their actions. Investigators were forced to scramble in order to find these wineries before they could destroy their tainted wine. After raiding a few cellars from winemakers in Burgenland, they quickly discovered that it wasn't only the cheap wine that had been affected. Both cheap and expensive winemakers were adding diethylene glycol to their wines in order to sweeten it. By this point, it was apparent that secrecy was no longer possible. On April 23rd, 1985, the Austrian
once you discovered how to test, just test it. Just test all the wine.
Government announced the discovery to the public and issued a health warning against Predikatswein. 2 days later, approximately 2 million liters of wine were confiscated to await laboratory testing. However, it
guess
would
it
take
takes a
some time for the laboratories, with their limited resources, to finish their tests. Over the following months, these tests would reveal just how deeply this poisoning had rooted itself in the Austrian wine industry and how it had been exacerbated by ignorant bodies secretly performing their own actions independently.
Wow. That's crazy that it's like that widespread. But I guess a little cartel formed or some shit.
While there was little news over the next few months, those chemists tasked with testing the wine were understaffed, overworked, and woefully disorganized. In some instances,
Just a bunch of women having to do the fucking hard work here. What the hell, guys?
a single sample of wine was tested.
Can't you train up a couple of dudes? Get some temps in there, you know? Give them their list of commands and have them go through it.
100 times due to poor communication, and the number of samples had ballooned so quickly that testing all of the wine became impossible with contemporary methods, with or without proper organization. These chemists also realized that, since the government had announced their investigation, the poisoners now had the opportunity to hide their work by diluting the affected wine before it could be confiscated. And so, the chemists settled on a different plan. They would develop new methods of testing. After only 3 months of dedicated work, they were able to increase the sensitivity of the tests by 4,000%, so that 5 milligrams of diethylene glycol could be detected in 1 liter of wine. But perhaps more importantly, these tests could be completed in as little as 5 minutes, making the task of testing much more expedient. Over time, more people...
That is, you know, and also, what do you know? This is not for profit. This is a government-run thing that, through necessity, created, you know, a new invention or a new process, not for profit, but for the public good. I love examples of public things being, you know, some of the best things around.
People in the wine industry were implicated, and their wines were
The capitalism angle is put poison in it, and then the government angle is develop brand new science to make things more efficient and better.
On a blacklist.
Makes sense
With the
to me.
revelation of this poisoning, doctors were finally linking illnesses to Austrian wine consumption. On July 11th, multiple cases were reported in the newspapers. One was of a 36-year-old man who had bought 50 bottles of Predikatswein to fill his cellar and decided to drink some of it. That same night, he began suffering from stomach cramps and his body began shaking. Another man drank a bottle of Predikatswein over the course of a number of evenings, until eventually he started vomiting and suffering from kidney stones.
I guess these are people who are saying, oh God, they're going to ban it. Quick, I better get it all because I love it.
Following day,
Which
July
sucks.
12th, a report was released about a family who had gathered for their 77-year-old grandmother's birthday party, and the 11 adults all shared bottles of Predikatswein. By the next day, each of them was feeling nauseated and dizzy. Another case emerged later that month, which was far more dire. 4 years before the tests for diethylene glycol began, a retired German man had been on vacation near Vienna, where he drank large amounts of sweet wine, then bought another several liters to take back home with him to Munich. During his return journey, however, he began suffering from severe kidney pain and nausea, for which he was admitted to the hospital. There, his condition worsened until finally, his liver failed completely. The doctors were able to deduce the cause of his illness, glycol poisoning, which had come from the large amount of wine he had ingested. The newspapers...
I guess he is a European. He's a German, so he probably could, you know, drink like fucking a fish or whatever. I'm blown away. I think, oh man, I may have saved it. I should probably pull up my...
initially reported him as the first confirmed death of the poisoning, but this was refuted a few days later when the man provided an interview to a competing newspaper in which he dryly noted, "I am fine now," and recounted his poisoning from 4 years prior. This last report revealed a concerning fact. At first, it was believed that the usage of diethylene glycol was much smaller in scope. This event showed that wineries have been adding the chemical to their wines for over 5 years, and as laboratories continued testing, this scope only widened. The oldest bottle discovered with the chemical was bottled in 1976, meaning that this had been occurring for nearly a decade at the least. Then, on July 19th, it was revealed that a single bottle of ice wine contained 16 grams of diethylene glycol in it, enough to sicken an adult and kill someone susceptible to it. That same day, advertisements appeared in numerous newspapers internationally, purchased by the Austrian Wine Propaganda Office, who were desperate to salvage what public goodwill they could. Fritz Hallgarten, in his book Wine Scandal, translates it so: "No pardon against the black sheep of Austrian viticulture. Criminal investigations have been initiated. Already on April 23, 1985, the authorities took all precautions. All wines found to be adulterated were confiscated. Official report of the Austrian Wine Control. 52,790 Austrian growers, 1,582 Austrian wine merchants, and 52 viticultural cooperatives produce wine under the strictest official control of quality." These statements, however, were obviously hollow to the public, who had grown wary of Austrian wine as new batches were found to include diethylene glycol, and the blacklist continued to grow. As if to rebut the propaganda office, another bottle of wine was found to contain 45 grams of diethylene glycol per liter, almost 3 times as much as the ice wine, only 6 days after they released their advertisement. By the end of July...
This was the thing. This was the image. Oh, it's a little dark or a little bright, but does this work? Probably doesn't work on an image. 30% of American adults don't drink at all. Another 30% consume on average less than 1 drink per week. On the other hand, the top 10% of Americans drink 24 million of them, average of 74 drinks per week, which is more than 10 drinks per day. So like first third, don't drink any. Next third, drink less than, 1. And then the last third, aka the last 2/3, or the last, the last, well, the 2/3 of the last one, the top 2, whatever, the top 10, 20%, whatever, they drink an insane amount. And like literally the top 10% drinks just, like it's, I've known people in my family and friends of family and stuff that have died of cirrhosis. Like, holy crap, you guys, this concerns me. But then I guess I don't know how, if this same graph comes up for like Europeans, what that would be. Because I feel like British people, Irish people, French people, German people, they can just drink like crazy. Yeah, I mean, I'm one of the 30%. I just don't drink. I like to say it's because, I take meds. So these meds say don't drink. And maybe my doctor's like, yeah, you could have a couple. It's fine. But I'm like, whatever. Why bother? Why hurt? I'm already unhealthy as is. So fuck it. Don't need to. But this is one of the things I always think about when it's like, I know a lot of people probably in this range. And then every now and then you kind of know that, 1 in 10 people is just killing themselves. And I worry, it's bad.
Over 5 million liters of Austrian wine had been confiscated. However, German wine resellers didn't want to lose profits on their imports.
I would go, so when I would go to, I'm surprised we're only halfway through the video. It's crazy. I figured this was already like done and done. I guess it gets more capitalistic in a second here. I would go to the convention and I would drink because there's like a charity place and there's a charity bar, and I go, okay, what's the efficient thing to buy to get pretty fucked up so you can have fun with people and have a good time? And they were like Long Island iced tea, and I was like, I was buying like a bunch of them, chugging them, drinking them very fast because they would be kind of gross. They're just a lot of alcohol in a glass, so I would just drink them. And then people would be like, oh, God, don't do that. And it was kind of funny when I would do it. But then, the first year I did it, it was fine. Got a little hungover, whatever. I would go back the next year, do it again. I think maybe the third year I did it, I was like, got really sick for the first time. I just got like super duper sick. I tried the fourth year to go way less hard, just have like 1 Long Island or something. And then I just still got sick, almost just as sick as the last one. So I was like, you know what? That's it. I'm done. I don't fucking drink anymore. The Worcestershire sauce. Mr. Worcestershire. Hopefully nobody can say their name right. That'd be perfect.
And so, they silently re-exported their Austrian wine to other countries who were still uninformed about the poisoning. Soon afterward, these countries placed similar bans, but only after numerous drinkers began to show symptoms of paralysis after drinking Austrian wine. In an odd quirk of linguistic barriers, Japan and China also ordered a ban on the sale of Australian wine due to the similarity of the countries' names. In the course of testing this wine, numerous other scandals were inadvertently discovered, such as the fact that much of the wine market wasn't wine at all, but a special concoction named Kunstwein, which tastes remarkably similar to actual wine, yet contains no grapes.
Wow. These people were like, you sons of bitches had to poison people. We were over here making artificial wine that no one caught for years, and then you fuckers made them test our shit, and now we're fucked. Way to go.
Supposedly, one company was making 100,000 liters of it every month. Around 1980, Kunstwein makers had begun adding diethylene glycol as well. But other scandals.
Well, hey, you know, you gotta sell it. You have a fiduciary responsibility to your shareholders. I didn't know that was a thing in Austria and/or at the time, but sure, why not?
Were of much more dire consequence, and one explained the devastating effects that some people were experiencing from the glycol. One of the known treatments for diethylene glycol poisoning is ethanol, better known as the alcohol normally found in drinks. Ethanol reacts with the same liver enzymes as diethylene glycol, and if the enzymes are occupied by the ethanol, then the glycol can pass through the liver without being transformed into the toxic diglycol.
It's like curing a hangover by drinking more alcohol. It's like that.
Glycolic acid, whereafter it is safely expelled from the body. This meant that, ideally, the ethanol in the wine would help counteract the toxicity of the diethylene glycol, and likely did in many cases. However, the laboratories discovered that some wineries were adding more substances alongside the glycol, most prominently, sugar. Sugar has the opposite effect as ethanol, instead increasing the toxicity of the diethylene glycol and working against whatever safety the ethanol.
If they're just adding sugar, then you don't need the poison. If you're already adding sugar and making your fucking rate go down. Also, what the fuck? Who is adding this much sugar to their fucking drink? God damn, that's a lot. That's a lot. That's an American cappuccino or whatever. Holy shit. But if you're already adding sugar and making your thing cheaper, then you don't need to worry about adding the fucking. You're just jealous because everybody else is doing something, so you want to do it too. It's monkey see, monkey do. What the hell?
May have provided. As this was being discovered, another newfound scandal was taking place in Germany. After diethylene glycol was found in wines that had been exported, Austrian winemakers claimed that German wine distributors were the ones who must have added the chemical after importing it, despite the clear evidence to the contrary. To refute these claims, the German government tested German wines, surmising that if this adulteration was being performed by these companies, it was unlikely that they would limit it to only Austrian wines. During
why would they import stuff and then make it better than their own stuff?
Testing, however, something odd was discovered. Some bottles showed small amounts of diethylene glycol, much smaller than what was in Austrian wines. At first, these German wine distributors suggested that diethylene glycol could occur naturally during fermentation, or perhaps in the pesticides used on the grapes. Chemists quickly refuted these possibilities. Then they attempted to blame the Austrian wines for contaminating their tanks, but these lies were thin. Such contamination would only result in trace amounts of diethylene glycol, not the 20 to 30 milligrams that were appearing in these bottles.
So the
reason was simple and was admitted by multiple sellers. They had secretly been mixing their German wines with Austrian wines to enhance the flavor. In the meantime, the German government blocked 10.
Well, okay, so then, wait, did they know that at this point, should they have known that there was shit in it? But they knew it tasted good? Or they just go, man, you know, this Pepsi tastes better than my Coke. Let me add a little Pepsi to my Coke, and that way we get that Pepsi taste.
10 billion liters of wine from entering the country any further. But another revelation was perhaps more concerning. Toward the end of July, it was discovered that diethylene glycol.
Bilko's hungry, so I'm going to give them their morning feeding. It's about time for them. Yeah, I mean, I could see how at first, but then when they found out, they're like, oh, you know, shit, you know, keep it tight, you know, tight lips. Let me feed Philco real quick.
Glycol have been intentionally added to grape juice at a concentration of 1 gram per liter. While this was less than what was typically found in the affected wines, much less diethylene glycol is required to sicken children, and even if this amount wasn't enough to cause acute poisoning, ingestion over long periods of time could still cause organ and neurological damage, especially without the mitigating effects of ethanol. With vast amounts of information being revealed to the public in such a short time, the media began focusing on this wine adulteration more and more, and affected wine was given a name, antifreeze wine, after reporters somewhat inaccurately stated that the chemical being used was antifreeze. While diethylene glycol is used as such in rare cases, other chemicals are far more common for the purpose. Despite
He just wanted to go outside. So I had to open up the thing for outside.
this, the name antifreeze wine became the common term. By this point, the scandal had become a major cultural event, and
So they said that it was for kids, but I think I may have missed what it was added in for the kids.
less than what was typically found in the affected time, the media began focusing on this wine adulteration more and more, and affected wine was given a name, antifreeze wine, after reporters somewhat inaccurately stated that more and
But how do the kids drink the wine? Do kids just drink wine in Austria?
Vast amounts of information being revealed to the public in such a short time, the media began focusing on this wine adulteration more and more, and
Wait, why were kids drinking wine? I guess it's Europe. I don't know.
Was given a name, antifreeze wine, after reporters somewhat inaccurately stated that the chemical being used was antifreeze. While diethylene glycol is used as such in rare cases,
they had a rough day down at the fucking mill, you know, they had to take the edge off.
other chemicals are far more common for the purpose. Despite this, the name antifreeze wine became the common term. By this point, the scandal had become a major cultural event, and a
That glass of antifreeze looks exactly like what I'm drinking.
polka was even created in its honor, Zum Wohl Glycol, or in English, cheers to glycol. With the public enraged, they began to demand answers to 3 questions in particular. How was the government involved? How had this happened in the first place? And why? Reporters began investigating how long the government had known about this adulteration, and they noticed a discrepancy. On May 10th, the Austrian government alerted German officials that contaminated wine had been exported to their country. However, while the German government warned about drinking wine in Austria, the public wasn't informed that wine for sale in Germany had been affected, meaning that German citizens were still unwittingly buying wine with diethylene glycol. What wasn't reported was that, on May 30th, the German wine investigators were ordered to stop taking samples, suggesting that somebody in the upper echelons of the German government wanted this poisoning kept a secret. It wasn't until July 9th, almost a month and a half later, that a warning was given to the public. The reason for these strange occurrences was soon discovered. As opposed to contacting the German federal state, the Austrian investigators informed the Ministry of Viticulture in Mainz, whose chief concern was the well-being of the importers rather than public health, hoping to sell.
God damn it. That's why the EU should just be the United Countries of Europe. It should just be the entire Europe. EU. I guess that would be EE, but it just Europe sounds like a U. I don't know.
Salvage the wine.
I guess it's the European Union. Each country should just be a state, right? That should just easy peasy. Keep it all with one giant government. Everyone elect somebody. Fuck you. But I would appreciate if they speak English, just because, you know, I want to know what's going on, okay?
This information secret and sought counsel to discover how much diethylene glycol would be hazardous to a person's health, and planned to approach the Minister of the Federal State for permission to issue new licenses that would allow the sale of antifreeze wine. Their plan was to discover the maximum safe amount of the chemical and allow winemakers to mix the affected wine with clean wine to reach this predetermined limit. When this was discovered, the public outcry was massive, and many demanded the resignation of those attempting to allow the sale of the antifreeze wine. 1 month after this revelation, one of the 3 people involved resigned, and the other 2 were transferred to other ministries. But
Okay, that's like cop ass shit. What do you mean you transferred them to another fucking ministry? What? That's not. What does that do? That doesn't do shit.
investigators had a more pressing concern: the discovery of how this had happened. The first step was determining likely perpetrators. Using diethylene glycol as an additive seemed almost insidiously genius. Not only did it enhance the flavor profile of the wine in profound ways, but it was also incredibly cheap and could be bought in bulk. What's more, detection had been difficult and time-consuming before the chemist's improvements, making it unlikely to be discovered, especially with the Austrian wine control so overwhelmed. The investigators reasoned that whoever had first conceived of this likely had some sort of background in chemistry.
Yeah. Dude, this cyanide, I just can't sell it. You know, I just need to sell this cyanide. My wife is so pissed. You know, how was I supposed to know that like we wouldn't be profitable as the industrial supplier of cyanide and cyanide subsidiary?
Working off of this assumption, they discovered their prime suspect, a man named Otto Nadrasky. Nadrasky had spent time as a...
All right, this is a very like placeholder ass fucking asset. Why did you fade into the fucking Facebook profile? Like blank thing. Like what the hell?
and had later gone on to become a wine consultant for numerous large wine companies. He was promptly arrested, alongside dozens of others. Though many of these people had to be let go due to a lack of evidence, enough were detained that, as...
I mean, I get it. It's like the early to mid 80s, but they just look European. They got the smile of a European, you know. They
court hearings proceed.
Sure, yeah, but you didn't need to, it just seemed funny to just fade it into this like default image as if it's supposed to like represent. Yeah, I mean, like, but like it's like almost like an editor's placeholder. Like, oh, I'll find a picture of this later, and then they export it, and I forgot to replace it or something. You know, I'm just goofing. I'm just attempting to use my editing background to add something of value.
The greater reasoning behind the scandal was made clear. During the 1970s, the climate of Austria was changing. Rain had become more frequent and temperatures were gradually rising, which had an effect on the grapes. As mentioned before, farmers wanted to leave grapes on the vine for as long as possible so that they could ripen. And
this would require a bunch of like meme edits and like fart sound effects and, you know, SpongeBob references and all kinds of things that just kind of go past me.
And sweeten, but the extra rain was making the grapes plump up and fall off of the vine long before the end of the season, resulting in crops that were significantly more sour. In spite of this, production companies still had orders to fill. Many exporters had signed contracts with German importers for large quantities of sweet wine. A solution would have to be found, and so Otto Nadrasky got to work. As a chemist, he had stumbled upon the idea of using diethylene glycol as an additive, and so he experimented to find the correct balance so that the taste could be enhanced while avoiding detection. To aid this endeavor, he also added other chemicals that helped hide its presence and further enhance the taste of the wine. What's more, he discovered that diethylene glycol could hide the presence of added water, which would allow companies to dilute the wine and further increase their yield. Once he had ascertained the proper mixture, he handed the formula to the companies for whom he worked. From there, they...
It's like there's barely any wine in this wine. Jesus Christ. They're adding, you know, a lot of water, a bunch of this other chemical. It's just like, guys, just make wine. What the fuck?
Sold their secret to other companies.
But it's also funny that this non-wine tastes better than wine. Like, they can't actually just make wine, you know? An incentive to make as good food as possible, to make as good of food as possible, as delicious as possible. Instead of trying to make the least expensive poison. Yeah. But that's the problem, is that this damn chemical just tastes so fucking good. That's the thing. Like, because the wine they're making is whatever. It's just that, oh shit, that thing really hits the spot.
And over the years, more and more wine producers began using this idea until approximately 15% of all Austrian wines had some amount of diethylene glycol in it. Some companies tweaked the formula to add.
Okay, that sounds not as... I was thinking it was like 85%. So the fact that it's 15%, I guess, is good, but not good. But
even more glycol. This flippant usage of the chemical may have been due to a misunderstanding. While mass poisonings had occurred in other countries before, the toxicity of diethylene glycol was poorly understood, and in court, multiple wine merchants professed that they had researched diethylene glycol before using it and found no literature to suggest that it was poisonous. Therefore, they felt morally confident adding it to their wine, despite the inherent duplicity. When
Well, wow, that's a Nixon ass motherfucker. Holy shit. Just because someone used it as testimony doesn't, someone's pleading their case. It's like listening to the defense attorney and being like, oh, well, it sounds like this guy didn't do it. So what's the problem? You know, it's just like, of course they're going to say that. What do you think they're supposed to say?
Learned of this trick, producers frantically tried to hide their affected wine. The federal government had stated the names of the two companies that had initially been discovered using glycol, which gave their suppliers time to hide or destroy their wine. Some, as mentioned previously, had dumped theirs into the sewer, but when this only broadcast their usage to the authorities, others realized that something else would have to be done. Wineries began to run their own tests in order to discover whether the equipment could detect.
All science should be open source. No one's allowed to run their own secret science. Fuck you. Science should be done by the state.
The amount of glycol that they were using, hiding the results.
When they find out your kid gets good grades in STEM, like fucking Professor X from the government should come in and take your kid to the special school, and then they become a government asset. Okay? That's how it should happen. I'm tired of these fucking freaks, these profit-seeking assholes using science for evil. I'm tired of it.
Results in neighboring businesses in case they were raided. By their calculations, they would need to dilute the affected wine with 10 parts unaffected wine in order to avoid detection, but this immediately became a problem. None of the wineries had that much unadulterated wine, and there was no way for them to know what other companies had added glycol to their product. If they bought from another winery, they risked making their wines even more toxic and having even more antifreeze wine in their possession. In the end, this proved pointless as the chemists devised their new methods of detection, and many of the culpable parties were arrested. Though court proceedings would take another 12 years, the scandal itself was finally over. But in
WLW. Well done.
In the meantime, the rest of the wine industry was left to salvage what they...
See, I know some stuff.
They could of their livelihoods. Even as countries lifted their bans on Austrian wine, consumer trust had been hopelessly destroyed. The government rushed new and stringent laws through legislation to ensure the safety of the wine and salvage the market, and one economist famously stated that everything would be resolved and...
That's crazy. I didn't know that. But yeah. Fuck. I mean, it makes sense that they would notice it first because they're the ones like this close to it at all times. They go like, you know, we're seeing some of our employees are just going bananas. They're just going bonkers, you know. They are losing their minds. Oh, maybe this lead stuff is pretty bad. They may not even have used scientists. They may have just used common sense at that point. But still, yeah.
Forgotten in a year. His optimistic assessment was almost comically wrong. Within weeks of the media coverage, wine merchants were declaring bankruptcy. Even those companies who hadn't participated in the scandal.
Am I supposed to feel bad for them? What the fuck, you know? I guess the other ones, yeah, because then now everyone thinks that the wine is toxic, so they're just going to drink hard liquor instead.
Stigmatized, and Austrian wine was shunned internationally. Of note was that no wine growers had been implicated in the scandal, only fermenters and merchants, and yet many vineyards were forced to close permanently as the Austrian wine economy staggered and they could no longer sell their...
I thought they said that some vineyards, some growers were originally a part of the thing. I thought that was a part of it.
Grapes, especially the lower quality ones. Those merchants who had participated, however, were indignant, and one defense lawyer blamed consumers for buying cheap wine without more careful consideration. These
Consideration of
defenses
what?
proved ineffective, and many were.
It wasn't like, now contains poison. It was not like it says on the fucking label. What do you mean consideration? I mean, I guess, everyone deserves a defense, but I don't know, man. Fucking defend yourself, bitch. Get up there and tell us why you're a fucking ghoul.
Were given the maximum 10-year sentence. In the end, Austrian wine exports were down to less than 5% of where they had been only 1 year prior.
Now contains
Despite
poison.
this,
Yeah.
some of the companies at the center of the scandal managed to avoid bankruptcy. According to official records, nobody had been injured by the glycol, but this seems unlikely given the scope of the poisoning. In the meantime, the Austrian government was now left with the daunting task of destroying 270 million liters of contaminated wine, and their answer came from surprising sources: an electric power plant and a cement plant. In 1987, it was announced that technicians from the Österreichischen Traukraftwerke in Corinth.
Impressive. That is, wow. Hats off to that one. That was good. Damn. I mean, that could have been completely wrong, but you did it with such confidence. It sounds perfect. Yeah.
Had devised a method for burning the wine to produce electricity. Similarly, a cement plant had retrofitted their furnaces to permit the use of wine as a coolant, and in this manner, all of the wine was gradually destroyed. With the poisoning concluded, the country set about rebuilding their industry. Winemakers began a campaign to resist the harsh new quality control laws enacted by the government, arguing that the scandal wasn't caused by weak laws, but rather by a lack of enforcement. After they couldn't come to an agreement,
it's your fault for not. Yeah, it is. I mean, it's good to. I mean, like, it makes sense because alcohol burns, so you might as well burn it for fuel, for something, a little bit. If that's a way to destroy it, I mean, how else are you gonna do it? Pour it in the fucking lake? No. Or you spray it as a coolant, which then again probably ends up burning off or something, which then creates the cooling effect because it's taking the heat energy away. But hopefully those things vaporizing or turning into like smoke doesn't like then rain poison on people, whatever. I'm sure I'm sure they would have looked into that, but maybe not. I don't know. But I just think it's funny. They're like, yeah, well, you didn't enforce the rules good enough. And it's like, there's 18 people that test these things, right? What the fuck are you talking about? Like, we should have punched your ass harder. What do you fucking mean?
Agreement with lawmakers, multiple irate farmers threw salads at Günther Hayden, the agriculture minister. Still, the wine laws held. While the
Also funny to just throw your lettuce at them. That's just, and then have it illustrated is also funny. But that's not going to help. He's not going to get pelted with lettuce and go, all right, fine. I mean, I guess they're just mad.
The export market had been annihilated. The domestic market had survived, with sales somewhere between 90 to 94% compared to the previous year. This may largely be credited to the dedicated buyers of particular wineries, as well as the
and they're just alcoholics, it's just that they need it.
Still thriving tourism industry. With the image of sweet wine tainted, wineries focused on cultivating grapes to make dry white wines, while wineries worked on reviving old traditional Austrian methods of production. Those winemakers who survived the scandal began taking even greater pride in their product, focusing on improving the quality as opposed to the quantity. This was encouraged by new wine colleges established across Austria with the express purpose of educating aspiring vintners. These colleges were tasked with educating and guiding a new generation of winemakers and merchants who embraced a wide variety of new ideas, adapting quickly to the changing tastes of consumers and enacting more sustainable growing practices, leading to the long-term positive health of wineries. For example, some new wine growers used a practice called Traubenausdünnung, where they would remove 50 to 70% of the grapes from the vine so that the remaining ones would receive more of the plant's nutrients and energy. While this resulted in less wine overall and was labor-intensive, the resulting product was of notably higher quality. The scandal had also encouraged consumers to be more conscious of their purchases, and they began to take a greater interest in both the production process and the quality of the wine
Yeah, that's definitely a fancy industry. It's better than like the shit shovelers, right? Like you feel, it's all still work and labor and whatever, but you just feel a little fancier as you smell and taste wine during the day instead of plugging your nose all day.
They were drinking, which in turn demanded a greater knowledge from producers and merchants. With time and with the new winery practices, drinkers began to buy wine in greater amounts once again. This was bolstered by the confidence instilled by the new stringent government policies. Every new bottle would be tested for composition and quality and would be marked as approved with an excise stamp that included an identification number and date of inspection. It would be 16 years before the export market reached the levels of profit they once had, but by the time they did, their reputation had been radically altered. Though the modern Austrian wine market is much smaller than those of other countries such as Italy and France, they are renowned for their quality, and they are instantly recognizable thanks to the newly designed, distinctive red-white-red excise stamp on top of every bottle that signifies it as approved for export by the federal government after both chemical tests and a taste test.
Wow, that's cool. Make it both, well, I'm glad the chemical test comes first. Like they do both at the same time. You're like, tastes pretty good. Poison. Oh, wait. Ooh, I guess it tastes really good. Oh, shit. It makes sense to not only turn your label of inspection, but then kind of like turn it into branding. That way your high mark of quality is then sought after. It's not even seen as like a look, they had to get checked because they're so bad. Now it's like, oh, look, I love the ones with a red and white cap. But then probably some other company would just put a red and white cap on theirs and just pretend like they were.
Inadvertently, the stamps had become a marketing tool. Today, the wine scandal is seemingly forgotten, replaced by modern acknowledgement of the universally high Austrian quality and enforced by what are often agreed to be the strictest wine laws in the world.
So this is where the fuckers are like, okay, well, so by us poisoning people, we actually made things better. So we're the heroes, right? Okay, follow our logic.
Some winemakers still grumble about the brash stupidity of the old wine merchants who added diethylene glycol to their wine, but all will agree that, if the poisoning had never happened, Austrian wine would be drastically different, and most seem thankful for the prosperity that the modern wine industry is enjoying, with no need for added glycol.
But you could have just made it good. It was literally what you were talking about before, where it's like, man, imagine if instead of trying to just make the most profitable thing, you made the best thing, and then that becomes profitable because it's the best thing. I feel like you didn't need to add that last part. Oh, this is some accordion ass shit. Neat. I'm glad that the video ended up becoming I guess it's about corporations poisoning things, but it's just it feels similar to the things I normally watch, right? It's sort of on brand, if you will. For better or for worse. He has a ton of good ones. I got to add it to my list of things. Oh yeah, the down the rabbit hole thing with the different stuff. Wow, EVE Online rabbit hole. Wow. Oh my god, that's 6 hours long. Oh my god. Okay. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay. Okay. That's a lot of work, my man. But god damn, holy moly, that's a lot. My brother used to play EVE Online. They probably talk about the Goon Fleet just because, and that's again, what the hell? There's this like this Sonic thumbnail is not what I was expecting. Sonic Chew and Christian. Wait, is this the person that like was super autistic and making weird like Sonic stuff? I think I remember watching something like, it may have been this a very long time ago. Yeah. This is before they understood what autism was. Let's just be real. Okay, that's just, you know, it was just in its infancy. They didn't know how many vaccines that guy took. That's the missing link there. No, I was kidding. I would imagine it. I mean, dude, seriously, yeah. That's. I mean, like I was making the connection, but like yeah, that is them not understanding what it is entirely, and then just assuming this person's, you know, different, and then pointing it out. Because like I remember I would be on DeviantArt, and you could just see stuff out there, and you're like, okay, that's something, you know, whatever it is. There's a bunch of different things, a bunch of different subcultures and whatever. But there was always a community of people who really, really liked Sonic, and they also would generally not be the best artists at the same time. So it's what made it noticeable, because it would stand out, because like, oh, that seems out of place in a traditionally, you know, art heavy area, where usually people have, you know, honed whatever, you know, skills or aesthetics down, but it doesn't look wrong or whatever. It's a whole different perspective. Okay. Oh, this is funny.
Hello.
This is not really a full video, but this is I'm sure you've heard a lot about the recent Jubilee video. Not that Jubilee is like what people love watching right now, but there's the big Mediasan versus 20 fascists video, basically. And this is just a summary of what that is.
Hello, my name is Jake. I am a living human being who is currently alive. My first claim is that I don't think I should be murdered. Hello. Hello. Okay, I'm going to talk really fast in order to make a half-baked point and just hope you don't call me out on it. Does it really matter if I kill you? Secondly, hold on.
Please don't interrupt me.
I have a family. Do you have a family?
Answer the question.
Yes, it matters if you murder me.
To you?
Yes.
But to anyone else?
My mother would be disappointed.
That's exactly my point. Would anyone else?
You're moving the goalposts.
For me, it would feel really good to kill you. Like, amazing.
Let me get this straight. You believe that you have a better right.
I'm saying it would feel good.
So you're all fine with this logic that we can just say and do whatever we want?
No.
Because last I checked, we live in a society and not a Blumhouse purge movie.
No, hey.
And clearly I'm making a pretty good point, because everyone's trying to vote you out before I get to the end of my point, which is I've been voted out. Shoot, I was actually really close to getting to the end of my point right there.
It's been a pleasure.
Cheers. My second claim is, please don't kill me. Please, oh God, please, please, please.
Whoa.
You got here fast. Yeah, well, I really want to kill you.
I can tell.
First off, I believe in respect. I show respect to everyone, no matter who you are. I believe we're better as a society when we respect one another.
No, I appreciate that.
Here's why I'm going to kill you.
Is that a threat?
It is just a statement.
Where do you find these people, man?
I'm just stating things, and you're being really divisive.
Okay.
Your car is parked, what, 30 yards from the door over here? Do you really think you can outrun all 20 of us and get to your car in time? I mean, one of us is gonna kill you. I mean, if not me, one of these other people.
No, we're not arguing if it will happen. We're arguing if it should happen.
I think so.
Please don't kill me. I have so much to live for. It's actually illegal as well, and I'm calling the cops right now.
I got voted out.
Shoot, I was really close to calling them too.
Nice chatting.
Cheers. My final claim is, no, please, help me, this is a trap.
Hi, hello. I actually agree with your earlier point that you do have a lot to live for. You have a wife, you have kids.
Thank you, yes.
I just don't care.
Okay.
I'm still gonna kill you.
What about the 2019 NASA research paper that claims 99.9% of people don't want to be murdered?
Okay, what about the research that says I don't care?
What are your sources for that?
I don't need them.
Well, pal, it sounds like you're forfeiting your argument.
Okay, but it doesn't matter because we're all gonna kill you.
Okay, yeah, really solid argument. Well, I was really impressed with the skill of some of these debaters, you know. Whatever you think of their arguments, I think that they have a lot of passion, they have a lot of drive, and I hope we were able to find some common ground. Hello? Is this part of the video or the exit strategy? Anyone? Hello?
It's kind of dark. But yeah, I'm also not a good debater. Although when they're like, "Hi, I'm a fascist," smile. It's just like, "Oh, okay." Not used to that happening. Not used to that just being so easy to get to right away. uh, let's try this.
Do you wash your legs?
Oh, I've heard that debate before, actually. That's kind of funny. The washing legs myth. Or just the washing legs debate. You're a leg washer? I'm a leg washer. I've always been a leg washer. Well, maybe not always. I think there probably was a point in time where I was like, the soap trickles down enough. But like I exfoliate because like when I wouldn't wash just thinking back, because at times when I wouldn't wash my legs when I was, a shithead kid or whatever, I didn't like how my legs would get like ashy. Even though I'm a white dude, my legs would get like, you'd scratch your leg naturally and there would just be this like white section of all this dead skin, and then your skin gets really itchy because it's covered in dead skin. So I use a washcloth and rub my whole leg down. I'm fat, so it's hard to get to my feet intensely, but I still get to them. You know what I mean? Yeah. I would like to get better at understanding the different talking points about different things because that can help you prepare mentally, because when you're kind of like put off. Yeah, they definitely do. Yeah. And I have very blonde hair, as you can tell from my facial hair being kind of not. Whoa, okay. They keeps doing that. It keeps finding faces in the TV. Like I have a face. I have a real face, okay? This is a real face. But it's a pretty blonde beard. So my leg hair is very blonde, so it's super noticeable on me. On top of that, like people used to think I did not even have leg hair. I'm like, no, I do. It's just you gotta you gotta put it in the sun, and you can see the corona of like my leg hair. But yeah, just understanding the different talking points, because you know what they're going to say, and then you also know the proper refute for it. Because instead of getting stuck in certain loops or sort of like going down a line that they're going to then work against you, if you understand oh, this is the thing, okay, the general best attack back is this one or whatever it is. It's pretty handy because then it just makes it faster and cleaner, and instead of having to think of something, you just have it kind of on hand. Oh geez. Okay, well, good luck. We'll just be washing our legs in the meantime. Well, this is much smaller. I need to copy the URL, which I did before, and throw it in here. That's the wrong button. That's my go pee button. Okay. This one. Thankfully, I didn't actually pee myself when I hit that button.
A while back, I saw this tweet, and it has haunted me ever since. For the record, I do wash my legs. The thing that throws me off is how are we having that conversation at the same time that we're having this one?
Now, I really feel like skincare is the new makeup.
My skincare routine is a little bit complicated.
I cleanse my skin, I cleanse my face.
Antioxidants in the morning.
Use some kind of retinoid every evening.
Nourishing, moisturizing, soothing.
Now, you might be thinking that they are
my opinion on all that beauty shit is that it's mostly just garbage that you put on your face. There might be some small benefits or whatever, and like washing and taking care of yourself is good, but like pumping retinoids and doing this, that, and the other topically to your skin, which is mostly just layers of dead skin anyway, is kind of like, what the fuck? I mean, I don't wipe my ass because I have a bidet, not because I'm gay. It's a whole different thing. Although I do pat my ass with some paper at the very end to make sure it's actually clean and dry at the same time. But yes, the wiping is technically gone. Um, man, there was also something I heard about using soap on your ass versus just using water on your ass, and about how the mucous membranes get damaged with soaps. I wonder if that might be in here as well. Because I feel like for a very long time, because prior to having proper fiber intake and bidets, I had call it a butthole sprayer. Yeah, I guess bidet does sound kind of French, doesn't it? Yeah, I guess it's a little messed up. Like when I was a kid and I had a really bad diet with no fiber, and also I guess that's the main reason. My butt would always be like a marker. It'd be like a Sharpie. Every time you touch the butthole, it would leave a little poop, because there's always poop just right up next to the asshole, ready to shit, because that's just what it was like. You'd shit, you'd wipe, and every time you wipe, you'd always have a little something left on the thing, like you're wiping a Sharpie or something. That's the bit from Parks and Recreation, is that it's like wiping a marker. That sucked. You didn't. I mean, maybe you have a better diet than I did. I guess I just didn't eat enough fiber, enough vegetables, or whatever. But that was my problem. Is that every time I would wipe my ass, there would always be that last little streak of brown, always a little something. And it's like after a while, you go, okay, I guess we're calling it here. I guess we are. Later in life, or a little later, is when I started using wet wipes, because well, it's better now. Definitely better now. I love wet wipes, and my theory was, imagine you smeared a bunch of peanut butter between the seats of a leather couch, and I give you a paper towel and say, clean it up, would you? There would be some grease or oil from that peanut butter left behind, and you're trying to wedge it out of the gap, the crease between the two things, and you're just pushing it in deeper, and it's just not going. It's not going well, But if you had like a washcloth or something, you would get a much better down to the surface level, and you'd get that shit up much better. Well, the peanut butter up much better. So that's why I loved wet wipes, like little butt wipes. But then I heard about how wet wipes don't actually flush. And even though they say they were flushable on the side, they still don't flush. And then they destroy the infrastructure. And they're also expensive. You got to buy them, right? Even the cheapest ones, you got to buy them. So when I first heard that, especially back then, I was like, I choose not to believe that. And then would just keep using them because I liked them. But yeah. So realizing the fact that you're not supposed to do it helped me also push me towards looking into and then eventually getting bidets, because holy shit, they are incredibly cheap. At the time they were like $20. Now they're like 30-ish bucks. And they install really easy, right on top of your toilet. And there's no excuse not to get it. I mean, Ludwig sells like a super premium one. Just trash them. Yeah, but then you got a bunch of shit in your garbage, right? Like it just smells like shit. Like we actually have a little tiny IKEA trash can that you can like step on and the lid opens up and you can put the poop wipes in it. Like there was a period in time when we were trying to be more reasonable with the poop wipes, but it sucked to have this little trash can full of shit wipes. And then you'd have to go in there and then change it out. And then like that would be like just this thing of like, dog shit, but it's human shit. So it's much worse. Do you not have an outside can? There's an outside can, but it's not like in the bathroom. You know what I mean? Like it's, and if you got, one wipe, I guess you can like run it outside, then come back in and then wash your hands. I don't know how you're supposed to use an outside can when you're taking a shit. Doesn't matter anymore. We use the bidet. We don't use wet wipes. I think we might still have some packages from like years ago, but we don't use them. other than for like traditional wet wipe purposes, I guess. Which is not makeup wipes, because those are different. Those are like the little Neutrogena ones that are pretty good. I guess that's just changing out the bathroom bag every time you take a shit, which is more of a chore than I think I was expecting. What are they teaching kids in Florida? Dump the bathroom bag into the outside can when you're done. After every shit, you might shit like 2 times a day, 3 times a day, depending on what's going on. You're just taking all those trips out to the fucking, you know, out the side of the house, the garage, or whatever. Then you're having to replace the bag every single time. What, you've never shat twice in the same day? Never? Come on. You've definitely shat at least twice in the same day. It's healthy to poop more, at least, you know, twice. How many poops should I poop? There's no single right number. Just give me the range. They didn't even give you a health line. Almost 50% poop once a day. Another 28% report going twice a day. Only 5%, 5.6% going only once or twice weekly. Holy fuck. Holy fuck. Most respondents, 61.3%, reported their average bowel movement was in the morning. Another 22% going in the afternoon, while only 2% poop very late at night. That's really interesting to have a very consistent poop. Shit once a month like a snake. Yeah, you should weigh yourself. That'd be awesome. Oh my god, the only 31% that their consistency was similar to that of a sausage or a snake. Of a smooth and soft consistency. Smooth and soft. So 22% or 28% going twice a day, but 5.6% going once or twice weekly. That's either a genetic difference or some, well, I meant like before and after, and then kicking the difference. Because like sometimes when I have a huge piss, just at the precipice of like the sphincter's ability to hold it back, I'll spend the extra moment to get on the scale, take down the measurement, take a huge piss, and then get it back on it. Because I'm kind of curious how much liquid's in there. I always forget, but it's like sometimes a couple of pounds of water weight or piss weight. And I'm like, hell yeah. It's weird because I guess I poop sometimes twice a day, sometimes once a day. But I might only pee also maybe like twice a day or something. Some really small amount of pees and perhaps a larger amount of poops, which is unusual, where I might need to get help. But like, especially if I'm like out and about, like going to Universal or Disney or any of those places where, especially in Florida where it's hot as fuck, I'd be walking around and my wife would need to use the bathroom 3 or 4 times during the day. And I'm just completely fine, you know, just waiting outside, drinking at the water fountain outside the bathrooms for her to come back out because I'm just sweating it out of me, you know. I just sweat too much.
Are 2 separate conversations, but why? Whether it's low pH cleansers and glycolic acid or essential oils and soapless solutions, it all targets the same thing, our skin. So how have we arrived at such different ways to take care of it? To figure it out, we are comparing skincare routines,
Yo Mama and Jojoba oil,
diving into the history of hygiene, and understanding what's behind this clean divide.
Why am I holding dinosaur soap?
Thank you to Crave Beauty for sponsoring a portion of this video, and to our patrons for supporting the channel. So, my hygiene routine is mediocre. I take a shower every day, wash my face if it feels dirty, moisturize if I feel dry, and pop on some deodorant. Now there's been a depressive episode or two that's taken me to the stinky depths. So to make this video, I think it's only fair that I experience the full spectrum, which means that I need a skincare routine. Just one problem. It's so overwhelming. So I went hunting for a simpler solution. And I found one. It's today's sponsor, Crave Beauty. Instead of needing to navigate a bunch of different acids, serums, and creams with confusing promises and uses, Crave Beauty keeps things simple with their core series. It's just 3 steps. Cleanse. I don't know how they do it in commercials. How do they look so refreshed while washing their face? Moisturize. I have no idea what this thing on top is. Stuff on the top. I'm just gonna use that. Never mind. Simba. And then finally, project. I only wear makeup for YouTube videos. This is what I look like most days. Woo! My favorite part is the straightforward instructions about when and how to use it, because this is all new to me. But now I got a smooth face to match my smooth brain. Seriously, I've been using this for about a month now, and my face just never feels dry. It's kind of unsettling. If you want to give Crave Beauty a try and support brands that support us, click the link in the description. But anyway.
That feels weird to say how soap sells you a myth, but then have an ad for beauty products right in the middle of it. Because if you're supposed to tell me that beauty products don't work, or beauty products are selling you stuff that isn't that helpful or whatever, it's kind of weird.
Now that I know how simple a skincare routine can be, it makes me even more confused about why people have complex ones. So I wanted to get some insight from my friends.
I went to therapy and the therapist asked me, why are you in therapy? And I said, because everyone on Twitter said that men should go to therapy, so here I am. I don't really feel like I'm in a great place with my skincare right now. I don't have a consumer education on skincare. I only have I went to the dermatologist and was like, what is wrong with me?
No, I think I've actually kind of figured out the acne situation. I just want glowy, young-looking skin. Because I think when you talk about acids and all these extra things that people add to their skincare routine, it's not because they want to be clean, it's because they want to look young.
You don't want to know what I used to do.
You will probably do everything. You probably do this. You want to be
body lotion? I use my Face Body Hands 3-in-1 cream for fresh, soft, and smooth skin with jojoba oil and vitamin E.
Jojoba oil.
Jojoba oil. It's
jojoba oil.
Yo Mama and jojoba oil.
So that was like a humbling conversation, right? On one end of the spectrum, we've got Taha, who only gets his skincare advice from a doctor. And then we've got Melissa,
that sounds like a good idea,
who has just evolved past skincare for hygiene, and now she's just trying to reverse time, I guess? So even though I shower every single day, I'm still not doing as much as those two. And that leaves me on the stinkier end of the spectrum. And I don't think that's fair. So I went to the pharmacy and I found that there were 16 aisles dedicated to personal hygiene and makeup, while there were only 5 aisles for over-the-counter medicine, Band-Aids, and vitamins. Now, there were 2 really interesting things about this. One, the labels. Medicine offered very explicit instructions of when to use it and when not to use it. Personal hygiene products mainly just offered these vague promises. The second interesting thing was that they were located so close to one another. On one shelf, there's a bunch of medicine, and then right next to it is specialty soap. I just think it's weird that there are so many more options for treatments for our skin compared to the rest of our body. We end up with so much uncertainty about the right thing to do, which leads to these massive variances in routine that make up the skincare spectrum. With all of these options, it kind of feels like the hygiene industry is encouraging people to make their own cure. But why would they do that?
But now you need something special to get the skin to not attach to you, aka exfoliation. It's a whole nother game on top of, and then if you don't exfoliate properly, then your skincare game won't work, because then you're just laying it on dead skin. You're going to exfoliate naturally, and that's not good.
To answer that question,
making sure I do not do any, defamatory style besmirchment of my previous employer by first and foremost only telling the truth. We sold a lot of health and skin products. One of the things we sold, and a thing that I bought before, oh wow, they have it on Amazon too. That's kind of crazy. Yeah, that has my address on it. I don't want to show that. It's just this PHACT bar, which is like pH tested, and it has. Funny that I guess it makes sense you would make a Amazon store. Oops. This one. Although now, what do I do? That doesn't help me. Wait, does this work? No. Now I got it. Just use the real snipping tool. It's this thing that's. Oh, it didn't have the right page. It's gynecologically tested. Dermatologist, pediatrician, ophthalmologist, and gynecologist tested, which is like, oh, interesting. Never had that tested before. Probably should have had that tested before, but yeah, it's supposed to be whatever. It's expensive as hell though. So, but that was the stuff I was using for a while. But we ran out, and then oh well. But it was like it's a shampoo, body and shave. You know, just everything. You just use it for everything. I think it was good. We also used to have this like goat milk like soaps or whatever. Didn't feel any different. I'll be real. It just felt like stuff. But we used to sell a lot of Lancome and, you know, a lot of makeup products, but then also a lot of skincare products. Things that are supposed to like make your skin just. It's fair. I do use feminine wash setting on my bidets. Whatever reason, whenever I sit my ass down on the toilet, and I have two different toilets, but with different bidets on them that have their own feminine wash section as well as regular ass wash mode. But whenever I use ass wash, it doesn't hit my ass. It aims off. The accuracy is off. But when I use feminine wash, boom, perfectly at my butthole. So if you imagine where a vagina would be, that's probably where my butt is. Don't know why. I just don't know why. That's is where it is.
I started looking into the history of hygiene. I figured if we knew how the hygiene industry got to where it is today, we'd also
White people didn't do it. Brown people did. We all know the history of hygiene.
get an idea of why it took this specific approach. To be
I think
honest,
Vikings
I
did
bit
too.
off way more than I could chew with this question, so I got a bit of help.
This has been such a fact of life for so much of human history that a lot of people just didn't really see a point in studying it. Something else that I ran into is this language barrier of skincare versus cosmetics.
Together, I think we got it down into a manageable pulp. As usual, I needed to cut out a bunch of random stuff, like how gnarly King Louis XIV's skincare routine was, to why the West just refused to wash their butts with bidets for centuries. All a worthy sacrifice so that we can focus on our main question. Why does the modern hygiene industry give us so much freedom? The answer, or at least some of it, is a story told in 3 parts, starting with part 1. Water. In order to clean yourself, you need clean water, and for a lot of history, that was tough to come by. For the most part, only the wealthiest could afford the space and labor required to run a private bath. This feels like waterboarding. On the other hand, the more accessible bathhouses that were descendants of the Roman tradition were associated with the spread of syphilis. So they were largely closed in the 1500s. It was only 300 years later when attitudes began to shift with industrialization. A growing middle class was suddenly able to access and afford indoor plumbing. This changed hygiene expectations for themselves and for others. Say? No? Please. 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 The dirtiness of the working class was now a moral failure instead of an economic limitation. So public bathhouses were built, the perfect metaphor for cleansing character. You should learn from these other ducks that can stay upright. And while this approach was born in England, it really thrived in America as a tool to strip unpatriotic identities from immigrants and encourage discipline. Now, scattered between those moral benefits were some health promises. But it was only in the latter half of the century when those claims could actually be based off of scientific consensus around disease prevention. This historical context is really important because it shows that our modern cleaning habits are built off of social foundations instead of scientific ones, a pattern that continues in part 2. Soap. So when increased access to clean water led to an increased demand in personal hygiene. But the bar was
Are they going to say that you don't need to wash? Is that what we're going to get to? Oh, I didn't realize that. But Jesus loved washing feet. That was his thing.
so far on the ground that soap wasn't even a part of that idea in the beginning. Early bathing advocates even warned against its use except in extreme cases.
Well, like, isn't soap like mixed with animal fat and like lye? Isn't that kind of a thing? Only feet, just your feet. I guess you walk on them a lot, so.
But soap underwent a glow up in the first half of the 1800s with industrial machinery, engineered ingredients, and more precise chemistry. This took it from a harsh, expensive, all-in-one product to a collection of affordable household goods to meet all of your cleaning needs, as long as people wanted it. Like I said, the average person wasn't really washing themselves with soap. It was usually reserved for household cleaning or laundry. So what changed their minds? Marketing, baby! This is a chopstick and this is grapefruit juice. Do not demonetize me. Anyway, some context. Candles and soap use very similar.
You would get demonetized, I guess, for having tobacco and alcohol products, kind of like an ESRB rating. Oh my God. What? Why would he? He's one of those, like, I piss and I don't touch my dick guys. Is that what it is? Where, like, you just kind of flop it out and then you just let it do its thing and you kind of do a little wiggle and then you just kind of like tuck it back in, but you don't touch it. And then you go, I see, I don't need to, I don't need to wash my hands. That must be what it was.
Ingredients, so many companies dabbled in both. However, with kerosene lamps and electricity on the rise in the mid to late 1800s, many realized that it was time to pivot, and few pivoted harder than William Procter and James Gamble's sons. Over the next century, P&G built and claimed the soap market alongside Colgate-Palmolive,
And they're still around today.
Unilever, and Henkel. Here's how they did it. To illustrate, we're gonna use this kid's experiment kit I bought. I'm allowed to do it because I'm age 6+. So originally, soap was made in big bars that were cut in store.
You ever been to Lush? That's how they do it still. They sell you that, they cut that shit off and wrap it up on the spot.
But in the late 1800s, we began to see individual bars.
Gentle ivory soap in this handy personal size.
They had clear branding with iconic catchphrases.
It floats.
Clean and creamy.
They used marketing to define and advertise the benefits of soap, showing who used them and how much better their lives were because of it. They even targeted housewives through soap operas. Yes, the soap in soap operas is because of soap sponsorships.
Keeping a soft complexion is as easy as washing your face.
But they also did the more mundane, like distributing free samples.
Take my soap! What is this? Why am I holding dinosaur soap? What does that smell? It smells like the soap in like school bathrooms.
You're a hater. Wait. You don't deserve that.
So, it was this culture of maximizing soap's presence in every part of domestic life that led to these overwhelming shelves. It wasn't scientific discovery. It wasn't even necessity. Stop! Now before you little stinkers convince yourself that all soap is pointless because it's just marketing, let's put on our thinking caps. Germs exist! So washing, especially your hands, is important for disease prevention. Does this mean that men's bathrooms are a public health crisis? Yes. Also, we live in a society, one that cares about body odor, so unless you got that built different genetic variant, wash your mitts! It's not a moral failing, we all get a little stinky sometimes, but be considerate. I'm talking.
So I've heard, if you know, you know, I've heard, what was it? Pits, souls, and holes as, like, was it Mila Kunis? I was talking about what, you know, I don't want to be throwing slander around, so I could be getting it wrong, but I think it was Mila Kunis or somebody that was saying that, like, they just wash their pits, souls, and holes as what they wash, and the rest water, you know, whatever. that washing your hands wasn't necessary because God would protect you. Yeah. Well, good luck. Good luck. I feel like the Christians had it pretty rough during the plague, and somebody said somebody else didn't. It may have been like just like the Muslims just didn't have as because they washed and whatever, so they had less of a problem with it in comparison. And I guess that would mean the Jews would as well.
Talking to the engineering students. Now, with all that being said, we might be taking this soap thing a little too far.
Okay, when I said, with all of these options, it kind of feels like the hygiene industry is encouraging people to make their own cure. I was weirdly right. In 1894, Lifebuoy hit shelves as a health soap. Its antibacterial properties promised to save lives and defeat odor. Its success solidified a shift in soap messaging. Soap wasn't just aspirational anymore. It was preventative and mandatory if you cared about your personal and social well-being. Eventually, more antibacterial and health soaps began to appear. They blurred the line between drugs and cosmetics, actual medical concern and optional aesthetics. It's a confusion that the FDA is still dealing with today.
Powerful medicine breaks up zit-breeding oil.
And it's harmful, even if we put aside potentially dangerous ingredients and contributions to antibiotic resistance, because normal soap and antibacterial soap are just as effective as each other outside of healthcare settings. It's just the idea that hygiene products alone can solve all of the problems it's claimed over the years is whack. We now know that it's...
My face feels extra itchy because I'm just seeing all this soap and washing stuff, and I'm just like, I need to take a shower. I'm feeling a little dirty. Feeling like I got too much exfoliation.
More nuanced. It's not just hygiene, it's diet, environment, hormones, genetics, sun exposure, lifestyle, aging, and more. They all play a role, and this knowledge, alongside frustration with hygiene's historical messaging, has led to pushback.
I've always been like, especially with my, indoor jobs after a while, and like not in the fast food industry. Oh yeah. That's like the one episode of my brother really hated this one episode of The Twilight Zone where aliens, aliens, that's the twist. But there's a neighborhood that gets a blackout and everyone's like, what the fuck? But one house in the neighborhood doesn't have a blackout. Just one neighborhood has power. They go, hey, we'll help you guys out. We got power. Oh, okay. But then everyone's pissed that this one house has power, and they go crazy, and they like assume that they are in league with the communists, and they like lynch them, and they are powerless to stop the entire town from doing it, or the entire neighborhood. And then aliens, it zooms out at the end, and aliens are like, huh, these humans are too violent. We won't help them. Goodbye. And they leave. And that's just one of the things that makes him seem super, he's afraid of like mob rule and actions that you can't convince. People are doing something to you and you can't use your words to stop them. And you have no way of fighting back because you just can't beat all of them. That's just like a weird existential fear that he developed, which is like, damn, that's fucked. Do you like Diddy? What an insane first thing to say from the YouTube chat. I don't really listen to music in the first place, so I got no love for Diddy, okay? What the hell? Thanks for asking, though, I guess. Now I forgot what I was saying. Saying something about the soap stuff. Oh, well.
What I've been calling the stinkier side of the skincare spectrum. Because it does get a little stinky. So, now we know why the modern hygiene industry gives us so many options. But I still don't understand how we're navigating it in...
I don't know which Twilight Zone episode that was. If Western Europe wasn't such a festering pit of disease, they'd never been able to successfully invade America. Yeah, I guess. Oh, no, yeah. Sorry if you came back in partway through. That was there was a Twilight Zone episode. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, I know. That one, I remembered that part. But I thought like before the Twilight Zone thing came up. Is he going to jail or not? I mean, I didn't even really follow the thing. I thought like he got off, or like most of the different things. Some of the more serious charges or something is kind of what I heard. I didn't follow it that closely. There was fascism growing in America, so it was just one of the things that just didn't catch my radar, I guess.
Such different ways.
It might have been something along the blood libel idea in that line, because that episode was supposed to be kind of like, because they're looking at the Jews and thinking like, wait, you guys are clean and not getting diseased. It must be because you're doing evil spells. And it's like, no, we're just clean and you've got the wrong thing. Don't think he's been sentenced yet. Okay.
Ways. Given the response to the tweet that started all of this, we're not all on the same page. Is there an objectively correct hygiene routine that we all need to follow? Or is there some...
It just came to me. I would work a lot of indoor jobs, and when I, wasn't doing like fast food stuff anymore, I was like, our clothes are not that dirty. When I go to work, I'm in air conditioning. I'm in my car. I'm in air conditioning. In my home, in air conditioning. So I don't barely even sweat in my clothes. And I change my underwear every day. And it's like, honestly, are you also in the Diddy cult? No. Okay. What? Why would you? What do you? Whatever. So I just was like, we don't need to use that much soap on our clothes, because I've heard that both the dryer and lots of different cult of personality. I don't even know. I couldn't tell you a P. Diddy song, honestly. Oh, dude, yeah, it was rough back there. It was, yeah, okay, then you get it. Yeah, this was a KFC / Taco Bell. So there was the big chicken fryers, and then there was also the Taco Bell fryers. They were separated because different foods, different things. I did think it was really interesting, though, that they used flash frozen cooked food for like meats. So all the beef, chicken, and steak was all pre-cooked and like a mass factory or something. And then it was flash frozen in these very big flat bags. And then you would put them in a giant tub of like a sous vide reheater. Just a giant thing of like mostly boiling or like slightly boiling water of whatever temperature, 170, 180, whatever the degree is supposed to be. And you just put the bag in there, and they would be able to sit in that thing, and they wouldn't overheat. They wouldn't overcook. They were just ready. So you would only get them ready when you needed to get them ready, but you would have like one thing in there. You take it out, cut the thing open, pour it into your little warming things, and then you can scoop it out for all the tacos or whatever it is you're making. But I thought it was really neat to have that as a system, because when it's pre-cooked, it's pre-cooked. But if you had to reheat it so that way it's hot food for people to eat, that was a good way to do it without having to accidentally overcook it and burn it or undercook it and then cause a problem. I told you I'm not in the Diddy cult of personality, because I couldn't even tell you a song of theirs. So I might as well just fucking ban you. Whatever.
Something else. I spent a lot of time coming up with an answer and ended up with the third and final part of our story. Satisfaction. When I was talking to Taha and Melissa about our
Yeah, I was thinking that it might just be like a joke or something, but they just kept going with it. So it's like, all right.
hygiene routines, I remember being really surprised by how different we were. And I think that surprise made me focus on those differences instead of why they exist. Why do they do what they do? So let's ask them.
Hello. I woke up not too long ago, which is why I'm doing my skincare routine on this call.
This is perfect timing. Why do you do your skincare routine?
My mom and my grandma have great skin, and it's because they took care of their skin. Here's the problem with skincare, right?
Ooh, but it could be genetics. Oop, hold on. You don't know. Confirmation bias. Hold on.
Things that I'm interested in. One, I don't have to then put on my body. Two, they never know if I'm being sold things or whether or not the thing in the product is actually good. So then I was like, all right, let me just ask a doctor. I had acne as a kid, and my parents made sure I knew that I had acne. Not in a condescending way, but in a, Melissa, here's some creams for you.
didn't want my face to be a spectacle, and acne made my face feel like a...
Yeah, the ice crystal, yeah. The tears of the meat and water goes from liquid to frozen. I mean, I assume they were flash frozen because it didn't have that problem, but I guess I don't know for a fact it was fast. But it just seems like one of the things that's good. But it might be something they only do for like fish or something. Maybe because it's a more expensive process. But I assume that they would try to do flash freezing, but I guess I was just kind of jumping out on a limb, but I don't know for a fact if it is. But I like Taco Bell, so I mean, I assume it is.
Spectacle.
You know, Sabrina, we have this job where we have to be perceived by millions of people. I looked into that shiny gold play button and I was like, damn, bro is ugly.
Oh no! I do my skincare for my own confidence and comfort.
That's very sweet.
Apparently, I can't just put the same moisturizer that I had forever with my Joe Barber oil on it.
You're dumb. I'm hanging up. I'm really glad that I asked. I didn't know that Melissa learned some of her hygiene routines from her family and inherited a sense of value from them. I didn't know that Taha feels so much pressure from being perceived that he wants to do it right. For me, my little hygiene routine is based off the fact that I don't want people to think that I smell weird, because when I was a kid, people kept saying that I smelled weird. We all have very different goals that we are trying to satisfy. And after learning about all the roles hygiene has played in history, that isn't that surprising. Sure, there's that main story I told, but hygiene played smaller roles too. It had a role in imperialism, with soldiers abroad needing soap to fight infection. It has a role in religion, with some faiths requiring purification before prayer. It has a role in colorism, with skin lightening products. And it has played and will continue to play countless more. For something that literally goes down the drain, our hygiene is essential to who we are. And I think that is why we end up with
essential?
So many conversations at once. And if you're wondering what you should do, this is a bit of a cop-out, but whatever you want. Now there is a baseline. Wash your hands, wear sunscreen, and consult a doctor if you have a persistent rash and all that. But after that, it's kind of a choose your own adventure. If you want to smell a certain way, look a certain way, feel a certain way, there's almost definitely a product for you. Now navigating the facts from the marketing fiction is going to be tough. Everything from research to recommendations are often funded by somebody with something to sell. So I'd recommend starting with a specific goal that you want to satisfy. Then you could use community resources and research to find products and fact check their claims. This way, you know what you want, and some marketer can't sell you something that you don't care about, including me. But seriously, my face is so supple all the time. Thanks again to Crave Beauty for sponsoring this video.
Because even like independent laboratories, like how many layers of abstraction do they have to be before they're independent? Because I feel like I've heard, and this could be just complete made up, I guess, but this beauty company wants to test its product, so it has a subsidiary, sub-subsidiary that then does lab testing, and they test it positively. They can say it's not their company, it's an independent company, but it could just be an independent company that is independent subsidiary or something. Who knows? Because when we would do stuff, we would do all the kinds of beauty products that do clinical lab testing of this, and they found in this perception study, the people said this about it, but it don't tell you how many different studies they did, because one individual study might mean one thing, but then 5 other studies showed much worse results, and they just cherry-picked the best one, right? And even though the meta-analysis would show that overall it's pretty inconsistent, there's lots of ways they can twist what they say to you, because they can. They choose their words wisely. Sometimes the legal teams make them have to not say certain things, but then sometimes they do it anyway. Which makes me feel like, yeah. There definitely could be a more in-depth analysis. Yeah, like you are not immune to propaganda kind of thing would be more salient a bit, that Western beauty standards have been Like they went over literally like about like skin whitening techniques, and that is a colonizer racist ass thing that was put on the people and made them feel pressured to try to lighten their skin, right, to make them fit in better or make them seem more pure. um if lightening their skin helps them in the very short term make them feel less anxiety or something, I guess that could be seen as a small positive, but it's only caused by a giant negative. So just ignoring that does feel a little difficult. These seem like they're just three Gen Z-ish people making some stuff. So I would have liked them to have gone deeper into some stuff. I was hoping to see a bit more about studies and stuff. It's interesting to see the evolution of how the market formed, a little bit of a background. You feel bad about yourself because you're being impacted by a beauty standard. Yeah. Cause it more often than not. I assume so. And also your resources could be better spent on other stuff. I'm getting older. I have problems with my face. I have pores that are large. I have wrinkles that are forming, but it's like, well, I'm going to age. And I don't think any of the products are actually going to stop it. And it would just become a pain in the ass. But if I did get into a routine of making sure to wash the face religiously every day, and took care of things in a good routine, that might also then help me do other stuff with my life more consistently, creating an overall healthier output than doing the thing where I just don't give a fuck and just jump into bed and just pass out when I'm tired enough. Liberal feminist, more female CEO, war criminal thing. Oh yeah. 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 I was hoping for an overall different a different analysis and a different perspective on the thing, but I mean, the moment it was immediately brought to you by a skincare company, it's like, okay, well, fuck, what are you gonna do? Like, I know for a fact this video is not going to be kind of, maybe at that point I should have just turned it off, but whoops. Whoops. Have you heard about the thing where you put bananas on your face to get beauty? It's like a beauty standard thing.
What is crypto?
But
Monkeys.
what if you use bananas to describe cryptocurrency? Bait and switch. It's somehow related. This is one I've wanted to watch for a while, just because I like this channel. And I love the thumbnail, because where is it? Here it is. It's just a little monkey. He's holding he's a little crypto guy. He looks a little hacker, man. I just think it's great. And channel seems pretty good so far.
What is crypto? Monkeys use leaves to buy things. Leaves used by most monkeys as currency. But there are some downsides to leaves. Leaves controlled by monkey banks.
Whoa. Hold on. Whoa, is Monkey Man a crypto bro? No, please.
Every time monkeys buy something with leaves, monkey banks take a bit extra. Buying things with leaves often takes a long time for monkey banks to process, especially if monkeys send leaves to other monkey countries.
Copyright claims.
Monkey banks can print more leaves, which can cause inflation. Not every monkey has access to monkey bank. Leaves can be faked. Monkey bank isn't always open, so monkeys invent new currency. Monkeys use bananas. How does crypto work? Bananas are not controlled by one monkey or monkey bank. Bananas are controlled by entire troop. Every time monkey buys something with banana, there
this is
are usually
all my apes gone. No.
no fees. Or maybe just a very small fee.
Literally every time you do anything with crypto, there's a fee. What are you talking about? What?
Unless it's particularly busy. Buying things with bananas is very quick, even internationally.
What? No, it's not. Cryptocurrency takes forever for the process, which is the whole reason that Visa does so many transactions per day that cryptocurrency could never have even, if you add it all together, would never have been able to do as many processes as that in one day in its entire lifetime. The skincare and beauty stuff before, and it realized over time that it's like the social and economic forces in your environment that are 70% of your skincare routine. True. Yeah. I mean, I was telling, or at least it seems true to me. I was telling Kara for years that like, I think she's pretty and doesn't need to wear makeup. Right. I mean, there's always all these different layers of societal, things like, oh, she matches traditional aspects of beauty standards and Western ideas and blah, 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 blah. But like, she's pretty. I find her pretty. I think she's pretty. Other people think she's pretty. She's pretty and doesn't need makeup, or she should wear very little of it. A, because it's just gunk on your face, and B, because you don't need to like paint your face to be pretty for men or whatever. And it's like kind of fucked up. But then also it can then improve your self-esteem and make you feel a bit good. And, let them, they like what they like. And why do you want to, shit on you? Right. So it's like, I've heard reasons to be like, don't be annoying about the anti-makeup thing, but then also don't tell them they have to wear makeup. So it's kind of like a don't tell them what to do kind of thing is generally the best method. Because some people wear makeup all the time, but and I think there's a capitalistic problem with that, and there's like a Western standards problem. But like telling somebody to just, yeah, I've struggled with that internal like, don't go overboard, because I mean I'm a super cheapskate, so I'm like, why spend money on this stuff? Yeah, beauty is a very unfair thing. Absolutely, the fact that I can roll out of bed and throw on, a button-down shirt or whatever, and be like, everyone thinks I'm good, but then a woman has to go through like incredible layers of bullshit, down to just uncomfortable shoes, like literally just factually uncomfortable shoes. It's just like, okay. Like I just get an extra 45 minutes per day, not having to do bullshit every morning. And then I don't have to worry about like, maintaining it during the day and take, frequent trips to touch it up, and or have to then remove it at night by using a bunch of products. I just don't have to do any of that bullshit, It's totally not fair. I'm worried this video is going to be pro crypto. Oh no.
Every monkey can do it without having to go to monkey bank. Some bananas have limited supply, which means no inflation. Bananas can't be faked. Monkeys can also trade bananas 24/7, blocks. But monkeys need a way to keep track of all banana transactions. Banks use receipts to keep track of all leaf transactions, but they control it and keep most of the information to themselves. So monkeys write down their banana transactions. Then they are added to the Big Rock, or block for short, where all monkeys can see them all the time. Every monkey even gets a copy of the block, instead of it all being controlled by one monkey bank. Crypto mining. These are the monkeys that etch each banana transaction into the block. The banana miners check each banana transaction to make sure everything is right. They throw out any obviously fake trades, then etch each correct banana transaction into the block. Finally, when the block is full, the banana miners must guess the correct code for the block. This is like a password they don't remember. They just keep trying until one of them gets it right. This is called proof of work. Once a monkey guesses right, they are rewarded with bananas. All other monkeys can quickly check the number and confirm it works. This method of tracking bananas is safe. No one monkey controls the block, and every monkey can see the block because block is big. If a monkey tries to sneak a block full of fake transactions, all monkeys can see it and reject the block. What is the blockchain? When the banana miners have finished a block, they share it with every monkey in troop. Every monkey gets a copy of the new block. Every time this happens, monkeys simply add another block to the chain. This called the blockchain. Each block has its own code and the code of the previous block. This is what makes them a chain. Monkeys can't go back and change a block without re-guessing all the codes for the following blocks, which is nearly impossible. How was crypto invented? The creator of bananas is a bit of a mystery. No monkey knows for sure. There are monkeys that claim they invented bananas, but this is very unlikely. All monkeys know for sure is the name Satoshi Nakamoto. Wait a minute. If I remove the A, T, S, H, and 2 O's, rearrange the remaining letters. Investing in crypto. Most monkeys buy crypto like a stock, buying when the price is low and selling when it's high. At least that's the plan. Some monkeys see crypto value go up, crypto more rare, crypto more valuable. So monkeys get excited and invest in crypto without even thinking about risks. This is called aping. Yes. Really. Unlike most stocks, crypto, very volatile. If stock market is smooth car ride through countryside, crypto is rocket-powered roller coaster. Crypto is still a very new currency. Things like news, rumors, even one monkey tweet can hugely affect crypto price. Some monkeys choose to buy crypto and not sell for a very long time, no matter what happens. This is called hodling. Disadvantages. Some cryptocurrencies have unlimited supply, which can lead to losing value. Crypto become common. Crypto miners need a lot of equipment to mine crypto. This often has negative environmental effects as more and more crypto is mined. Crypto also has a shady reputation, as some monkeys use it to buy illegal items. There is a common crypto scam where
I
some
like that one.
monkeys, not saying who, promote their new cryptocurrency to a lot of unsuspecting monkeys. Monkeys get excited. Like, really excited. Monkeys invest in crypto. Crypto price goes up.
It's literally every scam that was ever done before with normal money. And then each one of those scams created a new regulation to stop those scams. Crypto as an unregulated thing just has repeated all of the scams.
Up, then monkey sells most of the crypto. Crypto price goes down, leaving all other monkeys with no money and crypto that is close to worthless. This is called a rug pull. While most monkeys agree the blockchain is safe, monkeys can still steal bananas from other individual monkeys. And while the number of monkeys trading with bananas is increasing, most monkeys still prefer to use leaves. The future of crypto. There are
Also, to blockchain me buying the gas for my car. Yeah. Just different, but yeah.
many different crypto.
Like to add that to the blockchain is unnecessary because the amount of energy it takes to do that is dumb. Because it's dumb. Blockchains have been around and they are useful for certain things, but they are also not useful for literally everything.
Cryptocurrencies popping up every day, some with plenty of research behind them, and some that are more of a joke. Some monkeys.
Yeah, which one of those fucking cryptos has done some actual good research? Every one of those fucking coins that said they're going to do something none of them have done anything. Every fucking NFT crypto game has fucking done nothing. Every single one of them has done nothing. Yeah, that would work.
Monkeys say crypto is the future. Other monkeys say it will never be. But most monkeys say...
Maybe Monkey did not want to take the ire of all the crypto bros. I don't know. The other videos seemed good, but that one really pissed me off. That one was a bummer. That one was a bummer. And it was the second to last one too. Brutal. Oh well. Maybe their next one will be good. This one didn't seem bad. This one seemed accurate. Oh no, yeah. I mean, because like even this one here in the thumbnail, it's a regular monkey wearing a black hoodie, which is funny and fine. But then making the monkey actually be a black one. Cuck philosophy. That's, I mean, the name sounds familiar, but it could be because it's similar to other ones. I have a couple other ones that were on my list, but none of them are particularly important. CKK philosophy. Oh, right. Is it really? I guess it would be considered a restricted term overall. Has Big Joel made other ones? No, this is their last one since. Let me see what this one is. Let me see what this Big Joel video. I've enjoyed a lot of the different Big Joel videos I've watched, but this is a short one, so let's see how this
Your
goes.
husband is into Mousetrap.
I've seen Big Joel around on different, back when I was using Twitter. And then I actually started watching the videos when I noticed, oh, wait, that's that same little weird little icon or whatever. What the hell? Why isn't this loaded properly?
Your husband is into mouse.
That's weird. Yeah, this little picture here. Whoop. That's what I would see on Twitter. And then I was like, wait, I see it on YouTube too. So then I watched a few of them and like, hey, these are pretty decent, even though they're really simple, but I guess some of them are animated now too. Lady Ballers on repeat for a month.
Trap YouTube. He tells you about it soon after he wakes up. You ask, what is Mousetrap YouTube? And he says, it is what it sounds like. You just have to see it. So he brings out his phone and shows you a video. There's a bucket in a barn with some peanut butter on the inside.
Well, I've seen not seen Lady Ballers, but I've seen people talk about Lady Ballers. Hell, Big Joel might even talk about Lady Ballers.
Side. Mice try to get to the peanut butter and they extend themselves too far and they fall into the bucket. Around 10 mice fall in this way. The trap is shockingly effective. If you want it lethal, the man in the video says, just add some water to the bottom. The video stops
insane.
And your husband puts his phone away and looks at you. It really works, he says. Isn't that crazy? On some level, you feel sick, though you find it difficult to explain why. You don't begrudge the YouTube man his bucket trap. He seems nice enough, and besides, you have called exterminators in the past and didn't feel guilty about it. Someone's got to do the work, you think. You are afraid of mice. That's just it, isn't it? You are afraid of mice. You are not just afraid of their skittering and their speed. You are not just afraid of them pissing and shitting in your food. You are not just afraid of their tiny bodies and the spaces they could occupy. No, you are afraid of mice. And because of that, you are also afraid of dead mice, empty mice, mice with limp bodies, mice with lost memories. Why is your husband into this stuff, you wonder? Perhaps you would understand if you lived in the country and had an old infested barn, but you don't. You live in an apartment 5 stories up. Thankfully, it has always been mouse-free. You think that perhaps your husband is a psychopath. He's always struggled with insomnia, and you realize that he could do anything in his late hours. What videos does he watch that he does not tell you about? Usually, when you wake up in the morning, your husband is still sleeping, his body silent and motionless next to you, his beautiful face cradled in rest. At times like this, it is as though he never got into bed, as though he miraculously appeared there at some unknown hour. Occasionally, you look at him and think to yourself, this man is a stranger, this man is a stranger, I have never met this man. Why do you like these videos, you ask? Well, he says, you didn't seem into it, so I didn't want to show you more, but these traps are so weirdly designed, like they're interesting. Your husband is into Mousetrap YouTube. He is not a tourist. He did not see one strange video that he felt compelled to show you. He is a connoisseur of the genre. Later that night, you are in bed and he is spooning you. You are on your phone and in the corner of your eye, you see another Mousetrap video. Let's watch this, you say. He chuckles. Why? I don't know. You put on the video. The Mousetrap man is showing off what he calls the walk the plank trap. Again, there is a bucket, and on top of the bucket is a piece of wood with some food on the end. The wood is unstable so that when the mouse puts its weight on it, it collapses straight to the bottom. There is something elegant about this trap, you have to admit. When you think of mouse traps, you think of what you saw in Tom and Jerry, spring traps you now know to call them. The mouse nibbles on some food and then gets thwacked and killed by a bar of metal. These work, of course they do, but they have their downsides. Spring traps are very violent and loud. Setting one up is perilous. You risk thwacking your own thumb, and if you have pets or children, they could get hurt. In any case, spring traps seem downright ridiculous to you now. Each mouse to his own trap, his own metal, his own killing. Why bother? The bucket will do. Because your husband is spooning you, you cannot see him, and because he does not speak or move, you cannot hear him, and so you are left to imagine his reaction. Has he seen this video before? Is this all boring to him now? Or is he mesmerized, electric, or his eyes glued to the screen? These videos have millions of views, but for a moment you imagine that your husband is the only man who has ever seen them. The Mousetrap man looks at your husband and says, "What an incredible mouse-trapping device," and your husband agrees and smiles without a word. You realize you are in the middle of something here. You are an intruder. When that video ends, you wordlessly put on another. If your husband is surprised, he doesn't express it in any way. His body hardly moves, though you can hear his breathing and know that he is awake. This new video is about the rolling log trap, one of the Mousetrap man's absolute favorites. The trap is wonderful. A bucket with a metal log on top. When the mouse goes into the middle of the log to eat peanut butter, it spins, and this causes the mouse to lose his footing and fall. There's something almost funny about this one, about watching these mice, clumsy, ridiculous, twisting with the log. This trap is especially effective. In the sped up footage, you watch 26 separate mice fall for the trap in one night, and you begin to look at the whole thing as a game. 26 mice is a shocking number, but it also feels arbitrary, meaningless. Just how infested is this old barn? How many mice occupy its walls and scurry on its floors? It could be 1,000,000 for all you know. Perhaps the Mousetrap man feeds and nourishes the mice, breeds them so he can later trap them. One night, 26 mice, a new record. It makes sense that your husband would enjoy a thing like that. Still, if this is a game, it is a game about death, that respirates with death. In fact, death is a problem for the Mousetrap man. As it turns out, this video you now watch, the rolling log one, is a remake. Years ago, he made a video about the same trap. In it, he showed the drowned mice at the bottom of the bucket, and YouTube took the video down because it broke with their terms of service. Now, the dead mice are largely hypothetical, lingering on the margins of the work, in afterthought. It must be strange, you think, to be a mouse in an old infested barn, to fall to the bottom of the bucket and see 10 mice who, just like you, fell prey to the same beautiful trick. The trap only works because mice cannot call out to each other, because they cannot give warnings or do not care to do so, because mice are so desperately, desperately alone. It is getting late. Your husband moves to leave the bed as he always does at this time of night. You think to stop him, to ask him one more time what he sees in this kind of video, but you wouldn't know what to say, and in any case, you already know whatever answer he could tell you. You are into Mousetrap YouTube.
What an interesting and poetic little thing. I'll grab the video and see.
Human rights today.
Ooh, audio does not sound good to start. But it was 5 years ago. I'll check out some of their other stuff and see. Because now I am going to watch the. Now they gotta kill each other. But as long as they do it in a whimsical way, it's not so bad. You know what's weird? I've actually seen Mousetrap videos before. I think it probably came up on my shorts or something. Not so much on the full log form, but just seeing the little goofy little traps that are like that. Where, because like also the spinning log one is, or something like the spinning log one is good because, it's a constantly reusable one. Yeah, the traps, whimsical with C4. Yeah, it's like one of the, because it's just like, oh my god, there's just so many, and they just all, and it is kind of fucked that like despite being a bit of a colony, they don't have a way of saying eek eek, don't go in, like meerkats. Like they watch for each other. They stand on guard and they do things, but mice, they just don't do it. But I guess they're just so goddamn good. And also, yes, the non-violent ones. I've never seen them say add water to the bottom so they drown. Like that's kind of fucked because they would just dog paddle until they run out of energy and then die, which is horrifying. Yeah. Also, where do you get a tiny piece of Swiss cheese?
Hi.
Although, also I really like his animation style, or whoever animated it specifically. But I just like his. I guess I like his voice, and I also like his weird way of saying things. So I'm curious. You know what? They might have lady ballers in this because it's about the Daily Wire. I've had this on my thing for a very long time, so might as well. Oh, interesting. I see, but that's literally what the video said, so I guess that makes sense.
On May 8th, 2025, Kanye West released a single from his upcoming album.
Whenever I click and move this thing and then drag my mouse down, it counts as a click, which is kind of weird.
Called Heil Hitler.
They don't understand the things I say on Twitter.
Oh, it's about, you've seen Lady Ballers unironic. Well, probably you've seen it ironically, but you have seen it, yeah.
In the song,
That's
Kanye repeats the
insane
phrase
song.
N-word Heil Hitler over and over again, and he plays a soundbite from the Führer himself, a campaign speech he delivered in 1935. The music video is interesting too. Eschewing conventions of the genre, it includes no dancing, no dynamic or rhythmic camera work. It's basically just sweeping shot after sweeping shot of 35 black guys wearing wolf masks, a nod to the Roman legion, to the fascist appropriation of Greco-Roman symbolism. The song very much conveys that feeling.
Oh, wow. I mean, because that's somewhat more recent, so that's an interesting about face. I assume, I mean, I'm not sure how many years ago it was, but it feels like it's more recent overall.
The melody is triumphant, and the drums feel militaristic and regimented, as if to convey that an unstoppable force is coming to turn the tides of a great war. That's what N-word Heil Hitler is, right? A war chant. On May 9th, 2025, that's one day after the music video was released, Mike Knowles...
Okay, now we have a very... Oh, okay. I would say like that was a very fast about face, you know.
podcaster for the conservative media.
This is surprisingly bad audio from him.
Outlet The Daily Wire made a response to it, and it's an interesting one. See, Knowles isn't happy with the state of discourse around the song. He thinks that both Nazis and Kanye haters aren't getting it.
That is how. It's just wait. Why does it sound so weird all of a sudden?
Nazis are going to take it, and that is how the Kanye haters are going to take it, but it's not what he's saying.
And that's because, in his view, Kanye is being kind of ironic.
Look, Kanye opens up by saying something that I think is true, which is he's lost his mind because of wrath and drug addiction. I think he's admitting that. I think that's pretty sincere. And that sets up the rest of the song to say, don't take this literally, or, don't take this sincerely.
The point is actually that Hitler is bad, and everybody just missed it. And here's the thing that really jumps out to me, his interpretation isn't that.
I wonder if he had to use a bunch of noise canceling or something that one bit because of some weird vacuuming or something. I don't know.
That crazy. I can imagine agreeing with him. Mike Knowles is right. Kanye does begin by saying he's not in his right mind, that he's angry and grieving and doesn't know what to do with his feelings.
I got so much anger in me, got no way to take it out.
He's right. Just before Kanye says N-word Heil Hitler, he says,
I became a Nazi, yeah, bitch, I'm the villain.
Aren't villains definitionally bad? Doesn't that mean that he's bad and that you shouldn't listen to him?
I'm not in my right mind. I'm not thinking logically. I'm just full of anger and wrath and sin and vice. And I'm the villain. So, Heil Hitler, I'm a Nazi.
Finally, we could talk about the art made for the song. It's this freaky little guy. It wants a horny demon and a swastika. A suggestion that Kanye considers Nazism an evil thing. Taken all together, doesn't it make sense to look at this music video as a kind of absurdist, almost Dadaist work of art? Kanye has gone.
I agree. And also, assuming that Michael Knowles would ever have a good faith understanding of anything is, but it's interesting, I guess, to look at it. But
As far as he could, he has broken all taboos, and what he found on the other side was emptiness and sin. That's what the song is about.
This is the song that he says at the top, I've reached rock bottom. I'm a villain. I've lost my kids. I've lost my money. I've lost my everything. I'm a villain. So then how do you become good again?
This all sounds really good, and what's more, it's satisfying to say. Kanye West's fascism song is secretly moral and profound. It's a clever, contrarian feeling interpretation, and isn't that what the media analysis game is all about? Clever, contrarian interpretations. Even so, I don't buy it. This reading is just too neat for me, too cute. Something feels left out. So let's try to fill in the blanks. On October 17th, 2022, that's around 3 years ago now, Candace Owens, then a media personality working for the Daily Wire, sat down for an interview.
Did that sound go from or kind of muffled and bad to good all of a sudden, right in that mid-sentence? Or maybe my headphones are just going crazy. I'm just double checking. Okay, cool. So I guess it's something weird, artistic choice or editing choice. Right-wing media analysis, because it's never just for the joy of art or personal interest. It's always some super perspective. Sin is bad thing. True. Especially the Daily Water freaks are more religiously minded than others.
With Kanye West. That October was a big month for Kanye. On one hand, it was probably the closest he'd ever get to full mainstream conservative adoration. He went to a fashion show with Candace Owens where they both wore White Lives Matter t-shirts. He went to the premiere of her anti-Black Lives Matter documentary. He was and had been an outspoken Trump supporter. And everyone seemed pretty happy with the performance. Mike Knowles approved of the White Lives Matter stunt. Of course he did.
Kanye and Candace are coming out there and provocatively saying, the narrative that you are being fed by the liberal establishment is not only false, it's the opposite of true. The only people who are being hunted down by the government right now because of their identity are white conservatives.
Tucker Carlson had Kanye on his show, kept reiterating how sane and competent he was.
The enemies of his ideas dismissed West, as they have for years, as mentally ill. Too crazy to take seriously. Look away, ignore him.
Salivated.
And now they're like, yeah, I like him. And then a month later, okay, never mind, I don't like him.
At every word out of the man's mouth.
So I really don't care about people's response to that. I perform for an audience of one, and that's God.
I'm starting to see why they want to make you be quiet.
Ben Shapiro, co-founder of The Daily Wire, loved the interview, thought Kanye did great.
Frankly, it sounds fantastic. Frankly, Kanye sounds much more sane than virtually everybody else in public life.
On the other hand, cracks, obvious cracks, were forming at the surface. On October 8th, Kanye famously tweeted that he was going to go DEFCON 3 on Jewish people and that he couldn't be anti-Semitic because black people are Jew. And while Carlson cut this part out, Kanye made a number of strange and anti-Semitic remarks during their interview.
I prefer my kids knew Hanukkah than Kwanzaa. At least it will come with some financial engineering.
These clips didn't stay buried long. They emerged just a few days after the conversation.
Oh my God, dude.
And when Candace sat with Kanye late at night on the 17th, not in a studio, but in Candace's living room, you could feel that tension, that uneasiness.
People don't actually understand. There's something about you and I coming together that the media cannot stand.
Right.
In the background of their interview is this unspoken question: what is Kanye West to the world of conservatism? Can he be used? Can we call him normal? There are a number of moments in the interview where it seems that Candace is trying to moderate Kanye, protect him from his own words. Around 25 minutes in, after Kanye...
That's like when Alex Jones was like, "Oh, come on, Kanye, you don't mean that you love Hitler." And he's like, "I love Hitler." Like, son of a bitch.
Kanye had already talked at length about his grievances with the Jews. Candace says this:
You are talking about an industry where there are Jewish executives, and that's the first time I've actually heard you say Jewish executives.
Mm-hmm.
And I think before, the way that they were trying to sort of callously interpret it was that you meant every single Jewish person in the entire world. Every person walking the street has this power.
The media callously interpreted Kanye's DEFCON 3 on Jewish people tweet. All Kanye meant was that there's a lot of Jews in Hollywood, and why can't you say that? And they have a similar interaction just a minute later.
Jewish people have bought the black voice.
And that's what you meant by it, is that they're disproportionately represented in media. And so if something that you say is something that they don't like, they won't allow you to have it said. That's what you meant. That's getting more specific.
Candace seems almost excited by the idea that Kanye had some specific grievance, that his problems can be narrowed down, treated as legitimate or well-founded. The problem, though, is that it doesn't hang together. This interview is an hour and a half long and unedited, and it's very obvious that West does not have a clear idea what he's talking about. For one thing, he doesn't have any specifics. Like, he says this at one point:
if I hadn't went so far, said the word DEFCON, right, DEFCON, then we couldn't have had an open conversation about what Jewish execs are specifically doing. All of the conversation would have been said to be hate speech.
That he made his DEFCON tweet to open up the conversation so he could talk about issues he'd had with Jewish businessmen. And even leaving aside how absurd that claim is, we must recognize that it's also a lie. Kanye never talks in this conversation or otherwise about any of his shady business dealings, never names names, speaks of bad deals. Look, we could talk about the entertainment industry as much as we like. I have no doubt that it, like any industry, is sometimes cutthroat and brutal. But Kanye is a very wealthy man, right?
For 3 years, Forbes wouldn't call me a billionaire. It is important if people are calling you crazy to be like, oh, but I'm a billionaire.
So how much, really, could Hollywood, could the Jews have screwed him over? What did they do to him? How unfair was it? More to the point, Kanye is certainly not just upset about bad deals happening in the music industry. Maybe that's what started him down this path, I really don't know, but the man is all over the place. One of the major things he talks about is the black abortion rate.
The idea that black people are not Jew is the greatest lie that's ever sold, because you don't see the Jewish abortion rate at the same level as the black abortion rate. 50% of black deaths a year is actually abortion.
He suggests at multiple points in the conversation that the Jewish-controlled media is encouraging black people to get abortions even as Jews themselves don't get them, and how they conceal this fact from the public.
But then you ask the question, you can't even Google, like when you Google Jewish...
Like literally in Judaism, abortion is like talked about as fine. Like when people talk about the religions being against it, like it specifically talks about it. I've been told. I've never read Jewish stuff. Ooh, ZZ girl, hold on just a little bit.
Jewish abortion rate, it'll be one piece of information. The next information is like from 4 years ago or something. There's no information.
He likens this arrangement to the Holocaust.
Charlie said, hey, I want to take you to the Holocaust Museum. And I said, I want you to go to our Holocaust Museum, Planned Parenthood. Like, we're still in the Holocaust.
At another point, he suggests that Jews are conspiring to prevent intelligent black people from rising to the top.
There's been a shift. They don't want there to be another Beyonce. They don't want there to be a Candace. They don't want there to be a Ye. We're going to replace Martin Luther King with a drug addict.
In context, that drug addict he's referring to is very clearly George Floyd. Later on, Candace asks when people started saying he had bipolar disorder, and Kanye responds that a Jewish doctor diagnosed him and a Jewish personal trainer leaked it to the public.
I was told that by a Jewish doctor, and the information was put out by a Jewish Hollywood trainer to the Jewish media.
He says this happened because the trainer saw him reading the Bible.
I had started reading the Bible really heavy and rewriting Bible verses. And when the Jewish trainer saw...
Ooh, rewriting Bible verses. That might be one of those things. Like, that might be one of the... That might be something.
And you're like looking like, well, that sounds pretty bipolar. But
are these people executives? Did they give him a bad deal? Or are Jewish people simply duplicitous and horrible? See, the problem is that Kanye's anti-Semitism is most reminiscent of 4chan neo-Nazi types. One of his close friends, at least at this time, was Nick Fuentes, who was very much part of that culture.
When I went to Charlottesville and we said Jews will not replace us, that sort of encapsulates both of the problems, right? Which is replacement migration and if Jews run society, are they not responsible?
So yes, Kanye is worried about Jews being in power, but that doesn't mean that his criticism is specific or pointed or centered cleanly on the music industry. Rather, he is conveying over and over the belief that a cabal of Jews is attempting to destroy him and black people and society writ large. At the beginning of their interview, Candace talks about a message her father sent her from Hawaii.
My dad called me stressed from Hawaii.
Wow.
Kanye seems excited, and they have this interaction.
Read the last text from my dad out loud. We talked about the miracles. Read out loud the last text.
Wow.
Read out loud.
When do you want me in Hawaii? That's why I don't see that. Well, my dad's in Hawaii right now.
Later on, Kanye talks about taking a trip to Nashville and seeing a restaurant named Cane's.
And I said to my chief of staff, get me a plane. I'm going to Nashville right now. And the feeling is right. Then we went to a restaurant, and the restaurant literally had all the same letters of the name my mother gave me. It was Kayne. So that's another... It's like you're talking about your dad with Hawaii. And like, I had to, you guys saw that. You saw me hand the phone over like David Blaine. I couldn't have written that.
I don't think this kind of behavior is so uncommon in the grand scheme of things. People like to find significance in coincidences, like to believe that fate sometimes shows its hand. But in the case of Kanye, it's hard not to see a pattern here. To him, an obviously paranoid person, the world is a very designed place, overburdened with meaning. There are great forces that conspire to do evil, embodied by Jewish people, and there are forces of good, embodied by himself and the omens that surround him. Candace didn't release this video to the public. Perhaps that's because she didn't feel that Kanye came off particularly well, or perhaps, and I find this more likely, it's because he spoke ill of the Daily Wire. Either way, whatever forces constrained her at the time, they didn't remain for long. On March 22nd, 2024, Jeremy Boring, then CEO of the Daily Wire, announced that they'd be parting ways with Candace Owens. There was never an official reason.
Yeah, I mean, there's lots of different things, and I don't know the specifics behind what is and what is not schizophrenia. There's been years and years of misinformation and lots of different like simplifications and stuff. So I leave that to the experts or whatever, right? It's just one of those like, the man seems like he needs help. Does not undo the damage and the cruelty and the abuse that he's putting out, but I can understand that the man needs help. It's just like how many people who end up in these situations and even do bad things need help, which is, another big push for rehabilitation and actual proper corrections facilities that are not just torture factories, but things designed to actually help individuals, along with having healthcare and other access for people, because this is just a incredibly high profile individual, but these are things that happen to people all the time. Not literally on you don't run into this every single day, but these are things that happen in the country for sure.
Given for her termination, but I think there's one event that probably lends the relevant context. On November 3rd, 2023, in the wake of October 7th and the Israeli occupation of Gaza, Candace Owens tweeted, quote, "No government anywhere has a right to commit a genocide, ever." A few weeks later, Ben Shapiro, presumably responding to takes and coverage like this, said,
Yes, the question is about Candace Owens. I think her behavior during this is indiscriminate. I think that her post-sophistication on these particular issues has been ridiculous. It's not post-sophistication, it's ridiculous. Everybody can see the moves that she's making, the things that she's saying, and I find them disreputable.
That day, Candace tweeted an excerpt from the Bible. "Blessed are the peacemakers, for they shall be called the children of God. No one can serve two masters. Either you will hate the one and love the other, or you will be devoted to the one and despise the other. You cannot serve both money and God. Christ is king." Ben responded, "Candace, if you feel that taking money from the Daily Wire somehow comes between you and God, by all means quit." And that was basically the end of it. A few months later, Candace was fired. Because there's never been an official or detailed explanation from the Daily Wire, there remains a lot of unknowns here in impenetrability. Was Candace fired because she acted like an anti-Semite? There's a pretty strong case for that. The phrase "Christ is King" is sometimes associated with American fascist movements. Nick Fuentes, for example, gave a speech and had that phrase chanted at him.
Well, specifically anti-Israel is usually the reason you get fired.
Christ is king.
From Daily Wire.
Christ is king.
And while Candace denies that she intended such an association, who knows what's true? Either way, the tweet itself leaves a bad taste in my mouth. Ben Shapiro has chosen money over God. He's defending Israel because of greed. I just don't believe that. I think Ben is, if nothing else, a true believer in this cause. And given that, it seems clear that Owens is, in an ugly and insulting way, invoking Jewish stereotypes.
Oh,
She does
interesting.
that sometimes.
Oh, just thinking that I thought she was saying that she is being silenced and she would keep her money, but they're saying that the Daily Wire is doing the defense. That's an interesting interpretation, because I was thinking of it as should I care about my money in my bag and working at the Daily Wire, or should I care about my principles or whatever? Not that she has principles, because she's a fucking white supremacist, but yeah.
Times. In another video she made while at the Daily Wire, she characterizes American political Jews as Marxists.
There are all different types of Jewish people. And this particular people that I've been talking about, that I'm talking about right now.
Well, I wonder if this is an attempt to make sure that the audio doesn't get claimed or something.
Represent a fringe minority of Jewish people that want nothing more than political power. It is
I assume
just
100%,
like
yes.
Black Lives Matter. These people are ultimately Marxists, okay? These individuals are evil Marxists. They do underhanded things, underhanded tactics to freak people out and to ultimately cause division. Right?
Which is not only obviously absurd, but also reminiscent of the Nazis, who fearmongered about conspiratorial Jewish Bolshevism. It's clear, to me at least, that Candace Owens did smuggle some pre-existing anti-Semitic sentiment into her rhetoric on Palestine. So
there was that one famous one, evil, freaky Marxist, freaky stuff. I forget which Ann Coulter, like Ben Shapiro, Ann Coulter tweet. I don't see an immediate link to it, but it's like, yeah, she might be anti-Semitic, but she's pro-Israel, so I can sleep good at night or something like that.
is that it? Is that the only explanation we need for her termination? Well, maybe. I guess I'd want that to be the case. Still, I don't think that's the whole picture. Let's be honest. Do you find it so implausible that Ben would want to oust Candace, not just because of her anti-Jewish rhetoric, but also because she implied that Israel was committing a genocide? I don't. After all, that's why he called her disgraceful and faux sophisticated in the first place, right? When Shapiro is asked to justify the Daily Wire firing Candace Owens, he always uses the same example.
The Daily Wire would not have a host, would not pay a host who was staunchly pro-abortion. They would have no obligation to pay a host who is staunchly pro-abortion.
And I think it's a telling and interesting line. In 2003, when Ben Shapiro was 19 years old, he wrote an article called "Transfer is Not a Dirty Word." In it, he argues quite explicitly for the ethnic cleansing of Israel, not just of the Palestinian population living in Gaza and the West Bank, but also of the Arab-Israeli citizens. It is an ugly solution, he writes, but it is the only solution. Yes, he uses the word solution. Now, Ben has retracted that article on multiple occasions, calling this solution inhumane and impractical, immoral, and...
He literally is defending the Trump administration's desire to do such a thing.
philosophical error. Still, this article speaks to the world Shapiro inhabits and inhabited, the education he received. It's haunting to me. What's more, it's not entirely clear how seriously Shapiro takes his more humanitarian convictions. In 2023, he went to Israel and had a nice photo op and conversation with Bezalel Smotrich. Amazing the impact one man can have, Smotrich wrote, Shapiro retweeted. Bezalel Smotrich is the head of the extremely far-right religious Zionist party, Netanyahu's financial minister, a man who currently has broad authority over the West Bank. And for him, transfer is surely not an ugly word. In 2021, when an immigration bill introduced by his party didn't pass, he threw a psychotic tantrum at the Arab members of the Knesset.
אני איתכם לא מדבר, אנטי-ציונים, תומכי טרור, אויבים. אתם פה בטעות, כי בן גוריון לא גמר את העבודה ולא זרק אתכם ב-48.
He would go on to say, in 2025, the Palestinians will be totally despairing, understanding that there is no hope and nothing to look for in Gaza, and will be looking for relocations to begin a new life in other places. Shapiro never aired any criticisms of a man who clearly supports ethnic cleansing, at least none that I can find, and that makes sense, right? Shapiro is plainly and radically on Team Israel. He certainly doesn't believe the state is doing anything morally wrong, quite the opposite.
What is Israel doing right? What is Israel doing wrong in this very specific current war?
From an American perspective, I think that Israel is doing pretty well. From an Israeli perspective, if I were Israeli, I would actually want Israel to be less loose about sending its soldiers in on the ground level.
Look, again, we don't know what happened with Owens, and I don't deny that her conspiratorial anti-Semitism was probably a factor in her contract being terminated. But really, does it make sense that Ben would be so much kinder and more lenient to Candace Owens' suggestion that Israel was committing a genocide than he would be to some pro-lifer? Would he feel the desire, the obligation to allow her this kind of speech? No, I don't think so. And in any case, if the Daily Wire's main problem was with the possibility that Owens might be anti-Semitic, we must ask, why did they keep her around so long? Why did they defend her uncritical and strange friendship with Kanye West?
Candace is his friend and has defended him and has tried to say she didn't really think he was being anti-Semitic in these comments, and kind of tried to find an angle for him that would help others make sense of this in a way that wouldn't lead you thinking this is a wild anti-Semite. So then, as I understand it, everybody turned to you guys, you and Ben, are like, fire her ass. And I think that's fair.
That's right. I think she defended her friend Kanye. I'm not going to ask you to pile on. I'm not going to ask you to disassociate. You know, the actual person, Candace, is actually friends with the actual person, Kanye West.
Why did they fire her at the moment it would look best for her? Why did Ben Shapiro, why did the Daily Wire only care here when it was already far too late? On August 7th, 2024, after she no longer had Daily Wire bosses to impress, Candace Owens released her podcast with Kanye West. Alongside the interview, Candace made a video where she speaks about Kanye, about their relationship, about how she's changed since they started talking years ago.
And so today's episode is going to be a little bit different because there is so much more that I want to say about the things that happened off camera, the things that were said to me off camera by Ye.
It's kind of interesting how much the Daily Wire has dropped off and how much these other creators have then blown up afterward.
At that time, and I finally feel that the world is ready to hear those things.
Candace speaks about Kanye West with a lot of reverence, describes him as a visionary ahead of his time.
Everything was happening because I am not the same visionary that I believe that Ye is. I did not know. I want to be honest with you. I did not know what on earth he was talking about.
But when you actually listen to the story she tells, her account of Kanye off the record, it sounds more uncomfortable than anything else. She talks about how he laid all these far-flung theories on her, claimed that Michael Jackson was killed by some Hollywood Jewish mob.
When you say to me, as he did, that they killed Michael Jackson, it's quite a heavy thing. They killed Michael Jackson, Candace. I'm going, what are you talking about?
How the Khazars did something.
He also brought up to me the Khazar.
There are so many. It's weird how many people followed Brett Cooper and Candace. Like, Candace's career has popped off more, apparently, in recent times than it has before. Which is just... It's... I guess to some degree... I know. It's... It's scary to see how even the most extreme place I could think of before, the Daily Wire, has then sort of died off, but then jettisoned some escape pods, and even the more insane people are the ones that are like carrying the banner, just carrying it as far right as they can fucking go.
Aryan Kingdom. Literally was asking me if I knew about Khazars.
She says that when she expressed that she had no idea what he was talking about, he accused her of being disingenuous, a Zionist shill.
I think he thought at some point that I was playing a game with him. He's like, you're very smart. You know, you read tons of books. You have to know what it is I'm speaking about. And I'm going, no, I have no idea what you're talking about. Then he starts accusing me of being controlled by Zionists. And I'm going, what on earth are you talking about? I just want to do my show.
It can be tempting to think of Kanye's strangeness as a kind of performance, a way of getting attention. And I'm sure that's part of it. But there is an authenticity to Kanye, a person who doesn't go away when the cameras turn off. If anything, I think he may have restrained himself in his podcast conversation. Still, whatever tension may have existed between Candace and Kanye, it's all water under the bridge now. Candace has done the reading. She knows about Michael Jackson. She knows about the Khazars.
Again, if you're watching this series now and we're starting to speak about things historical, speaking about who the Khazars were, who the Khazars potentially are.
She even adds a few theories of her own, talks about how Freud walked back his seduction theory of hysteria in order to protect his pedophile friend.
You can discern from his letters that Sigmund Freud's father was a pedophile, that Sigmund Freud was covering up for pedophiles.
Talks about an old book called Hollywood Babylon by Kenneth Anger that proves that the entertainment industry was founded by degenerate Satanists.
What he establishes.
So when she puts out a tweet about you gotta still be with God and you can't be with God and be with money, but then does shit like that, like, has her brain melted and she believes these insane things? I don't buy it. She's going after money. I mean, I just can't. Don't you have enough? What the fuck?
In this book, Kenneth Anger, is that the intention of creating Hollywood was to create a sort of demonic religion.
I suppose I could try my best to piece through these ideas, but I really don't think that makes sense, at least not in this context. The way Candace works her way through her theories, it doesn't feel like it's meant to be interrogated. Like, she talks about Michael Jackson, says that he was likely murdered by a conspiracy. She even made a separate video all about Jackson.
So today, I am going to tell you the true story of what happened to Michael Jackson. What and who killed Michael Jackson.
Yet between her discussions of the man, I still have no idea why she thinks his death was an intentional plot. She never gives evidence for that claim, a solid reason to have such a belief. She never even mentions his well-recorded drug abuse problem. Was that a plot too? Or she spends around 20 minutes of this video.
Also, she's holding a book that was like flushed in a toilet.
Reading from Hollywood Babylon, yet we never consider the reliability of its author. Was this guy, Kenneth Anger, really so informed about the sexual hedonism of Hollywood elites over the span of like 50 years? Does anyone corroborate his many stories? The book seems so lurid and over the top that I just can't imagine
It's not a flattering photo of...
taking it at face value.
This religion, enormously lucrative for its perpetrators, as cynical as they were shameless, was just old, heathen, hedonistic body worship, dolled up in a new disguise, the adoration of the stars of Hollywood, USA. It was an illusion, a tease, a fraud. It was almost as much fun as the old-time religion, without blood on the altars, but the blood would come. He then talks about, the star worship of the heavenly bodies.
This entire video feels like a hallucination, and I can't help but ask, for what? She wants us to accept that Kanye was destroyed by yellow journalism, that the Jewish media manufactured claims about his mental wellness and anti-Semitism because he refused to play their game.
So much of what Ye was trying to communicate to me was very plausible, like this conspiracy of agents working with lawyers, working sometimes with people's managers and agents to effectively get somebody kicked out of Hollywood via the means of yellow journalism, just lying profusely about somebody.
But I'm sorry, that's just not possible. People don't think poorly of Kanye West because he was diagnosed with bipolar disorder by a Jewish doctor. Why would they? No, the public turned on Kanye because he tweeted that he was going to go DEFCON 3 on Jewish people, because he wore a White Lives Matter t-shirt, because he talks about how Jews are conspiring to increase the black abortion rate, because he said that slavery was a choice, because he went on the Alex Jones show and said he especially loves Adolf Hitler.
There's a lot of things that I love about.
There's Nick Fuentes just hanging out there in his blue hoodie like, wow, this is wild.
Hitler.
These are events that objectively happened, and there are lots of them, so many. What is left here for yellow journalism? At one point in their original interview, Candace and Kanye have this interaction.
They wouldn't let us talk on Daily Wire, specifically for me having the claim, the possibility that the darker Jew known as blacks that came from Africa.
Oh, him being like, oh, we want the Epstein, it sucks. You are a freak, you're an Epstein, whatever. Yeah. I didn't see too much coverage. I mean, I saw that it was happening, but people were like, I don't like this guy. I'm not going to watch him.
Could possibly be Israelites, that could possibly be Jew.
And I was, just to be super open, I was confused by it because I'm like, are we saying that there's no such thing as black Israelis? They live in Israel. So I don't know, maybe Kanye descends from it, maybe I descend from it, who knows, right?
At first, I assumed that Candace was being disingenuous, that she knew full well that Kanye wasn't saying his family was from Israel. The idea that black people are in some sense the true Jews is a fairly old one, and I imagine Candace knew about it and was lying. But now, I'm not so sure. Maybe she was genuinely confused. Maybe she was really trying to make it make sense, backfill any rationale, any justification that could remotely fit. Now, though, there is no need for lies or justifications, for particular grievances to be aired, for ideas to be explained. Hollywood is filled with Jewish Satanists, and this book says it always has been, and that's connected to Sigmund Freud and to seduction theory, and that's why we know that Kanye was MK Ultra'd.
I believe that Kanye West was MK Ultra'd.
And both of our fathers have some recent connection to Hawaii, and a restaurant in Nashville has a name that sounds like Kanye. On May 12th, 2025, Ben Shapiro released a video responding to Kanye West's song Heil Hitler. The video is really what you'd expect. Shapiro doesn't approve of the song, and that makes sense.
I mean, two things can be true at once. One, mental...
Which is funny because Michael Knowles approves of it.
Illness. Two, hates the Jews. Both can be true. And in fact, in Kanye West, are true.
But what I find striking about it is the sort of desperate energy that it has.
I'm just pointing out that many of the people who are very enthusiastic about Kanye West making common cause with people on the right are utterly silent when it comes to his absolutely open shift into Nazism. Many of the people who call him friends and acquaintances and people, like, where are they? Do they have anything to say about this or no? It's still about the Jews.
Now, I don't know who Ben Shapiro is referring to here. Maybe he knows tons of people who are personal friends with Kanye West, but I think we can safely guess one person he's talking about, Candace Owens. And here, it almost feels like he's pleading with her. Candace, is there ever a point when enough will be enough? Do you care at all what this man is saying? For the record, she doesn't care. She made a video around this time where she mentions the song and has little to say. Kanye is an incredible producer. That melody is catchy.
As I've said yesterday, I'm extremely disappointed in how catchy the beat is. You hear it once and it does not get out of your head.
Isn't it telling?
That's what Asana said too, because as soon as the song comes on, it's going off in his head a bunch, which is, you know, not good, but it's just funny that it's one of those things that gets an earworm that impacts him so much.
And important that this sort of thing is being censored. What does that mean?
All my N-words Nazis. He didn't get banned for saying the N-word. He got banned for saying Hail Hitler. And so it's interesting to see people now having that debate and having that discussion.
That's about it. At another point in his video, Ben Shapiro says,
turns out that some rules exist for a reason. And like being against Hitler seems to be I don't know, call me controversial, call me crazy. Hitler seems bad.
And Daily Wire goes down. Oh no, that's fucking crazy.
I don't know. I feel like Hitler was not a good person, and I feel like the things he did were bad. If that makes me controversial, if it makes me a censor of some sort, I guess, you know, sure, all right, fine.
Oh my God, the fact that they fled and then went towards that is not good.
And there's a sense that he can't believe he's saying this, that he has to. There's an edge to his tone. He seems angry at his audience. That makes sense, I think. When you go into the comment section of this video, it is genuinely riddled with Nazi buzzwords and anti-Semitic jokes. They really made it so you can't see dislikes. Thanks, YouTube. Oy vey, you're only supposed to sing about murder and drugs. The song is banned in 109 countries. That's a reference
109.
to the fallacious claim that Jews were expelled from 109 countries. The implication being that if so many places throw you out, it must be a you problem. Based yay, the Jew is mad, LMAO. Crazy how some of the anti-Semitic comments have more likes than the actual video. The world is healing. This song was banned in 109 countries. I went on a bender last weekend and got kicked out of 109 bars. It wasn't my fault. On a scale of 1 to 271K, the song gets 6 million. I wasn't familiar with this one, but in Holocaust denial circles, 271K is sometimes thrown around as the actual number of Jews who were killed.
And then they also say, and that is an appropriate number of killed, as if that makes it any better for some reason.
Killed. Oy vey, shut it down. That song is literally gas. 109 countries for a reason. The world owes the Austrian painter an apology. Perhaps that list got dull, but for the record, it took me less than 5 minutes to compile it. It's the majority of the comment section, and I'll scroll by the most recent comments here. You can see it for yourself. It's hard to gauge public opinion from something as performative and capricious and self-selecting.
I appreciate that layer of analysis just because sometimes people get all up in it if there's like, look, in someone's chat, someone said this thing. And it's like, especially in like fast moving chats or giant comment sections, you can't catch everything, and that's not realistic to expect. But when stuff is the majority of the stuff, then there's clearly a lack of moderation and or encouragement, and that distinction is important, and it gets ignored for all, by all the most annoying people for all the most annoying reasons. Like when an Asmongold's chat is just going insane with DEI hires and woke game or whatever, or saying base whenever there's a bunch of Nazi shit on the screen, and then it's the majority of the posts are flying up with that type of message. It's not the same thing as when 1 out of 40,000 people says some weird Nazi shit in Hassan's chat that somehow doesn't get, or is just instantly banned anyway, but is caught out. That's, yeah, I mean, yeah, it's some kind of ironic justice, but it's also like he did the thing and now we all suffer for it. And so even him getting his justice doesn't necessarily mean it's good. I think a just solution would be he gets free healthcare from socialism. That's what I think would be a great end instead of this end.
Collecting as an online comment section. Sometimes what looks like a crowd is in fact just some guy's fandom getting activated, a forum somewhere deciding to bombard a creator. Indeed, Nick Fuentes, longtime hater of Shapiro's, tweeted about the video, no doubt fanning the flames. And yes, many of those comments have thousands of likes, but it could very well be the same thousands of people spamming the like button on each other's posts. Still,
the word like happened in this thing.
Too cautious here. I don't think Ben in this video is fighting a mirage, that he's mad at a few meaningless trolls. The numbers don't tell that story. Since leaving the Daily Wire and leaning more and more into conspiracy theories, Candace Owens has become unbelievably successful. Her YouTube channel regularly gets millions of views. She runs the 9th biggest news podcast. Her career...
I mean, that is a possibility. That is one possibility. I'm a bit of a fucking pussy humanist or whatever, so I still don't like state executions. I look over what China does sometimes, and I'm like, ooh, billionaire ends up doing something fucked with baby formula and killing some people, and then what? Gets capital punishment? Egads. Interesting. Billionaires being held accountable for their incredibly impactful crimes. Interesting. Still don't like state violence for lots of, state executions, especially. But I've also heard people say that they should have, what's his name? General Shepard, or whatever it was supposed to. Is that the guy from Mass Effect or the guy that did the Civil War? They should have, kept going after Georgia or whatever, or wherever they stopped. Nuremberg trials were too lenient and stuff like that. Some of the war crime things are tough. At least Candace is smart enough to know that she can never stop, because she does. Yeah, that's possible. Yeah, some people wanted more. Ulysses S. Grant. Is that what I was saying? Did I say? Yeah, I was saying Shepard. That Ulysses should have kept going, and done a purge of the South more than they did. That's a thing I've heard before, and that would have solved a lot of problems. I said Commander Shepard. I did. I got Rex on the brain. Shepherd. I'm bad with names, and Shepherd sounds like one of the names. There's got to be a General Shepherd. Well, no, fuck it. I think it is Mass Effect. I'm stupid, okay? I vaguely know the idea, but like the things like names and things, they fall away. Those letters just don't stick. I don't know. I wish they did. The bullshit we did post World War II with like Operation Paperclip and all that shit, holding on to all the Nazis that did all the most fucked up bullshit, you know, like didn't have to do that. I like to think that murderers and people that get the death penalty under normal circumstances, they're not the Joker, you know, they're not the Penguin, they're not escaping from fucking jail and, you know, recommitting crimes. Put them in jail for life. That's my answer. Instead, and also it costs less, at least in our current understanding of how we do appeals and all these things. So I get it. It's just one day we might be able to. One day we might have more cures and better therapies for people who've done horrible things. But the capitalists that do incredible harm, like the Pfizer people who've poisoned the planet with their medicines, the PFOEs that were hidden and now are in all of our bloods, basically for the rest of our lives. Yeah. I mean, I don't know enough about the full Napoleon thing, but they put him in a prison. I think he got put into a nice prison on an island somewhere in exile, but it's like, and then sometimes they go out the Hitler way, right? They do it themselves, and then sometimes this the Sacklers definitely would not be alive. I know, and it's like, because right now in our current system they can escape justice, and that's supposedly, you know, like OJ, or not OJ. Well, I guess technically no. Cosby, he was imprisoned for his crimes, but then gets out on a technicality of some kind, because they have good lawyers and a lot of money, and they get back out. Now he's a fucking old worthless man at this point, so fuck. But what the hell? Justice was eluded sometimes, which is where the other solutions are one of those, like, you'll never have to worry about it again kind of things. I mean, I'm too much of a pussy, but I've seen too many cases where everybody involved, the prosecutor, the police officers, the victim, well, the victim's families of crimes, and an actual perpetrator all are saying this person in jail did not do it. And yet the governor still throws a switch and kills the person. This is a YouTube comment. Oh, Simpson, ye the gloves. Okay. USA, you buy your freedom in your country. Fact. I think I get what you're saying. I think you meant to say OJ Simpson. Yay. The gloves. OKK. USA, you buy your freedom in the country. Fact. Yeah, there's definitely some buying of stuff. So maybe I'll just look away during the revolution and then turn back around when it's over and go, oh, okay, now we'll set up a rule. But I don't know. I've seen as soon as it's available to use, it's a tool in the toolbox. It will eventually get used again. That's one of those things. And it's so much easier if you just don't use it, because then you never have to worry about it being misused. And even though there are situations where you would think that it would finally be justified, I feel you can get things dropped in some of your court cases. Depending upon what, there's, I mean, all kinds of stuff can happen in a court case, depending upon civil versus criminal, and then all kinds of stuff. Common Soviet W, I suppose. Yeah. Dropped. You can get things dropped in some of your court cases. Yeah. I didn't follow the Diddy case that well, but yeah, things did get dropped, and it seems like they only got charged on one of the more minor charges of all, and then sentencing still hasn't taken place, is the last update I heard. But then at the same time, if you're going to get your case dropped or whatever it is, then that would happen in a capital punishment case too, and ultimately be the same, but the tool in the end is just much more destructive. I'm not sure. I guess the UK has different laws for lots of different things. I know it's a lot easier to do defamation law in the UK. Maybe I'm thinking of Japan, but it's different than America at the very least. Yeah, all courts are a little different, obviously. And what about JFK? What about JFK? That was not capital punishment. I mean, that was that was some form of murder, right? Well, somewhere along the way, whether it was state-sanctioned murder or just some wacko murder, right? There was no court case for that one, and then the guy who was pinned on it then ended up getting killed. The Soviets killed JFK. That's what they want you to believe, that's for sure.
Is very much on the upswing, and her video where she blows off Kanye's song didn't get any comments calling her feckless, accusing her of being too comfortable with naked anti-Semitism. This pressure only goes one way. The whole thing...
The YouTube person mentioned he was taken up by a lot of people. Multiple gunman theory. It's one of those things that I've watched a few different videos on the JFK stuff, and it's one of those like, oh yeah, there's some oddities. I don't want to get too conspiracy brained, but there were a suspicious number of ex and future presidents all there the day of that one parade, and all kinds of, CIA, leader, like, was it Bush Senior, and like there was at least a couple more. I thought there was a lot of oddities. Dude, it was just a nut with a gun, which is also true. It is not hard to do, but the concerns and the number of assassinations that happened, because also it's like, I don't think Malcolm X was just a nut with a gun. I don't think that MLK was just a nut with a gun. These are all happening right in the same time, right? His head's billowing out the back of his head. Damn, think about it. Yeah, that's how I imagine. That's usually how bullets work. Yeah. I didn't do it. I didn't miss Trump. Okay. Whoa, easy there. Hey, whoa, whoa. Back and to the left, back and to the left, back and to the left. We've all seen, is that the Zapruder? Is that what it's called? I remember watching that video specifically at some point. I don't think so. We don't always. That's there's been, only a certain number of assassinations in total, and only a certain number of attempts in total. And there's been assassinations in other countries as well. So, we just got a lot of guns. That's, 5 Amendment shocking. I don't even know what the 5th Amendment is because I'm stupid. 5th. Do you mean the 2nd Amendment with the guns? Or do you mean... 5th Amendment provides several protections, most notably the right against self-incrimination. Plead the 5th. Okay. The right to that makes sense. I've heard that 100 times. The right to due process and the protection against double jeopardy. Well, due process, that one's coming down. I don't know about that. Yeah. That one's falling apart.
Thing leads us to one conclusion, and I think Ben Shapiro is having a hard time with it. That if the Daily Wire started peddling conspiracy theories, started throwing around oblique references to the Jews and their harmful effect on society, the audience wouldn't care that much. People would like it fine, and it would make for good content. On May 9th, 2025, Mike Knowles made a response to Kanye West's music video where he argues that the whole thing has been misunderstood.
I'm not in my right mind. I'm not thinking logically. I'm just full of anger and wrath and sin and vice. And I'm the villain.
The YouTube chatter says, more than any other country in the world, assessments attempts fact. I think the assassination attempts. I can't imagine that's true. I can't imagine that there's been more assassination attempts in America because we're just a very young country, right? Like there's no way that's true. Just based on age alone. If you want to say like per capita, like per percentage of age versus number of assassinations, but like also like guns have only been around for such a period of time, whatever it is, but there's no way that's right. I'm just going off of my just complete vibes. I think that it would be unrealistic to say.
So, Heil Hitler, I'm a Nazi.
If nothing else, it's an...
That was a perfect pause and a perfect unpause, because that's like Michael Knowles in a nutshell. Boom, easy peasy.
Argument that makes intuitive sense. Lines like people don't understand the things I say on Twitter, N-word Heil Hitler are just kind of funny, and when we see things that make us laugh, we often assume they were built that way on purpose. Still, the argument doesn't add up. Is Mike Knowles aware of Kanye West? Perhaps if Heil Hitler was a track from the peak of Kanye's career, when he was still widely understood to be a brilliant...
I heard them say, listen to Kanye West. Why does he say someone's name those number of seconds? I look it up. 1.12 seconds. Is that some kind of dog whistle thing? Is that what you're trying to like allude to?
And fairly progressive songwriter, we could have an argument about this, but it wasn't. Kanye has been almost singularly devoted to the project of anti-Semitism for years now. There is no reason to think it's all been a joke. A few days after the song was released, Kanye tweeted, "I am done with anti-Semitism. I love all people. God forgive..."
Oh, did he see, what was it? 22 Jump Street? Did he watch the movie with, what's his name? Jonah Hill? Malcolm X was assassinated, at least in part, by the NOI, National Office Intel. A clue. Look it up, please. Wait, is it based on your name? Nation of Islam. Oh, right. Oh, no, I remember watching the movie from Spike Lee. It was definitely, the gunmen were Nation of Islam, but they were also being fed and held and pushed over by the feds, at least according to that. And if Kings wasn't assassinated by the FBI, they were definitely happy about it. They were actively trying to kill him. Nothing like that exists for Kennedy. So the person's name is Graeme. Grammy? Graeme. That's a clue, and you're asking to look it up. And if it's a fucking Nazi ass thing, that's I think I'm definitely not going to look up.
Forgive me for the pain I've caused. I forgive those who have caused me pain. He seems to have reversed course since writing that, tweeting, Shopify is currently holding $4 million of mine. Just to put it in question form, who do you think Shopify is ran by? But the point remains, why renounce his hatred of Jews in such an earnest post if the hate was never meant earnestly? No, I think Knowles is clearly missing something here. Does Kanye West imagine himself as a card-carrying Nazi? I don't know, but my guess is...
I know he says my name in the song is heard by them, say by Kanye West, facts say Grammy. Do you think it's just like the music award Grammy? I mean, you're from the UK, right? So you may not be familiar with the Grammys. I'm not going to look up the Hitler Nazi song. Definitely not going to do that in general. So if you got something to say, just say it, right? I mean, whatever it is you want to say, just go ahead and say it out loud.
Probably not. Still, that doesn't mean he's mocking that identity. Rather, I think Kanye is saying something like, you cast me as a villain, you shamed me over my anti-Semitic beliefs, a gang of Jews in Hollywood conspired to destroy my life. Now I speak out and that Jewish gang who controls the media calls me a Nazi. So fine, I'm a villain. Heil Hitler. In other words, Kanye is martyring himself and saying he was radicalized by that martyrdom. And the thing is, as absurd...
Bye-bye. What does exist is a guy, well-documented schizophrenic, who was kicked out of the USSR for being too insane and in his deluded mind thought he was going to impress them. Wait, you mean, what's his name? The guy that shot... Or the guy, Lee Harvey Oswald? Is that what you mean?
Absurd as it might seem, that kind of gesture is common. It's almost banal. On November 6th, 2024, a Twitter account posted the question, why are Gen Z males the fucking Hitler?
Oh, gotcha. Weird. The Grame.
Youth. Wokehammer L's, an account that splits its time between conservative and Nazi memes and pictures of Warhammer figures, respond.
Also, Wokehammer classic. They hate the fact that Warhammer does not like chuds. They hate it. Oh, so it was the Kennedy killer. I gotcha. Okay. I think it was Lee Harvey Oswald who they said killed him. Yeah. I guess then maybe the only... so I guess if I believe that there's some kind of fishiness with the JFK assassination, also because I forget, someone mentioned something about like the things that Kennedy was trying to push for, and then people didn't like it, whether it was kindness to the Russians. But then again, I've heard him also make speeches against communism. So, I mean, I'm so disconnected from that period in time. Like, this happened when my mother was like a baby. So it's like a literal baby. I don't know nothing about it. Unfortunately, there's going to be people like when 9/11 or whatever, they're going to be talking about the weird things and steel beams and shit, you know, in 2051. And at the 40th anniversary, they're going to be like, well, I don't know.
Very easy answer as the Gen Z man. You kept calling us evil because of immutable characteristics, stole our future, denied us our birthright, and corrupted our hobbies. All you had to do was be normal and not be crazed ideologue. So I ask you this in return, how does it feel to look at the monster you created? This person calls himself a monster. He seems to feel he is enacting or wants to enact something evil. Yet this is justified because his birthright was stolen somehow, because people are engaging with video games and Warhammer in ways he doesn't like. Is he joking? On September 9th, 2024, J.D. Vance then...
Nothing he was doing is going to rock the boat. In the video I watched from before, made by Fern, they talked about how the tree made the shot difficult because the shot was taken when it was the most out of visibility, which was weird. But I guess weird things happen, you know? Sometimes it's just weird shit happens. Just sometimes that's all it takes.
And vice presidential.
Also, people hearing things in weird places. Like, I've been in my suburbs or in my backyard, and I've used a hammer to hit a nail, and you can hear that hammer snap off of the different fences and shit. And it's really weird because you're hitting something, and then all of a sudden you hear a hit behind you, and you go, what the fuck? But it's like, it's a reflection. So I can totally imagine how in a weird scenario, people are hearing something that sounds like it's behind them when it's actually in front of them. You know, that's just, and also personal testimony is completely weird. Yeah. It's also totally worthless. So that part of it, I can easily just go, I discredit and don't give a fuck. You know, it's one of those like, don't care, you know, because it's like, it's interesting and like it's worth collecting at the very least, sort of, just to kind of get a vibe where if everyone's like, no, we all saw a big fire and everyone's seeing it, it means you have a higher propensity to look in that section specifically. But especially when it's a lot of mixed reviews, then it's just like, okay, this is not working out. This is not super useful right now. Like, you know.
Nominee tweeted with no evidence.
Wait, why did they use AI to make his face thinner? That's not right. Huh? That's weird.
That Haitian immigrants in Springfield, Ohio were abducting and eating dogs and cats. The next day, Donald Trump repeated that claim during a debate with Kamala Harris.
In Springfield, they're eating the dogs, the people that came in. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets.
When asked to defend his remarks, Vance claimed that the media had ignored the harm caused by these immigrants for too long, necessitating the, as he calls them, cat memes.
I've been trying to talk about the problems in Springfield for months, and the American media ignored it. The American media totally ignored this stuff until Donald Trump and I started talking about cat memes. If I have to,
but it wasn't just a meme,
create stories so that the American media actually pays attention to the suffering of the American people, then that's what I'm going to do.
Yeah, it's so weird. I don't understand where, like, I feel like it should be, like, I feel like it's supposed to be, yeah, he's got like a bigger face. Weird.
Dana, because you guys are completely letting Kamala Harris coast.
The media backed him into a corner, so he had to.
They tried to assassinate FDR with the, what was it? What do they call it? Like the merchant plan, the business plot. Oh, yeah. Wait, what? Fifth Amendment. No, wrong one. This tab. What? What the hell? Maybe I closed it on accident.
Do you wash your legs?
Sure didn't.
A while back.
Okay, yes, I do. Easy. Okay, relax. Lulu video, Lulu. Oh my god, all my old videos. Okay, I don't know what the fuck. I also can't spell business, so. Business plot. Okay, open it up again. Grab it and bring it over. Okay. Business plot. Wall Street pooch. And the White House pooch. Political conspiracy 1933. Government President FDR installs Smedley Butler. Oh my god, what a little fucking bitch ass pussy. Little pencil neck fuck. As a dictator. Butler, retired Marine Corps general, testified under oath that he wealthy businessmen were plotting to create a fascist veterans. I guess he did fucking turn them in, I guess. I'm assuming that he's a freak because they wanted him to be the dictator. He just looks like the bad guy in a Nazi movie. You know what I mean? He just looks like that. Okay, he's catching it astray maybe, but still. No one was persecuted. Tests were discussed, planned, and might have been placed in execution, and if the financial backers deemed it expedient. Why the fuck? That's literally a conspiracy. Like, yes, true. That's true. That's true. But what if somebody looks like him, and then now I'm making them feel bad? What if one of my 3 viewers looks like him? Then they would feel real bad.
Lie about legal immigrants working in the US say they were kidnapping people's pets. Is he joking? On August 7th, 2024, Candace Owens made her retrospective on her conversation with Kanye West. At the end of the video, she starts talking about herself.
Black artists who are talented, who come out, and when they're existing within a corporation, they're adored and they're applauded. I mean, I'm out there speaking about Black Lives Matter, and that media said, go Candace, we love you. When I said, wait, actually, I don't agree with this many children dying. I don't agree with any of this. Then flipped, did a complete 180, tried to wacko Cando me, tried to pretend that I'm completely illogical and coming apart.
Now, I don't know.
Republican makeup. It doesn't hit the same on people of color, you know what I mean?
Know this, she doesn't say it explicitly, but there's this sense that the way that Ben Shapiro treated her, the way the media treated her, was part of what truly convinced her that Kanye West is a visionary, that Hollywood is and always has been filled by Satanists, that the world is governed by these massive conspiracies. She saw the beast herself, it tried to MK Ultra her too, and so Kanye must be right about everything. Is she joking? On October 17th, 2022, Kanye had his podcast with Candace Owens. Toward the beginning, he explains why he decided to post his DEFCON tweet.
And the reason I said it like that is just to say, I know you guys are going to call this anti-Semite, and I'm not afraid of that title. Now I'm going to lean into that title. So call me whatever you want.
Kanye had to be an anti-Semite because that's what they were going to call him anyway. They don't understand the things he says on Twitter, so why not just cut to the chase?
Agreed.
Is he joking? In a moment toward the end of his video, Mike Knowles says that Kanye's song is an implicit commentary on the state of online political discourse.
Kanye has now said the ultimate thing you can say to get attention. He said it on the Alex Jones show, I love Hitler, and now he's done a whole song about this. There's nowhere to go. You know, even you think about political commentary. 15 years ago, if someone said, I support the Constitution, I want to cut taxes, that was extreme. Then 5 years ago, if someone said, I don't know, I don't think a man can be a woman, that was extreme. Now this is all blasé stuff. People need more. If you are engaging with politics, not to be civically engaged and to advance the common good, if you're just engaging in it for a dopamine hit, as many people do, then this is it. Now you've reached the end of the road.
It's a dazzling moment, I think, one where Knowles speaks with an unexpected clarity and self-awareness. When he says it used to be the case that saying trans people weren't valid was shocking enough, it's hard not to think back to his own comments. His claim that transgenderism should be eradicated from public life.
Transgenderism must be eradicated from public life entirely. The whole preposterous ideology.
That a man dressing in women's clothes is an obscenity and therefore not protected.
Hey, that's one-hand politics, Mason.
By the First Amendment.
Should we have the freedom of expression? The First Amendment? That's what it's all
we don't
for.
have, there's no First Amendment right to obscenity, first of all. But second
It's
of all,
obscene for me to wear a dress.
In this way, Knowles is tying himself to the grand...
Mason also streams on Twitch. One-hand politics, which I've always wondered, is that supposed to be like a masturbating joke? I don't get that. Like, to me, like, one-hand gaming is like you have one hand on your dick, basically. So I'm not sure if that's what it's supposed to mean. Maybe it is. I just don't know. Let's go. I mean, that is their violent idea. That I mean, yeah. There was a few different games that we would play, and they were using slurs in their titles, and it was about beating each other up. Yes. I thought you were saying they wanted to go back to an era when they would do violence to people, but maybe you meant like just where violence was more allowed in general. But I guess I see what you're saying.
And conservative project that Kanye has now finished, and where else can we go from here? What more can we say? And yet, Michael can't live with it, not completely. Kanye, as it turns out, didn't mean what he said. He couldn't have really meant it. That's the end of the video, and thank you so much for watching. Scrolling by you right now is a list of my patrons, people who support my channel, and if you want to join their ranks, you can. My patrons get a bonus video from me every month. This month I'm working on the second half of an hours-long video where I talk about the insane Jordan Peterson Jubilee video. They also get live streams and
God damn, this dude's got patrons. Even if they're $1, you know what I mean? Like, oh my God.
Bonus videos, like, I don't know, 30 of them plus by this point, by going over to Nebula. And that's fine by me too. You can enjoy that website. There's lots of other cool stuff there if you want to enjoy it. Thank you again for watching, and I hope you have a great day.
Crazy. Impressive. Well done. It's at least 7. Yeah, it's at least 7. Little girl, you hungry? You hungry? I think the cats are finally getting hungry for real, because last time I just let Filco out, but it's almost 9 a.m. Should probably get Kara up. Maybe we'll call it a day here, just so I don't fuck myself up too much. But I got my medicine last night. We did some more chores. Got some more laundry done. Ooh, little stuff. Some little stuff. Don't know who's online already. Let's see. Whatever. Just let's see. I should put some music on. I reached out to a friend from the DSA who was making a bunch of posts, and I was like, hey, you know, I could probably turn a bunch of these posts that you make and turn them into little videos and stuff. Have you ever seen the Dump Duke video that I made? I guess we could put that on. Kara? Yeah. I married her. Hell. Dating. Dated her for 10 years before I married her, but this was the final product of the video that I edited on that other day. Yeah. Got me a pretty good song.
Dump Duke.
It's about Duke Energy.
Power company I did choose. Dump Duke. It's the truth. Yeah, it's giving me that dirty power blues. Well, 30 years is long enough. Paying my bills is getting tough. I'd like to have the choice to say how my power's made. Okay, Dump Duke. Duke is puke. The power company I didn't choose.
That's one of my shots.
Dump Duke. It's the truth. Yeah, it's giving me that dirty power blues. We've got to take over that grid to get clean power for our kids. Clean power's just a dream, they say, but not if we all start today.
That was a little sudden. I should probably double that back a little bit in the official one.
Duke is puke. The power company I didn't choose. Dump Duke. It's the truth. Yeah, it's giving me.
a bunch of these shots I really liked. Like this like rainy power thing. I thought this was nice because it matches blues pretty good. I was pretty happy overall. Obviously, the song is great. They were supposed to finish doing some edits to the song, but they haven't hit me up yet. They're probably busy, which is fine. But I wanted to make some more edits for the Dump Dude campaign. I want to be more involved. They're over there making a whole bunch of social posts and things, and I would love to be able to offer my services a bit, for free, obviously, to the DSA. But there's a bunch of cool people doing cool stuff, trying to get more active, not only in my own life, but then also in my community and stuff. Because that's a good thing to do. So make sure to get something checked off your list. The to-do list is one of those things that if you do it, you'll feel good. And when you feel good, it feels good. If you are there for the raid, just say hello, keep a wave or whatever when you get there. And if not, otherwise, we'll see you tomorrow. Free Palestine, a bunch of other good things. See you tonight / tomorrow morning.